Good afternoon, everybody. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority of Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. Now, please rise and let's sing the national anthem together, and then after that, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets declared, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Yeah, we can clap for each other. Yeah, we did a good job. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, tonight for our moment of solemn expression, we have once again from Calvary Chapel, Dave Mann, the pastor emeritus. So, Pastor, you have the floor.
Thank you. God, we come together and ask for your blessing upon our council meeting this evening, the business matters and recommendations and decisions before us once again. Bless our mayor, each of our council members, all our city officials and staff, our police department, chief of police, the entire police force and staff that services our city, the fire department, fire chief, fire marshal, the EMS, and all emergency response crews. Bless our public works, all the staff there, our city utilities, Mesa Water District, Lord bless them. All the business and residents we lift up residing here in Costa Mesa. Lord Jesus, we thank you for your continued presence, guidance, protection, and love towards us in our city, Costa Mesa. We pray the same for our neighboring cities and our entire country, and we ask this in Christ's name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present except for Councilmember Bewley.
Okay, then we've got our city attorney report, Ms. Hall Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council gave direction in closed session. No reportable action was taken.
Okay, so now we're at the point where we're going to do public comments. A couple things about that. Everybody gets 3 minutes. You could talk about anything that is not on the agenda or anything that's on the consent calendar. We have an item on the agenda, new business item number 1, which is a very broad discussion about matters pertaining to immigration, a resolution we're proposing, and some other, 2 resolutions actually. And so please hold any discussions about immigration until new business item number 1. Be respectful of one another. I'll just read kind of the law on this. Any person who engages in disorderly behavior that actually disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct, any person who engages in disorderly behavior that of any city council meeting shall, upon the order of the presiding officer, which is me, be barred from further audience. It is unlawful for the audience at any council meetings to engage in disorderly, disruptive, disturbing, delaying, boisterous conduct such as well, anything that disturbs the peace or the good order of the proceedings of the council. From my point of view, if somebody speaks and you like what they say, you can clap. I'm okay with that. Don't disturb one another. Once somebody starts speaking, be quiet and please listen attentively. That goes for staff, the public, and the council. Also, please direct your comments to the council as opposed to the audience. With that, let's open the floor to public comments.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to request that we push new business item number 3 to the September 2nd council meeting.
Okay. New business item number 3
I'll second.
is.
I'll second if it makes-
Second. That's the professional services agreement from Endemic. Okay. I'm okay with it. We got a motion and a second. Ms. Barlow, is there any issue about making the motion at this time as opposed to a later time?
No, sir, it's not a public hearing item.
Okay. Okay, then in that case, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-1 with Mayor Pro Tem Chavez voting no.
Okay, so that item, so good point. Couple things. Now, item number 3 is off the agenda, so if you wish to talk about that at public comment, you may. And also, if you're here for item number 3, you get to go home. So that's good. Okay? All right, but you don't have to go home. You don't have to go home. You're welcome to stay. Public comment, go. Anybody wants to go? Let's go over here. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Sorry. Okay. Can I start? Is that okay? Okay. Hi. Good evening, City Council members. I sent a detailed email earlier today to all of you, and I hope you had a chance to read it. My name is Veronica Anderson. I am a longtime Costa Mesa resident, and I'm here tonight because the cul-de-sac where my family lives on Puente Avenue has become unsafe and unsanitary and unlivable. The following incidents are not isolated. They are recurring problems happening over and over again, week after week, month after month. We've dealt with human feces, used condoms, burnt foil, needles, trash, people sleeping in their cars, often intoxicated or high, or living in their vehicles. Others leave broken down vehicles for weeks at a time. We've seen men pull in their cars and urinate in public and expose themselves in front of my kids. The sidewalk in the cul-de-sac smells like urine and feces. Most neighbors won't even walk there anymore. The cul-de-sac is tucked away and unmonitored. It's become a dumping ground and a hiding spot for illegal activity. I have called the police. My husband has called the police numerous times. We have reported it to the city through 311 app, but without regular patrols or proactive cleanup, the problems just keep coming back. My husband and I are cleaning it up ourselves to protect our children in the neighborhood and other children in the neighborhood. We have had to tell our young daughters not to ride their bikes or scooters out front because of what they might step on, and that's not okay. It's unacceptable. We're asking the city to take action. We are requesting permit-only parking for the 3 homes in that cul-de-sac. This would immediately reduce loitering, camping, car dumping, and overnight illegal activity. And we're also asking for lighting, increased patrols, routine sanitation, and a clear plan moving forward. We're not asking for anything extreme. We're just asking for basic safety for the families who live here. That's it. Just maybe read the email if you haven't. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. Years ago, a resident regularly attended city meetings to advocate for good governance. Her voice is missed, especially now in the light of the serious allegations raised in the lawsuit filed by the former city manager. This moment calls for reflection on what responsible municipal leadership really looks like. Good governance does not thrive in silence. Silence can be perceived as either complacency or complicity. When council members consistently refrain from commenting, whether at the start of meetings, during agenda item discussions, on motions that they make, this undermines transparency. The residents of Costa Mesa deserve to understand the reasoning behind your decisions. This is the essence of accountability. Democratic accountability is the cornerstone of effective governments. It safeguards us against the abuse of power, promotes transparency, ensures that each of you is answerable to the public that you serve. Without clear communication, the community cannot discern whether your actions align with its best interest. Public trust in this council is at risk. We ask that you demonstrate your commitment to the responsibilities and to the people of Costa Mesa. While accountability is just one principle of good governance, it is, in my view, the most critical, and I urge you to treat it with the importance it deserves. On another topic, last week I attended the kickoff meeting for the city's rezoning initiative. I wasn't favorably impressed. My suggestions to improve this process are, hire a more capable consultant. This one seems unprepared on how to lead a community-driven planning process. Of course, form a diverse advisory committee. Provide clear, accessible information. For example, the RENA number was nowhere to be found on any of the posters, yet that is what drives this effort. The citizens need to understand what is being proposed and why it matters. Finally, facilitate real dialogue. Replace passive poster sessions with guided discussions that allow for questions, feedback, and collaborative problem solving. And by the way, I received the city mailer on Friday after the Wednesday meeting. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Manny Chavez. My name is Margaret Friedman, and I live in District 4 at 2160 Puente. I've lived there for 35 years. I'm here along with my neighbors living at 2156 Puente Avenue, 2161 Puente Avenue to speak to the urgency of finding a resolution on the street parking situation in front of our cul-de-sac and in front of our houses. Since restricted parking for residents only has been lifted, we have had a tremendous increase of loitering. My husband regularly cleans up trash, beer bottles, prophylactics that are left behind. And most importantly, we are experiencing defecating in the cul-de-sac on a regular basis. When we brought this to the attention of Mayor Pro Tem Manny Chavez, we got a quick response to our concerns. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Manny Chavez and Sergio Escobar, management analyst in the city manager's office. Currently, our neighborhood has 2 adjacent streets to Puente Avenue that are resident-only parking. Puente Avenue and the adjoining Senate Avenue parking is available to all who need to park. We are strongly recommending that a small change of making Puente cul-de-sac and the parking in front of the 3 houses at 2160, 2156, and 2161 Puente resident-only parking. I counted the parking spaces that would be left as non-designated spaces. There are 75 spaces available in our neighborhood if we were to make that small portion a resident-only parking. I hope we can get a quick resolution to this matter because it is increasingly getting bad.
Jay, you've got the floor.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Just a three items. First, under the 405 freeway on Harbor, on the northbound side of Harbor, if you're driving the left lane over there, if you don't happen to stop at the light, so you drive at the normal speed, you're going to be presented with 2 or 3 really bad left drop dips on that lane that I brought up about 5 months ago. It is a Caltrans issue, I understand that, but I would love to see my city jump up and down on top of Caltrans, especially with our Caltrans representative, about that dip. That is an unsafe dip and needs to be fixed. That's one. Two, I had the pleasure of speed checking a e-bike on the sidewalk at 32 miles an hour. 32 miles an hour on the sidewalk. And at the end of the sidewalk, he just jumped off the sidewalk and kept right on going. So it would have been a really nice deal for him if he had to pay some price for that. As I understand it, e-bike going faster than 20 miles an hour is illegal. So I would like those kind of things to be checked into. He clearly was not just a brand new check on new bike. The guy clearly was riding like he normally rides. Three, it is time this council puts an ethics policy in place. We've already just had the article in the Register this week, and we need to do something to make sure that our council is above reproach and hears the public and make sure they govern the public properly. I'd appreciate anything action you can take to get that on the agenda, get it functioning, and an ethics policy that is real, that actually says something and actually has consequences should people violate those policies. And then lastly, but not lastly, we should have on this one piece of property, Fairview Developmental Center, and this huge option for zoning Costa Mesa, we should have a citizens advisory panel that looks into that with stakeholders from all parts of the community. That includes builders, that includes traffic specialists, that includes citizens, it includes people that are impacted, and businesses, to make sure that we get an effective cross-section and do not wind up by having it swept under the rug and just be done however it's going to be done. Because quite honestly, in this last meeting.
Time's up. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, members of the council. My name is Barry Fisher, and I live at the cul-de-sac on Puente Avenue. My neighbors spoke previously. I won't take the time to go through the list of our issues. You're aware of them. I would like to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, for responding to my email. Sergio, I wanted to come here and say I look forward to whatever issues or whatever solutions you can put together to help us solve this problem. It's an ongoing problem. This problem, some of you may remember when the sober living ordinance was being heard, I was here every meeting because not only do I have the cul-de-sac at one end of my property because I'm a corner property on Governor for sober living houses. This morning, street sweeping, I drove down Governor. I took pictures. I did not feel it would be appropriate for me to bring them and show them. License plates, visible, stuff like that. Let me say this, I counted the cars. 4 sober living homes, 19 cars in their driveways, some partially on lawns, etc. Add in no resident parking on Puente Avenue, all of their employees, and they admit their employees are parking around here. It's a strain. It's a strain. We have surrounding areas. People drop cars off, they take off on their scooters. They're out there at 11 o'clock at night, slamming doors, getting stuff out of their vehicles, zooming off. They're out there early in the morning. One guy was out there last night 3 times getting stuff out of his car. Beep, beep, the car alarms. Beep, beep, slamming doors. Now bring in I'm sure you're familiar with the sober living operation on the 600 block of Governor. Add their employee parking into the mix. It's no wonder everybody thinks they can get away with anything they want to do down there because they can. It's solid cars, there's the sidewalk, there's an 8.5-foot sound wall. There you go. You know, literally, we're all caught in a rock and a hard spot. So, like I say, anything you can do, I appreciate it. Because I've been doing this for, over 10 years now, and I guess we're going to do it again. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City employees. My name is Alfie Sanchez. I'm the event director for Majestic Cycling Events. We are hosting our bike race this Sunday, and I just want to let the community know. Obviously, we got a lot going on for the day. We have actually a freestyle BMX show that will be taking place from 9 a.m. We have an 11:30. And we also have a 1 p.m. on top of all the bike racing that we do have. And we do have a free kids bike race that we'll be having, as well as our expo, food, and some great bike racing. We'll be probably doing 25 to 30 miles an hour on the road without an e-bike, though. These are going to be amateur professional bike racers. Obviously, the roads will be closed to all traffic. So we do have a live feed. I know you guys were out there last year, and we do appreciate you coming out. We'd like to invite you again. And we definitely appreciate that Mayor Stevens was out there. We had him inside. We were interviewing him about the bike race, and I know we've got your support, and we do appreciate that we are able to host this bike race here in the city of Costa Mesa as we continue to grow this bike race, and looking forward to more support as well with the bike race that we are hosting. I do have some flyers if the community's interested. If your kids, we do have a free kids bike race that starts at 12. Just register your kids by 10 a.m. And we are racing over by SoCo Mix, if you're familiar with the area. If not, it's Harbor and Sunflower, kind of in that area. We'll be out there racing our bikes pretty much from 8 a.m. till about 4 p.m. So again, thank you for all your guys' help and support with the bike race. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Nancy Jackson. I'm a 38-year Costa Mesa resident where my husband and I raised our 3 children, and I'm very lucky to have my 3 grandchildren now also living in the local area. I'm here to represent the League of Women Voters of Orange Coast, and I'm going to read the letter that we recently submitted to the council. Thank you, Mayor Stevens and council members, for upholding the Brown Act at your July 15, 2025 City Council meeting. The League of Women Voters supports balancing citizens' rights to speak at public meetings with the presiding member's need to keep order so that the city's business can be conducted with respect for all and without disruption. While the Orange Coast League recognizes the distress expressed by public speakers at the council meeting about immigration, we do not support disrespectful behavior and do support the tenets of the Brown Act that allow removal from the meeting for those who disrupt public meetings. Furthermore, the League's position on immigration supports due process for all persons, including the right to a fair hearing, the right to counsel, the right to appeal, the right to humane treatment.
Excuse me, ma'am. I hate to do this. I know you're reading a letter, but it's really important because if I let you talk about that, I have to let others talk about it. So we can't talk until, if you want to come back for item number, new business 1 and talk about the immigration piece, you can.
Okay.
Although due process stuff was great.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Go in Spanish and then English.
Pardon me? You can go.
English.
Oh, you want to do it in Spanish?
Yes.
Okay. What's that? So we'll have 5 minutes then.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y el concilio de aquí de la ciudad de Costa Mesa. Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Víctor Valladares y trabajo aquí en la ciudad de Costa Mesa. Estoy aquí para informarles lo que está sucediendo aquí en nuestro condado y lo que ha pasado en Costa Mesa también. Hoy, desafortunadamente, recibimos esta notificación en ciudades alrededor de Costa Mesa que ha comenzado otra vez redadas discriminando a la comunidad latina de agentes federales. Yo personalmente documenté en la mañana hoy en la ciudad de Huntington Beach. Hemos documentado más de 20, casi 30 agentes federales de Border Patrol. Había una orden que fue rechazada de parte del Departamento de Department of Homeland Security con la administración de Donald Trump, que los encontraron culpables de estar discriminando contra la gente latina que habla español porque se ven morenos o donde trabajan. Inconstitucional desde julio 11. Apenas el agosto 1, la Corte dijo que eso iba a ser.
Victor, I don't speak Spanish, but are you speaking about immigration?
Yes.
Okay, please, can you hold those comments until new business item 1, okay? You can speak about any other item you wish.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Debbie Koken. I'm a longtime Costa Mesa resident, and I'm sorry that the council is not going to approve the contract for Endemic for the Fairview Park restoration tonight. And on the other hand, I'm glad that I don't have to stay up past my bedtime to make these comments. I just wanted to remind the council that the city of Costa Mesa has a legal obligation to maintain Fairview Park as a natural open space and a moral obligation to restore it for the best use for human recreation and animal survival, including the many endangered species, several new ones which have been discovered in recent years. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Cheyenne, you have the floor.
Hi. I submitted a presentation, so if we could pull that up for everyone to see, that'd be great. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Cheyenne Wright. I'm a Costa Mesa resident, small business owner. I also am a Parks and Community Services Commissioner, and I'm a proud Lower East Side resident. Recently, I also became a mom, and it made me realize that walking to my local park meant risking my life every day. And so I started studying specifically the intersection of Rochester Boulevard and 18th Street every day for my daily commute and also my trip to the park. There I witnessed several almost near-death incidences with working class people, elderly people, and wanted to basically bring to your attention some things that you may not have noticed when we're looking at specifically the Rochester intersection and the Harbor and Newport Boulevard intersection. So one thing I wanted to highlight with this boring zoning map is that this is one of the most high-density parts of East Side. And so I actually think it is just ripe for walkability and making it safer for all the access to the neighboring businesses, Triangle, the grocery stores, and of course, the library and Lions Park. So just a quick summary, next slide, of the problem with this corridor is right here on Rochester and Harbor Boulevard. No crosswalk. Why? Next slide, please. So, as you can see in this picture, we have a couple of problems already. One, there's no crosswalk on one of the main intersections. So we're forcing pedestrians to do basically a 3-point cross, and every single corner is dangerous. You have cars turning onto you, you have cars not stopping at the red light, and the entire time to cross over 10 lanes is also inadequate. Next slide, please. Here's from a different angle. You have, as you can see, cars going into the crosswalk themselves, turning onto pedestrians. Next slide, please. Also, I wanted to just show what it could look like. What would it look like if the curbs were extended, if we had crosswalks on both sides, and if we had bollards or signs indicating that people are also walking here? Next slide. Here's a very similar problem at Harbor. Multiple times I have seen cars turning onto Harbor, totally almost hitting people. Once again, there's no crosswalk on the intersection that would connect to the grocery store and Buffalo Wild Wings. Next slide, please. Here's from the other angle. And next slide. Here's what we could have. Here's what we deserve. Please push Caltrans to be more aggressive in protecting pedestrians and giving Eastside residents access to the amenities that we deserve. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Margot Ferris. I'm here to address problems that we're having at Costa Mesa Tennis Center. I'm representing probably 100 tennis players there. In the past few weeks, the people that have been running the center have raised the prices and changed the fee structure. The courts at Costa Mesa have always rented by the hour. They are now trying to rent the courts by the person. So instead of paying a $10 fee for you to rent a court for an hour, you're now paying $40 for the same court. Every person that's there must pay a fee. They haven't decided what the fee is going to be. We understand that they are underpriced right now at $8. We have done research. Most public facilities are charging $10 to $12 per hour to rent a court, not per person. We always expected a raise. We want the facility to stay nice. We're happy to pay that. But with what they're doing right now, we have several leagues playing out of there. I've been there longer than anybody that is there, including the people that are running it. I've been there 32 years. I came because the city of Costa Mesa came to us in Fountain Valley because they didn't have anyone playing there and asked if we would bring a team and help bring the center to realization. We've done that, and because of that, I now run a league for 70 teams. So right now, we have 5 teams of ladies being affected. Our fees over the last few years have been $64 for our matches. With the new fees, they will be $320 a match. Over 70% of our ladies are seniors. They cannot afford that. We have 4 ladies that play tennis there probably 3 to 4 mornings a week. One of them saw the new posted fees and actually started crying and said, I will not be able to afford to come here. Not only is this fee change happening, and I understand that some letters and emails have written to you, the 2 gentlemen that are most responsible for running the center are not even teaching there anymore. They're teaching at Newport Harbor High. They told all of their people that take lessons that they have to come to Newport Harbor High and pay them in cash. They have also held 2 other jobs at Mesa Verde Country Club in the last month and are teaching at Palisades. So we would like this issue looked into. We would like to be part of the planning process, and we would like to have the right to speak to this. It's highly unfair to the pickleball people and to us tennis people. Thank you, and for any attention you can give this.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you. Speaking only on behalf of myself, I'm here to speak on consent calendar item number 8, the Newport Boulevard Caltrans resolution. Newport Boulevard is an extremely dangerous corridor for people who are walking, biking along there. So needed improvements are necessary so that we can keep everyone safe. My dad, he works at Hoag Hospital. In order to get there, he would have to avoid using Newport Boulevard at all costs if he was to bike over there. So we really need some design improvements to this road. And I want to read to you something from a different agenda item for the Bear Street item, a comment received from Caltrans on the MND. It says, Caltrans supports the design of complete streets that include high-quality pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities that are safe and comfortable for users of all ages and abilities. Complete streets improvements also promote regional connectivity, improve air quality, reduce congestion, promote improved first-last-mile connections, and increase safety for all modes of transportation. Thank you, Caltrans. We absolutely agree with that statement, and Caltrans also has several policies that agree with that statement as outlined in the resolution. It's only fair that we cite this exact comment, those exact policies, back at them and say, hey, we better get a Newport Boulevard that is safe for all residents who use Newport Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry, it's good to see you. You have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I recognize 4 of you people on there, and 2 of you are kind of unknown to me. I think the last thing I heard from you, John, I mentioned the once and future mayor, and you said from your mouth to God's ears, and I'm glad to see that worked out for you. Okay. Now, the only thing that I have tonight, I live on Kenwood Place, right near 18th Street, and every time I drive the car out and try to turn left on 18th Street, I risk my life. Now, I've been around for 83 years, so it's not very much, but for gosh sakes, I wish we could have one of those convex mirrors at that corner so that somebody barreling down 18th will just not totally gunch me. Okay, stand up, speak up, and shut up. That's my motto. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody else in the chambers. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The first speaker is Swan.
Swan, you have the floor.
Hello. I am a
Hold on one second. You're cutting out. You're cutting out. Start over.
Today,
Go ahead.
I'm a Costa Mesa resident since 1987. I submitted documents to the city yesterday, stamped and well documented, 7 pages, that starts with requesting for a recount of Measure K. It's a 7-page document. I asked to be given assumption. It's missing. There's also a 34-page document that ties together showing why there's a majority ownership of the Lifestyles neighborhood to the 501c charity that was beside it, and how they gained control. This 7-page document speaks to the involvement of the city, and I'm wondering why it's missing. And the PowerPoint document from a year ago, pushing through instead. So there's 2 documents missing. A Dr. Phil lawsuit was put in public record for public consumption. It ties together, and a 7-page document that's missing. There's also 3 videos and a PDF. I do not believe any of it is included for the 3150 Bear. That's it for now. I'll come back when you address 3150 Bear.
Thank you.
Next speaker's phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, good evening. I want to talk about a couple items. In terms of what Carrie talked about, 18th Street being difficult to drive. A lot of people drive that street now because of what was done to West 19th Street. The bike lane that was added that no one uses has shifted traffic to other streets. I also want to point out that there's a lot of people in the city that don't know how to walk on sidewalks and ride bikes and always feel danger, like their life's in danger. I'm sorry that you live a life so scared, but if you practice common sense, you should be okay on a bike and walking on a sidewalk. It's really not that hard. I also wanted to talk about high-density development, Measure K. This is going to destroy our city, and it's not done for housing. It's done for purely political reasons. It's no secret that high-density zones vote Democrat, and so Gavin Newsom, who always does everything politically motivated, he wanted to make everything as dense as possible, thus guaranteeing that California will always be blue. If you doubt that this is about anything besides motive to benefit one party, just look at how he's acting right now with reshaping or wanting to reshape voting districts for the congressional maps. It's all about politics. And it's going to come to the detriment of our quality of life. You know, I want to live on an ocean beachfront property, and it's not fair that I don't get to. It's not fair that I don't get to live on oceanfront. But that's the way life is. You don't always get what you want. And it sucks to hear that, and it's tough, but we don't always get what we want. Not everybody can afford to live where they grew up. I grew up at the beach every day. I played in the ocean, and I don't get to live there. It doesn't mean I expect the government to make housing for me to live there. I understand the way the world works. And I wouldn't want to take away the quality of life of the people that live at the beach. So Measure K is going to destroy the city. It's going to come back and bite single-family residents later on. You'll see when bonds start passing because there's so many more renters and homeowners, and bonds get put on deeds, and people get taxed out of their homes, and Prop 13 goes away, and all this. I did want to end on the following comment about the city manager. I hope that we do not sweep this under the rug and an NDA is used to finalize her firing. This is a public entity, the city council, and we need to know what happened. We need to see the accusations made against the mayor, and he should be able to
Chris, that's your
defend
3
himself.
minutes.
We should also
Excuse me,
that,
Chris, that's your 3 minutes. Who else is on Zoom?
Thank you. The next speaker is Priscilla, please.
Priscilla, you have the floor.
Finding the crotch bumblebee and the western burrowing owl in Fairview Park shows that we must be serious about restoring and protecting the park, as it is home to more endangered and threatened species every day. What some of the new council members may not know is this and past council members have welcomed destruction to Fairview Park habitats by the Harbor Soaring Society, who launched their planes from the Vernal Pool watershed. You will often hear them give reasons why Fairview Park should not be protected as a passive nature park. Past and present councils have welcomed HSS despite the fact that they have altered the Vernal Pool watershed, redirected rain and supports endangered fairy shrimp, trampled fairy shrimp habitat while retrieving their planes and lines from the vernal pools, mowed and trampled habitat that would support western burrowing owls and crotch bumblebees, frightened away birds who must hunt and nest in these habitats, and fly their planes regularly at local venues, negating their need for Fairview Park, threatening in a public meeting to oust council members who vote to prevent HSS from flying their planes in Fairview Park. The councils have gone against the recommendation and directives of the consulting team of scientists and experts updating the Fairview Park Master Plan, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the biologists they hired showing the damage using 100 years of aerial photographs, the Fairview Park Steering Committee they've appointed, the Fairview Park administrators they've hired, hundreds of members and experts in Fairview Park Alliance, and 70% of residents who voted to protect and restore Fairview Park with Measure AA. Ecosystems are a delicate machine. Like a delicate machine. If one component is destroyed, the machine won't run. It took thousands of years for the soil structures to be laid down and the native plants and animals to evolve together to create the vernal pool complex in Fairview Park. When native plants and habitats are destroyed, species die. As biodiversity is destroyed worldwide, the human species will perish. This is not hyperbole. It is a scientific fact that has been known for at least 100 years. If this city council wants to join a worldwide effort to protect 30% of plant, animal, and water biodiversity by 2030, there is an easy solution. Stop the destruction of Fairview Park by HSS and restore and protect the park for future generations and the burgeoning eco-travel visitors. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Lally, please.
Pardon me?
Lally.
Lally, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Lolly. I've been a resident here
in Costa Mesa. I live on District 5. I'm just wanting to let you guys be aware if we can get more. The streets, the main big streets where I live on is on Mendoza and El Camino. And I want to see if by any chance we can get more lights out on the streets just because it is so dark and it doesn't feel safe to be even walking around, walking your own dogs or anything. And also, too, the parking situation is so bad here. It's like these people do not know how to park right. So, like, it'd be great if you guys can, like, mark the parking spots just for, you know, or make a permit or something because it's so bad. Like, people come here, park their cars, or, like, one household has, like, 7 cars, and it's crazy. That is all.
Oh, thanks, Lolly.
Juana Trejo, please.
Juana, you have the floor.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Juana Trejo, un saludo a la distancia. Para mí es un placer poderlos ver a ustedes, aunque sea por Zoom. Pero quiero reportar un problema que tenemos en el distrito número 3. Le mandé unas fotografías a Manuel de un lugar donde están tirando basura y han venido los del ayuntamiento. A recoger esa basura. Hace 2 semanas se lo reporté, vinieron y ahora ya está otra vez igual. Entonces lo que estaba hablando con Manuel, que yo creo que tienen que hablar con el dueño para que les llame la atención a sus inquilinos, porque teniendo dompe lo tiran en el callejón, en la calle. Y pues nosotros la verdad nos cuesta mucho mantener limpia la comunidad. Y la otra cosa es de que estamos preocupados por el incidente que hubo anoche de ese joven que fue navajeado. Y estamos viendo que nuestra comunidad se está volviendo pues más insegura porque sabemos que hay jóvenes nuevos en el vecindario, no sé si vivan aquí o no, pero son jóvenes que no habíamos visto en el pasado. Y pues sí queremos pedirles por favor al departamento de policía si pueden de vez en cuando visitarnos para que podamos nosotros estar un poquito más confiables, ya que ya no es nada seguro que las personas puedan salir a caminar ni en la tarde, bueno, en ningún momento. Entonces, por favor, les encargamos eso. Muchas gracias, Dios me los bendiga y que tengan muy buenas tardes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Juana Trejo. It's really nice to see you all, even if it's just through Zoom. I just wanted to report something that's been going on in District 3. I have sent some photos to Manuel about a place where they're dumping trash. And we let them know. Some council people came by and picked up the trash. I told you all about this about 2 weeks ago. And they did come, but it's looking like it's the same again. So maybe we can talk to the owner about perhaps talking to the tenants, because when they can't use their trash can, they dump it on the street or in the alley. And it's just difficult to keep the community clean. And then another thing is that we've been worried about the young guy that was stabbed yesterday. Our community seems to be less and less safe. We have new youth members who we don't know if they're living here. We've never seen them before, so we don't know. So we're just asking maybe the police department if maybe they can come by and visit every so often, just so we can feel a little bit safer, to at least be able to go out for a walk, because we don't feel safe to do so at any time. So that's really all I'm asking for you, of you. So God bless and good night.
No further speakers,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Juana. Close public comment. This is time for council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 5 is Council Member Arlis Reynolds.
Okay. Well, a lot of different things going on. Thank you all for your public comment. I think we have the thickest public comment packet we've had in a long time. So getting through those, and thank you for those who called in to speak and are here to speak. A couple quick things on the tennis center fees. I'm not up to speed on that, so I'm interested in an update from the city manager. I assume that any fees would come to us before they're approved, so maybe a quick update on what's happening there would be helpful. Evis and Sergio, I know you're out there. Just thank you in general for all of the help that you've been providing over the last few months, and of course, since you've started here. I wanted to thank staff as well for the kickoff of the rezoning project. That I know we've been waiting for it for a while. There's a lot of excitement through that. There's a lot of opportunity about that. I thought Ms. Halligan did a fantastic job with Brock and others on the team who put that event together. It was the kickoff. I know some of the upcoming events are much more localized events. There's 3 scheduled walking tours that are really going to focus on unique aspects of different parts of the city. A really important part of the outreach on that project. I did share some feedback with staff that I think we need more of those, even more local. There are more than 3 distinct areas in our Measure K corridors and the zones that we're looking to rezone. And so I'll be asking for some more specific localized conversations with real dialogue about how to create a sense of space, a sense of place there. I've also shared some ideas on putting visuals with QR codes in some of our local coffee shops and places where people gather to really try to invite more people into the conversation on that really important effort for the city. On Fairview Park, the Fairview Park Master Plan, I've gotten a lot of questions about the status of the master plan and the draft. My understanding is that the draft should be available in August. For transparency, I am requesting that that be released to the public to review when it is shared with council for review. We've put a lot of money into a lot of different research on that plan, and I think it's important for all of us, not just council, but also the public, to have opportunity to really dig through that plan, which I know will be updated based on public hearings in front of the council and some additional information. So I've made that request. Also, there's a number of different public safety items on our agenda. I think most on consent. And you heard some in public comment today. And obviously public safety in terms of our roadway has been something that's been a big priority of mine. And in just digesting the public safety data we saw from the police department report and the public safety considerations that we're looking at in terms of Newport Boulevard and some other streets, 18th Street, I would like for to, I think, reinstitute a policy or start implement what I think already is a policy in terms of bringing an annual report to the council in terms of roadway safety on an annual basis, at least looking at data on collisions, injuries, and deaths in the city, and a holistic view of how we're addressing those safety situations. We've done a lot of work in this area, but it still feels a little bit disparate. I think an annual conversation in front of council with reporting on our progress on roadway safety is important and timely. Okay, a couple quick updates. Fun stuff, well, related to roadway safety. So Thursday, August 7th, really excited about this. It's another iteration of our bike rodeos. This is an e-bike rodeo, so specifically focused for teens and young adults riding e-bikes. Estancia High School is hosting it. They're hosting it at their registration day, so they're going to be encouraging all of their students who ride bikes to go through this rodeo, but they are opening it to all students, I think the public. So yes, okay, so a public event. So if you have a child or a family member who rides an e-bike, come to the rodeo. There's I think like 13 different stations, from a helmet fitting to stopping fast, how to cross the street, how to ride safely. Really good event. There's one on August 7th, and we're continuing that focus on e-bike safety. The following Sunday, I'll be at the Grand Prix, which I'm really excited about as well. Someone mentioned the ethics and code of conduct. It's a conversation we had about a month ago. I am eager to revisit that and establish a code of conduct and ethics for our council. And lastly, I know many folks are looking for ways to support and help families in Costa Mesa who have been impacted either directly losing a family member or indirectly with very reasonable fear of taking your kid to school, going to the grocery store, going to the park. One thing I think Councilmember Mar will mention, the Enough for All Fund, a great way to help. If you're looking for other ways to help, if you can help drive people, support in other ways, reach out to me and I can connect you with some networks or folks who are doing that work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up from District 6 is Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start off with infrastructure. One of the primary reasons I ran and represent the city, I think it's an important thing. What I do is regularly either walk or drive around East Side and just kind of look at things, say hi to people, check it out. And I think it's worth pointing out, I just happened to notice that on Tustin and 18th, you guys painted some new ladder crosswalks. It looks beautiful. And also on East 16th, there was a 311 app. It was a big giant hole in the street that was repaired. I didn't know about that either. The point is, great job. And I think that I would love to compliment regularly ahead of time. Maybe even, I wonder if there's a way to know, not every tiny little thing, but like when you guys are going to be in my district putzing around fixing stuff and making the community livable and the folks happy, which they were in these two particular cases, it'd be good to know about it. I don't know if that's possible, Roger, if that's a big pain, but if I knew about it ahead of time, I'd like to be able to help promote you guys and give you guys the credit you deserve because it looked great. And I appreciate that very much, and so do the residents. And also, kudos to staff. This is the Raja night. Sorry, I keep staring at him. He's like, why are you staring at me? Brentwood Park, it looks like it's wrapped up, and great work. I think that's an important one. A lot of hard work's been going on behind the scenes with that, and I know that we've purchased everything. I'm not sure if we're waiting on actual installation or not, but there's going to be a lot of happy folks over in Brentwood. They deserve it. This began with Jeff Harlan back before I got elected. I decided that was an important issue to help work on behind the scenes, and it's getting done, and thank you very much. And the East Side Brentwood area folks really appreciate it. Last thing I want to talk about is the Norma Herzog event. I attended with Arliss, not with Arliss, but I saw Arliss there, and I decided it was an important one to attend. One of the main reasons, when I lost in 2020, I was like, I'm not doing this again. But come 2024, I was compelled and asked to run again. And one of the main driving forces for me running was community engagement. And it's like Arliss was talking about, it's such an important thing to do for the city, is have the city have a voice, a real voice. And when I attended, there's obviously a lot of hard work that goes into, I saw Carrie up there talking and they put together the presentations and whatnot, but I was, when I think about community engagement, I know that before I got elected, we were, in my view, lacking on that front, and I think we continue to lack some, and I know that this was an individual event, that there might be different versions of it in the future. But when I think of community engagement, what I'm ready for is more of a town hall-ish type of situation where you have folks that have something to say and get up there and fire away. All arrows come, or nice things. But we need to truly hear what the community has to say about, especially something as big as rezoning. I love the idea of community, I forget the community, a specific committee from the community to look at big issues like rezoning. That's a different subject, but I would like to see a town hall-ish type format on any big, important community engagement efforts. And I, too, Cynthia McDonald, got mine after it happened. So this might be, I don't know if it was only East Side people that got this after the actual event, but that's an important one. I think you would have had a better showing. And we need to make sure and market that stuff and get everybody to participate in the process. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up from District 2 is Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, first of all, I want to just I want to thank staff. Right now, we have the fair going on, and it takes a lot of time and effort to try and put all these things together. I know that PD is working real hard, so is fire, and our public services personnel are also out there trying to make sure that we move traffic along and minimize the impact that it has on the community. So I just want to take a moment and thank and recognize them. Also, additionally, we had a constituent speak about 18th and Rochester, and then pretty much like Triangle Square area. I was wondering if we would be able to look into something like a 6-way crosswalk, or I think they call it like a pedestrian scramble or something like that, where the whole intersection gets shut down long enough for large groups of people just to kind of cross in every which way. I know that we have a large amount of stakeholders and retail stores in that area, not to mention restaurants, and I think it would be probably a very welcome addition to the community if maybe we had 1 or 2 of those. I'm not sure what it would take to at least look into that and get some input on that, but that would be a great help for that area, especially those that are trying to walk their children across the street. Also, in regards to the tennis center, I know that we're proposing a large increase there, and after hearing what some of the constituents said, it reminded me of something in that a community asset is not something that is supposed to be profitable for the organization who operates it. So I just want to keep that in mind as we propose an increase that's going to affect the constituents, that we're not in actuality creating a larger profit margin for those who are running the community center. And I also recall when I believe it was the Ball brothers who were the ones who were going to run it, they had longtime employees that were offering their services and training there. Maybe they weren't employees, but they were related to them somehow. So I would hate to see that they're leaving now and going, from what I understand, to Newport Harbor High School to try and engage somewhere else due to whatever the changes are that it's going on. So I want us to be mindful that this is not supposed to be something that's profitable. It's a community asset. Other than that, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. From District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In response to one of the public comments, just to explain my motion, I asked to pull new business item number 3 because we do have the master plan that's going to be coming out shortly. I also have not had time, or not that I haven't had time, I also haven't had my briefing with staff and with the consultant to get the latest on Fairview Park, and so I was a little concerned about taking things out of order, so apologies for those of you who came out to talk about Fairview Park. I just asked for a little bit more time so I can get smarter and also so I can read the master plan when it comes out. In response to Ms. Trejo's question, there was a stabbing on Mission. It was non-life threatening. The suspect has already been arrested, so kudos to Costa Mesa PD for some super quick work there. I do think one of the other commenters' note about lighting is well taken, especially given that we did put in some lighting relatively quickly by the tennis center that's solar storage, I believe, or at least independently powered, so that it wasn't a big construction project. So it'd be good if we could look into that in that neighborhood in particular, where we have had a few concerning crimes recently. That sort of follows overall, at least a desire on my part to be a little bit more aggressive about some of the quality of life things that we've been hearing about. So thank you to all the neighbors from Puente who came out. You know, I don't know if the answer is necessarily additional parking spots, but I do think it's really important for us to know that these are ongoing issues and that we need to be a lot more aggressive about enforcement and patrols and lighting and all these other things. So thank you for expressing that and bringing it forward. These are the things that really do affect like our ability to live here and our love of Costa Mesa. And so city staff, I hope we note that one and come up with some suggestions. Excited about the Majestic Cycling event. I thought it was a little bit funny that we heard about electric bikes going 33 miles per hour, and then a couple comments later about road bikes going 30 plus miles per hour on our streets. The difference is one is okay and one is not. And so highly encourage you to come out to the Majestic Cycling event. It's super fun to see these things happen in person. It's not every day you get to see professional cyclists going super fast down city streets, and they do a great job with coffee and other stuff for the folks watching, for the spectators. Thank you for city staff who manned all of the concerts in the park. I was only able to make it to one, but it seemed like we had a great turnout as always at those events. So appreciate all of the hard work that especially our park staff puts in. As Councilmember Reynolds mentioned, I do want to applaud the Enough for All Fund. I mentioned this in my, yeah, you can clap for that, yeah. So I mentioned this in my comments a couple of weeks ago about all the various actions that we were seeing communities across Southern California take in response to some of the actions by ICE and the federal government. This is a local church that stepped up in particular. It is enoughforall.com. They launched a similar initiative during COVID where they were probably the foremost organization in the city doing fundraising and providing direct cash to people who needed it when they needed it with very little questions asked. So big fan of the fact that Redemption Church has showed up yet again for our community. Two more things. Yeah. Sorry, I'm not normally the one that has the longest comments up here, so apologies. I did a ride-along for the 7 years I've been elected. I've done a ride-along with PD every single year because I learned something about my city that I didn't know before, or I go down some alley that I didn't know existed, or I hear something, from the officers that's like kind of been bothering them, but maybe not always filtered all the way up to the top. So really, really appreciate Officer Working, spending hours with me, and learned a lot. So that was great. Thank you, Costa Mesa PD. And then last but not least, this was mentioned by a commenter, we need to get the ethics policy back on the agenda. I asked for some very specific things in that ethics policy. I think it's silly that we don't have one. So many of our surrounding cities have very good ones. We need to get that passed if it's the last thing I do while I'm still elected. Thank you.
From District 4, our Mayor Pro Tem, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I have 6 comments. 3 are based on the public comment we received today, and 3 are more congratulations. I first want to start off with the community from Puente Avenue's cul-de-sac. Thank you guys so much for raising those issues to our attention. I am sincerely sorry you're going through these difficulties in your own neighborhood. And I am, like I mentioned in the email I sent Barry, I believe it was. We are going to be looking into this. On my end, on city staff's end, obviously this is a unique situation where the cul-de-sac on the end of Puente has no homes around it, so it almost invites bad activity to occur. So I want us to be creative to see if there's a way we can either give them a permit, circumventing the ordinance, amend the ordinance to allow them to have a permit, or find other creative ways to solve that problem. I think lighting and cleaning are definitely an immediate thing we need to do. But I look forward to following up for you guys to solve this problem. And again, I'm sorry it's happening, but I'm glad you came to us and mentioned it to us, so now we can address it. To Ms. Trejo's point on 980 Valencia Street, this is the second time in 3 weeks she has contacted me with photos showing illegal dumping on the back alley of Valencia Street. It's clear to me that there's some misconnection with either the tenants or the landlord on where their trash should be going. So if we're able to communicate with either the tenant or the landlord on that property, because like I mentioned, this is twice in 3 weeks. It's not very usual for me. Usually when someone mentions legal dumping, it's about once every couple of months, or at the most convenient. So please look into that for that neighborhood. I know it's a big issue for her to bring up to us. Finally, on my last of the 3 public comments, on the tennis center, I do want something more reasonable for the fees. Obviously, I don't want to be so below market, but we should not be trying to price gouge our own residents. And more importantly as well, I don't want to see us lose our community that we have there. I still remember that council meeting when we voted to have the Ball Brothers be the operators, and I've never seen a more packed house until probably today. So to whatever extent we can solve that problem, so residents are facing too high fees, I would greatly appreciate it. Now on the congrats. First of all, I want to give congrats to PD, Fire, and our explorers who are out there every single fair day, making sure that we're having some safe parking across the fairgrounds. It's very, very difficult for the explorers. As you may know, they are usually high school students who are taking a step into policing, learning about the community a different way. And what's great about that program is a lot of those explorers end up becoming our own officers. So one of the reasons why we have a community policing program that works is because a lot of our officers actually come from our community because they come from that Explorer program. So kudos to them, kudos to PD, kudos to Fire for making sure everyone's safe and giving them those chances to grow in leadership. I also want to commend the community in Eastside Costa Mesa for advocating so fiercely for Brentwood Park. I'm happy to see on consent calendar that we're going to be purchasing some playground equipment for them. I've always believed that equity does not just mean supporting folks in certain neighborhoods. Equity means that everyone has the same opportunities and parity when it comes to equipment. And just because a park is a nice part of town doesn't mean the park's always at the best it could be. So I'm really happy for that community to see them advocate and receive this good equipment. I can't wait to hear the stories about kids playing there. And I want to commend again Councilmember Jeff Pettis and former Mayor Pro Tem Jeff Harlan for advocating for that park in their community. And finally, I just want to give a kudos to the NMSUSD school district. They had their community fair this past Saturday at IKEA. I was happy to be there in dual capacities, one with City of Costa Mesa, one with my job. And it was so great to see our community come together to give some families, some needy families, equipment like backpacks, skateboards, free meal, and resources to our community. We are always going to be stronger as a community when we come together. And then one thing I'm going to say, and say more often, is we're only as strong as the weakest link in our community. So to have the school district and IKEA and other nonprofits and partners come together to uplift the youth of our community, that's always great to see. There'll be more opportunities like that coming up in Costa Mesa, specifically on Shalimar. We're having the 4th annual Back to School Fresh at Shalimar Park on August 17th. So if you want to volunteer and help some kids get some backpacks, get some good free haircuts or whatnot, let me know. I'll help you plug you in to volunteer. But like I said, when we invest in our youth, when we invest in our community, great things happen. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you everyone for being here.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody here. Great decorum, right? I think you guys can clap for yourself for great decorum. Keep it up. Keep it up. That's all I can say, and I think we'll be great. So some infrastructure items. I thought that there was an interesting comment about dips on the 405. We can take a look into that. And the 18th Street in Kenwood, Terry mentioned that. It's good to look into that. And then, of course, the folks that talked about Puente, the cul-de-sac. And thank you to Mayor Pro Tem and Sergio for jumping right on those emails. And we should, I'll coordinate with them and we'll do what we need to do to address your issues. Thank you for bringing them to our attention. Items on the consent calendar, consent calendar number 8, which is the resolutions regarding Newport Boulevard. I support that. I do hope it passes, but I just want to let the public know that in addition to the letter that's attached to the staff report, Councilmember Reynolds and I are going to make an in-person presentation of those recommendations to Caltrans. So that's coming up. Brentwood Park, absolutely great advocacy, long time coming. That those, thank you to whoever put in those prior toys that lasted for 30 years, but they're about ready to be changed out after 30 years. And I think, most of the kids who played on those toys have kids of their own now, if not grandkids. So it's really good that they stuck with it. And thank you again to former Mayor Pro Tem Harlan and Councilmember Pettis for getting that over the finish line. Pine Creek, we're making our last payment, I think, to the last vendor on Pine Creek, which was a major project with some OCTA Measure M2 money. And our Public Works Department did a wonderful job. And if you get a chance to look at the before and after picture, it's really astonishing. We've received an award for that, and it's very well deserved. So those are all things on the consent calendar. Thank you to the Parks Department, other departments, the City Manager's Department for putting on the concerts in the park. They were really good this year, and I know the Parks Department took on some extra responsibility over those events, and they're always a favorite. I just never want July to end. So Motor City Madness, Motor Home Madness, Motor City Madness, we're not in Detroit. Motor Home Madness, we had that last week. It's a tremendous event, benefits Chalk. We raised over $41,000 for Chalk. Thank you I participated in the figure eight with some other electeds. That was interesting. I made it through, didn't get hurt, anything like that. We had a number of other members of our public safety team that did, from firefighter paramedic Craig Bates was in the figure eight, as was code enforcement officer and fire protection specialist Luke Singer. And then we had three officers Faye, Bruno, and Gomez, who were in the figure eight. And then just a cast of thousands of staff members who helped us. I mean, our pit crew or whatever that got us over the finish line safely. But the main event of Motor Home Madness is the Demolition Derby. And that was our Chief Dan Stefano. And for the first time, she got Rookie of the Year, Interim Police Chief Joyce LaPointe. And yeah. Their rigs were great. They did the best they could. They smashed some people up, and they got smashed up too. And I think it was great. And really, the fire chief, Chief Stefano, I think he gets some special mention because he was the only fire chief that actually made it out on the track. Huntington Beach and Laguna never made it out on the track. They broke down before they ever got out there. So now you've got Chief Stefano there and three police chiefs. So, good for you, Chief Stefano, and great job, Chief LaPointe. You would have been really proud of them if you didn't see him, and if you did see him, you know what I'm talking about. And it was all for a good cause, Chalk. Oh, I want to mention specifically from my point of view, thank you to the Costa Mesa High School Arts Club and Miss Marchbank's class, who did a great job on the painting of my car. That's up on social media. It was really quite good. And overall, thank you to Southland Towing. They really deserve, they're a towing vendor. They deserve a round of applause for doing this whole thing, for not just our jurisdiction, but for other jurisdictions, Laguna, Newport, Anaheim, Santa Ana, they were all there. Huntington Beach, as I mentioned. So let's give it up for Southland Towing. It was a fun event for a worthy cause, and I'm glad, and thank you to the Costa Mesa participants, everybody who helped out. Now, that's all I have. Now we have a report from City Manager Cecilia Gallardo-Daly.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and the public here tonight. As other council members have mentioned, I wanted to recognize our Economic and Development Services Director, Carrie Ty, and her planning staff for putting on a great open house last Wednesday, July 30th, at the Norma Herzog Community Center to start the public visioning process for planning new housing opportunities in the city. Community members were joined by council members Pettis and Reynolds. The open house was the first in a series of events for Neighborhoods Where We All Belong, the city's coordinated campaign to implement a variety of housing element programs. Those who missed the open house can attend one of the upcoming Neighborhoods Where We All Belong outreach events that'll be occurring this month. The first will be Harbor Boulevard and Newport Boulevard from 6 to 8 on Thursday, August 28th, here at the City Hall Community Room. The second will take place as a walking tour. It's the West Side Walking Tour from 10 a.m. to noon on Saturday, August 23rd, starting at the Costa Mesa Senior Center. We'll also hold another workshop on September 10th, focusing on North Costa Mesa and the Sobeca area. So please visit our website at costamesaneighborhoods.com to learn more about that. The council had requested some information on the tennis center fee discussion that we've heard a lot about from a speaker tonight and in a number of emails that have come through. So I just wanted to make the council aware that the city did receive indirectly a request by the tennis center operator to increase fees. We'll be working with the tennis center operators to confirm their request and prepare an analysis of those fee increases. Fees can't be increased without city review and approval, although it does not require city council approval, but it will require a staff analysis. So we'll be working with the tennis center operators to make sure they're removing any signage related to fee increases until those fee increases have been approved, and making sure there's plenty of lead time and notice to the tennis center users of any impending increases before they go into effect. Thank you.
Thank you to our city manager. Next, we have a report by our city attorney, Ms. Kimberly Hall Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say I'm so excited you're all here tonight. I mean, the audience, of course. I think it's going to be a wonderful meeting, and I look forward to the rest of it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well, we'll see if it actually happens. Okay, so we have the consent calendar now. These are all routine items that are voted in one motion unless they're pulled by a member of the public or staff or a council member. Note that Lauren Gameros, Councilmember Gameros, is recused on consent calendar 3 because Priceless Pets, where his wife works, is included in the warrants. And I'm recused because Ware Disposal and Everett Dory, who provided campaign donations to me, are also in the warrant resolution. So apart from that, do we have a motion on, or do we have anything that's been pulled?
No, Mr. Mayor, I have no request.
Okay, no request to be pulled. Let's have a motion on the consent calendar. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez makes the motion, and Councilmember Reynolds makes the second. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 5-1 with Councilmember Pettis voting no.
Okay, so that's good. So anyhow, now we're going to move on to we have really we have two public hearing items, but one of them will be very brief. Can you read the title for public hearing item number 1?
Thank you. This is Final Environmental Impact Report, General Plan Amendment, Rezone Specific Plan Amendment, Master Plan, Vesting Tenant Old Parcel Map, Density Bonus, and Development Agreement for the Hive Life, a 3-phased 1,050-unit residential development with 3,692 square foot retail component at 3333 Susan Street. The staff recommendation is the City Council continue the open public hearing to the September 2nd, 2025 City Council meeting.
All right, that's fine with me. The public hearing is open. Does anybody want to talk about the continuance? Okay. Okay, we're not closing the public hearing. We're leaving it open. Anyway, so I'm going to make the motion to continue to September 2nd. Councilmember Chavez Mayor Pro Tem Chavez has seconded it. I don't have any comments on my motion. Do you have anything? Okay, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 6-0.
All right, so just like that, we got through our consent calendar and our public hearing number 1. Now, public hearing number 2. Madam Clerk, please read the title.
Okay. This is Mitigated Negative Declaration, General Plan Amendment, rezone, design review, tentative track map number 19334, and density bonus agreement for a 142-unit ownership residential development at 3150 Bear Street, including, this is first reading of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa approving PGPA-24-0002 to rezone a 6.12 acre site to multiple family residential for the property located at 3150 Bear Street, Costa Mesa, California. Staff presentation by Mr. Yeager, Senior Planner.
All right, before you go, Mr. Yeager, let's call for ex-parte communications. I'll go first. I spoke in an in-person meeting with three neighbors in the Olympic neighborhood, and I have spoken a few times on the telephone with Jill Wallace, who represents the applicant. Anybody else?
Yes.
Yes, Councilmember Gameros.
So I spoke with the owner of the property. I spoke with the developer. I spoke with multiple constituents, and I also spoke with the consultant, Jill Wallace.
So, Councilmember Mar.
City Attorney, are we required to disclose conversations with constituents as part of the disclosure? I just don't want to set a precedent here.
No, you don't have to identify them, no.
But do we have to disclose as part of ex parte communications?
You do not. Your disclosure requirement is related to participants in the public hearing item.
Thank you. No.
Mayor Pro Tem.
None, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I have none.
Councilmember Pettis.
Yes, I met with Jill Wallace, the consultant, briefly, meet and greet, get to know you, about 30 minutes.
Got it. Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Yeager, you got the floor.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stevens and the rest of council. The project before you tonight is the 142-unit project at 3150 Bear Street. So this project site, it is bound by the 405 freeway to the north with South Coast Plaza and Metro Point north of the freeway. It's also bounded by single-family residents to the east, south, and Schiffer Park to the west across Bear Street. Schiffer Park is also surrounded by other single-family neighborhoods. There is one commercial property at the very southwestern corner of the property as well. The project site, it is within the Measure K corridor, which exempts it from the requirements of Measure Y. The project includes 142 residential ownership units, and this does include 7 very low income units. This also includes 20 single-family dwellings along the southern and eastern property lines. The remainder of the dwellings, it's 122 townhomes more towards the center and western portion of the project site. The project includes 93,500 square feet of on-site open space with 13,000 square feet of off-site open space as well within an existing maintenance agreement along Bear Street. The project does propose a new signalized intersection at the entrance to the community. Just for some background, the project was initially heard by the City Council back in September of last year for a general plan amendment screening. And at that point, City Council provided feedback relating to the orientation of the buildings on site, the lack of sidewalks, and also there was some discussion about improvements to Schiffer Park. Since then, the applicants have updated their plans to address this feedback, including reorienting some of the dwellings, adding sidewalks everywhere. The project, it was heard by the Airport Land Use Commission on July 17th, and they determined that the project is consistent with the airport environment's land use plan. The project includes a variety of applications, a general plan amendment, a zone change, design review, tentative track map, density bonus, and a mitigated negative declaration. All of these applications together would result in the project that's before you tonight. As part of the general plan amendment, the project site, which is currently identified as a general commercial land use designation, it would be modified to a high-density residential land use designation. The general commercial designation doesn't permit residential uses, so the new land use designation, it would be required to allow for the residential project. The project also includes a rezone, which would replace the site's administrative professional zoning district with multiple family residential. Again, the AP zone doesn't support residential uses, so the R3 zoning would facilitate the project. The Planning Commission heard the project at its July 14th Planning Commission meeting. Variety of comments were received. The comments focused on concerns about vehicle parking and overflow into surrounding neighborhoods. There was concern about density and scale of the project. There were also comments relating to traffic, safety, and various community impacts. And there was opposition to the proposed pedestrian gate at Olympic Boulevard or Avenue. The Planning Commission did vote 5-0 to recommend that the City Council approve the project with the findings that it addresses the housing crisis, it provides home ownership opportunities in the city, and that it exudes good design and land use. So the design review application, it is required for any residential construction in the R3 zone. The rendering on the screen here shows the project entrance. Going from left to right, you can see the proposed 4-story townhomes, and then to the right of that is the project entrance with the new intersection in front on Bear Street. Moving further right are the proposed single-family residences, and then further right behind them are the existing Lifestyles community residences. Along the south and east property lines, adjacent to the existing single-family residences are 20 proposed single-family residences. There's 2 specific plan types, and they include craftsman and farmhouse architectural elements. They are all proposed to include an attached 2-car garage with ground floor living space and bedrooms above. Each unit would have its own private open space in the form of private backyards. And the architecture includes various materials, including stucco, stone veneer, wood-like siding, flat roof tiles, and traditional window and door patterns. Each of these units is proposed to be 2 stories with a maximum of 27 feet, which complies with the development standards. The remainder of the units, 122, are proposed to be spread across 8 4-story buildings with a maximum height of 52 feet. The townhome component, it is approximately 120 feet away from the closest existing residential unit. The townhomes include modern craftsman architectural elements, including gabled roof lines, dormer accents, and each building includes a combination of board and batten siding, multicolored stucco, and the use of other architectural elements like wooden trellis-style structures, integrated balconies. As part of the project, traffic and circulation was reviewed. The project entrance, it is generally in the same location as the existing entrance to 3150 Bear, just shifted slightly. And a trip generation memo was prepared for the project. The memo identified that the project would generate less than 50 peak hour trips over the existing development, so no traffic impact analysis was required. Traffic fees will be assessed as part of the project, and those would be assessed at the time that building permits are pulled. The project proposes pedestrian access and connectivity throughout the site on all of the various sidewalks. Also proposed a gate at Olympic Avenue. The applicants Meritage have provided an email that they are amenable to removing the pedestrian gate at Olympic Avenue in response to the neighbor concerns. The signalized intersection, it is the signalized intersection, it is proposed to be at the project entrance. It would include a crosswalk, which would allow for pedestrians to safely cross the street to access Schiffer Park or the other side of the street. Open space is provided throughout the site, including approximately 93,000 square feet. And this includes 13,278 square feet of, or excuse me, that does not include 13,278 square feet of additional open space, which is in the existing maintenance agreement area in the public right-of-way along Bear Street. And that area is shown in the red image on the bottom. Approximately 10,000 square feet of the open space, it is proposed as a tot lot and barbecue area. This is within the townhome component, and that's shown on the blue images on the screen. Every single unit, it does have its own private balcony space or private yard. Regarding Schiffer Park, the project is subject to parkland impact fees, so those would be assessed on the project at the time of building permit issuance. Again, the intersection, it is proposed to increase pedestrian safety crossing Bear Street to Schiffer Park. As noted, the pedestrian access from the adjacent neighborhood would have been through the gate, but yeah, that's been removed. The applicants have proposed a $250,000 one-time community benefit payment to the city for Schiffer Park improvements. New landscaping is proposed throughout the project, including 186 trees. The slope along Bear Street, it is proposed to retain the majority of the trees. There's 29 which are proposed to be retained. In addition to the 186 proposed trees, additional backyard trees are proposed in the single-family dwelling units, which would provide screening to the existing neighbors. All the landscape, it would comply with WELO requirements, which requires drought-tolerant shrubs and plants. In addition, the private driveways, each garage is flanked by landscaping to soften the appearance of those driveways. Additional planting is proposed between the freeway and the dwellings as well. The project is requesting a density bonus. The base zoning for the R3 lot would allow for 122 dwelling units. The applicant is proposing that 7 of these units be very low income, which allows them to receive a 20% density bonus per the state law. The project would be eligible to provide 147 units. However, it is only proposing 142 units. The applicants are requesting waivers to 6 development standards, maximum building height to exceed the building height for the townhome components, front setbacks, again for the townhome components and kind of the jogged front property line along Bear. Landscape parkways, in lieu of providing the landscape parkways, they have provided sidewalks as requested. The open space percentage is a little bit lower than what's required by the code. The individual dwelling unit, so the single family units, the minimum lot size for those is also reduced slightly. The final standard request for a waiver is a side-by-side unit, which the code just basically specifies that the side-by-side unit should not exceed a certain amount of units. Waivers, these are meant to provide deviations to the code so that the number of units allowed by the density bonus application can actually be constructed on the lot. One concession is also being requested. That concession, it is to allow for a detached unit second-story design, which is not compliant with the design guidelines. The design guidelines calls for additional articulation and variation. However, a concession, it is meant to reduce the cost of projects. That additional cost of providing the articulation and variation, it would increase the cost of the project, potentially reducing the number of units on site. The project, it did include an initial study and mitigated negative declaration. This is an informational document that examines the environmental impacts of the project, and it focuses on the changes of the existing environment and what would result from the proposed project. It was made available for public comment from May 1st until May 31st. And comments were received from the Department of Transportation, the Department of Toxic Substance Control, and one resident. Mitigation measures have been included as conditions of approval related to geology and soil, cultural resources, transportation, hazards and hazardous materials, and tribal cultural resources. And one response to the comments was provided. So with that, the Planning Commission recommends that City Council adopt the Mitigated Negative Declaration and Mitigation Monitoring Reporting Program and adopt a resolution approving the General Plan Amendment, Design Review, Tentative Tract Map, and Density Bonus, and finally, to give the first reading to the ordinance to rezone the site to multiple family residential. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions, and the Meritage team has also prepared a brief presentation.
Well, good. Thank you. Good job, Mr. Yeager. Great job. Great presentation. So let's hear from the applicants team on their presentation, and then for the information of the applicant, what happens is we'll give you the floor. I got to give you your mic. We'll give you the floor, and then we'll hear from the public, or the council can ask you all questions, staff, before we open it up to the public. And then when the public's done speaking, you'll have a time to rebut anything was said by the public that you wish to rebut. You don't have to repeat anything. Okay? Now, so go right ahead, and then if we have any questions, we'll ask either staff or the applicant.
Okay,
you have
great.
the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and good evening, council members. My name is Vanessa Scheidel. I'm with Meritage Homes, and I'll be presenting a little bit, since Chris went over the project, all the project details. I'll be more so telling you about Meritage, us as a company, to avoid a repetitive presentation. I would like to thank staff first for all of their work through this process. Staff provided very thoughtful feedback for us throughout the project to ensure we brought forth an appropriate project for the site. We met with planning and engineering, public works, city fire at the project site once, if not twice, to go over project details and walk the site to better understand what was being proposed. So Meritage Homes, we're a publicly traded home builder. We're the 5th largest home builder in the nation based on closings in 2024. We have a 40-year history built, and we've built nearly 200,000 homes. Our Southern California division is based out of here in Irvine, and we are very active throughout coastal Southern California and the Inland Empire area. Operationally, we focus on market rate homes specifically designed for first-time home buyers. We are known for being triple certified through the EPA, and we're a leader in energy efficiency, and we've built more than 142,000 Energy Star certified homes since 2009. In 2010, we became the first national home builder to have all of our homes Energy Star certified. Our homes exceed state's energy efficiency requirements because of our spray foam attics, which also help with interior noise and fire resistance. We are also WaterSense certified, and it goes hand in hand with our energy efficiency. In 2020, we became the first national home builder to become Indoor Air Plus qualified as well, which means that the indoor air quality of our homes meets or exceeds the EPA's standards of excellence. Meritage Homes is an 11-time recipient of the EPA's Energy Star Partner of the Year, which I just discussed, and then also we've received numerous awards for customer service. In 2024, this last year was the 12th year that Meritage Homes was recognized by Avid Awards, which is a third-party customer satisfaction surveyor. And more than a developer, Meritage Homes is a home builder, seeing the project through from entitlements, construction, completion, home sales, HOA startup, and beginning of HOA management, as well as buyer customer satisfaction follow-up surveys. So we take pride from start to finish of our products. This slide shows an exhibit of missing middle housing, which is what we operationally focus on. Missing middle housing is higher density to spread expensive land and development costs across more homes, thereby reducing the price. Our homes are attainable to middle-income households, including teachers, police, and public employees, nurses, and all of the folks who provide services critical to a well-functioning community and a high quality of life. The homes are market rate to allow full benefits of building equity to move up in the market and make room for the next generation of home buyers. The intent of infill housing is to blend into the existing area through compatible design while supporting walkability and the economic viability of nearby businesses. The project presented is proposing a variety of home types and plans to accommodate a range of buyers, including first-time home buyers. This next slide shows, the top 2 slides here are renderings of the proposed Bear Street site for the 4-story stacked flats, and underneath the bottom 2 photos are final products of Meritage developments. In Orange County, Meritage Homes has completed construction of 3-story townhomes in the neighboring cities of Irvine and Huntington Beach, and we will be starting construction of 3-story townhomes in Anaheim, Santa Ana, and Tustin. The 4-story stacked flats, although is a newer project for Meritage, it is also proposed in Anaheim and West Covina currently. We are very familiar with the Orange County market and have studied the 4-story product for entry-level market demand. The stacked flats are designed to offer a middle ground between apartments and traditional row house-style townhomes to provide a greater affordability and opportunity for first-time home buyers. From a design perspective, the proposed stacked flat buildings have been thoughtfully designed to reduce massing by including balconies, cantilevers, varying roof form, and other horizontal massing breaks. Similar to the previous slide, the top slide here, again, is a rendering of the proposed detached single-family homes at the 3150 Bear Street site, and the bottom 2 photos are final products of Meritage construction of detached single-family homes. We've constructed such homes in Temecula, Menifee, West Covina, Ontario, and other cities throughout Southern California. Lastly, I just want to say that we held 2 community meetings at the project site back in March, I believe March 23rd and 24th. The Sunday meeting was held on an early afternoon, and the Monday meeting was held in the evening to hopefully offer the community with 2 options. We were able to speak with surrounding neighbors about their concerns and questions, and we also had the opportunity to speak with some neighbors who had interest in purchasing of future homes. Finally, Meritage Homes believes that housing proposed by this new community delivers the type of missing middle for sale housing that is needed in the city to offer the benefits of home ownership to existing and future Costa Mesa residents. Thank you very much, and I'm available for questions.
Council, do any of you have questions for the applicant or staff on this item? No? Okay.
Of course.
Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Reynolds.
Thank you. I've got some notes here. So, I think these questions will be for staff, primarily, in no particular order. So, if you can actually go to the first slide of this presentation, I think that was the same as the first slide, just the frontage of the entrance. Yeah. Okay. So the generally looks beautiful, but when I see that entrance intersection, immediately think there can be a safer design for pedestrian crossing across the front. Those are some really wide turns, and I'm concerned if those turns are happening at speed, it can create, dangerous situations similar to what we heard some examples of earlier tonight for pedestrians or people on bike, and I'm expecting families here. So what is what we're looking at here, the final design, or what is the process in terms of final design for pedestrian infrastructure in terms of both the crossing at Bear and the entrance to the site?
Great question. So the rendering shown, it's a rendering. It's not always going to be 100% accurate. The plan that you have in front of you here shows the plan as proposed. So you can see there's the ramp down to the crosswalk. It would cross across, and then it would be accessible to the new crosswalk crossing Bear Street. This has been reviewed by the Public Works and Engineering Department. However, the final design, it would be reviewed as part of the building permit submittal.
Okay, so, and I know this is details. I guess I wish I had a conversation about this before the meeting, apologies, but are opportunities to like tighten those curbs, to consider a pedestrian island at the crossing, to look at, I'm looking at the, oh my gosh, what do you call them? The curb cuts, right? So we heard about a mom this morning walking with her baby. So if there's a woman or dad pushing a child in a stroller, like we're dumping them out into the middle of the intersection instead of the directional curb cuts. I had thought that we had elevated our standards on pedestrian infrastructure through the pedestrian master plan. Are those details that would need to be sorted out tonight, or are those details that can be sorted out in the design review?
It can be sorted out as part of the building permit process.
Okay.
If you provide direction, we can.
Okay, and that direction would need to be emphasize pedestrian safety consistent with our pedestrian master plan? Would that be sufficient, or would you want more detail?
I think that'd be sufficient.
Okay. Thank you. In general, and we saw I think the applicant did this, or maybe staff, you did this for the RUCA project a few months ago. I think it'd be really helpful as we think about, especially larger housing developments in the city, kind of like a proximity map, right? So if someone's moving into these homes, what is the route to the nearest elementary school, the nearest middle school, the nearest high school? What is the route to the nearest coffee shop, grocery store, standard amenities like that? When I sort of try to do that on my own, thinking about how you move from this site, especially on foot or on bike, but also by vehicle, I am a little bit concerned. The design of that crossing is going to be very important. Coming out of that site is going to be very important. It also struck me that to get most places interesting, these residents are going to have to pass through the intersection of Bear and the 73 on-ramps and off-ramps. Probably not part of this project, but I just want to flag it for our public works and transportation teams. That's a really difficult intersection. Okay, we got a lot of questions about parking challenges and concerns about the pedestrian gate. I remember when this project came through general plan screening, there was some discussion about the pedestrian gate as a really nice opportunity and amenity, both for residents to have easier access to this park, existing residents to have easier access to this park, but also for new residents to have a safer way to get to some of the amenities over on Bristol, which is a place where you don't have to go through the 73 on-ramps and off-ramps. I read all of the comments and I watched the Planning Commission meeting, so I heard those concerns about parking, and I know staff has thought about this. So can you, staff, can you talk about some of the opportunities for like access control on a pedestrian gate if it was there, and what other ways we can mitigate some of the parking concerns? I'm specifically interested in what responsibilities an HOA might have in terms of ensuring people are parking on site. And then I will have a question for the applicant afterwards in terms of what they're seeing in terms of parking ratios. On other projects we've had, the average vehicles per family or cars per family we've noticed has gone down. So I'm curious what data you've seen in your projects too.
Great, so I'll start by addressing the proposed gates. Meritage indicated that if the gate was installed, a timed lock would be installed on it, which would basically stop anybody from going in or out during the hours that Shipper Park is closed. So basically the gate would be open from sunrise to sunset, and that changes depending on the time of year. The conditions of approval for the project do require that CC&Rs be established, and as part of this condition, the homeowners association would have to manage parking and contract with the towing service to enforce parking. They would also be required to require residents to park their vehicles in the garage spaces for each unit, and that storage of other items can only be permitted if vehicles can also be placed in the garages. And then that the CC&Rs would contain a notice that the open parking, it is for guests only visiting the site. And that the CC&Rs the Maintenance Association or Homeowners Association would be required to submit an annual affidavit to the city certifying that the garages are used for vehicle parking by the residences, that the vehicles are, or that the parking areas in the garage are not obstructing any storage items, and that the residents would have to consent to voluntary inspections of the garage to verify that the parking is being used accordingly.
So if there were complaints from an adjacent neighborhood about excessive parking that they believe to be residents of this new development, that could trigger some follow-up to related to those conditions, like the garage inspections, for example.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. And then we'll come to the applicant on the parking question. I'm going to add to that. I did read that any bike parking would need to happen inside the garages, I believe, or homes. Is there any bike parking for guests planned on the site, or is that something that you would see a challenge adding?
We do not currently have any bicycle parking on the site included as an amenity. We are not necessarily opposed to it. That's something that we can further discuss. As far as the garages that we have, the tandem garages, are about 11 by almost 43 deep, 43 feet deep, and then also just over 10 by, again, 43.8 deep. So there's ample room for both 2 cars and 3 trash bins and storage. Some of our other units that have been built to date have overhead storage, rafters as such, for additional storage as well. So that's also an option to keep bikes inside. And then as far as the parking goes, so the parking required at the site, I'm sure you already saw in Chris's presentation, so 236 spaces required. The project is proposing 319 spaces, so it would be, we would be overparked. We're also including 35 guest spaces, so that's about 0.25 guest parking spaces per unit.
It's 2.5?
Correct.
And is what do
Sorry,
you
0.25.
Guest parking?
Guest
In
parking.
terms of the permanent or sort of owner parking, what is the ratio?
The owner parking, so every single unit, all 142 units each have their own 2-car garage. And like Chris said, the CCNRs, the HOA, it would be made clear that garage inspections would occur. That's what we do on all of our other HOA communities. Additionally, in the beginning through the process, our sales counselors make it very clear that 2-car garages are provided as part of the unit, and that's what would need to be satisfied.
And how do the parking ratios compare to your other communities?
This is what we are providing in all of our
okay.
other, yeah.
And they're parked?
Correct,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Last question, maybe for staff, and then the applicant can weigh in on. Do the conditions preclude any of the trees being fruit trees?
The conditions do not, but if that's something you'd like to see in there, it could be easily added.
Thanks.
Any other questions by council?
Oh, I'm sorry, there's one other thing. This is something we talked about at the RUCA site as well. Some of these sites, some of the sites that are being redeveloped for housing in the city are not particularly interesting as is. Some are. RUCA, sort of a historic site, it had some really interesting art on it. This site, obviously a very interesting site. This is something that I hope that we build into our arts and culture master plan in the future, but it'd be really nice to think about ways to incorporate a little bit of the site history there, whether it's just sort of a plaque with an image of what the building is, but just talking about the site history. I don't know if that's something that you've considered. It doesn't need to be, fancy, but I hope it's something that you would consider adding.
Yeah, absolutely. We've actually talked to a couple of different community groups, and they have some input on how to memorialize the site, so maybe street names or whatever it may be. So yes, we're open to that.
Great. Okay, thank you.
I do.
Okay, Councilmember Gameros?
So I want to talk about the signal and the crosswalk. So can you explain, or can someone explain diagrammatically here, for one, the distance from the driveway of the new development at 3150 Bear and the existing development at the Lifestyles? I don't know what the address to the entry there is, but I know that those are detached. So there's a constituent concern that their exits are going to be blocked, and I just want to try and address these concerns. If you have a way of showing us how we're going to mitigate the traffic impacts there. I know that there's also a dental and office and some other stuff, or not dental, but eye doctors. So where are the vehicles stopping? Is there going to be a no blocking, and how does that work? I know that Raja and I kind of spoke to that. I want to make sure that the constituents that are here have the ability to see what we're doing with that. So whoever wants to take control.
So I'll start here, but I'll also invite Transportation Manager Paul Martin to come up to address this. The proposed entrance here, it's approximately 300 feet from the Lifestyles development entrance. And in between that 300 feet is the office building, which does have 2 driveways as well. Regarding everything else, I would defer to Mr. Martin.
Okay, so then my question would be from the signal at 3150 Bear, you have 300 feet to the driveway at the Lifestyles. Is there going to be something that prevents blockage of that exit? Let's say the light turns red and the people at the Lifestyles want to leave. Are they going to be able to exit their community? Or I know 300 feet is a really long distance, and there's a lot of lanes there, and that's quite a few cars, but I just want to make sure that we can address this now and get rid of any concerns that anybody has.
I just looked as well. The Lifestyles community, it does have Keep Clear painted in front on the northbound Bear Street. So drivers should not be parking or waiting in that area.
Paint is like cones. It doesn't stop vehicles. So what methods are we able to employ that would help to prevent such a thing? And whoever wants to speak to it, please do.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Councilmember Camaros. Again, I'm Paul Martin, the Transportation Services Manager. The proposed project does propose the traffic signal about 350 feet north of the Lifestyles driveway that accesses Bear. The project will not construct a raised median that would somehow prevent access. Motorists would still be able to access Lifestyles by turning southbound left from Bear into the driveway into that community, or for example, westbound left out of the community to be able to make full left turns as well as right turns in or out to proceed up Bear. So the project won't impact that. There are traffic signals to the south at Paularino, and then this proposed one at the new project access. So we would look to coordinate those 2 signals, but when the lights go red, generally that would provide a good gap for motorists in the Lifestyles neighborhood to be able to turn out onto Bear.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
That's all I have.
Do any other council members have comments? If not, we can open it up to the public. Public, who wish to be heard. 3 minutes, talk about this item. We'll go to the people in the chambers first, and then we'll go to Zoom. Yes,
Hi, my name's Dudley Johnson.
for a second. I just want to make sure that there's order here and people can hear you. People are kind of moving up. Okay, everybody. Some people are leaving. Let's just wait. All right. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Yes, thanks. My name is Dudley Johnson. I'm on the Schiffer Park side. The neighborhood that I live in surrounds the park. I recently attended the presentation at the Herzog thing, and the videos there were very good. Staff has indicated that they're very committed to forward thinking, but also protecting the existing neighborhoods. And so that's my emphasis, is whether or not we all are focused on protecting the existing neighborhood as well as approving a way to add more housing. And that was mentioned in 2 different videos at that presentation, so apparently it is being taken by staff. So I just want to make sure the City Council is equally as committed. The report by Chris Yeager is excellent. It's very detailed, extremely detailed. The 2 areas that I'm concerned about are, of course, the parking and then the effect of the parking on existing neighborhoods. The report indicates that there's 319 spaces, which more than exceeds the requirements, which is fine. But 244 of those are tandem. I'm trying to imagine what life would be like in a tandem garage. You know, car number 1's in front, car number 2's behind, car number 1 needs to leave, but car number 2 is still there. And car number 2, the husband has gone off on a walk and the keys are in his pocket and the wife is trying to, you know, get out. So just the logistics of living with a tandem garage would have to be very challenging. The other thing that strikes me is I tend to kind of focus a little bit on not just how many spaces, but how many bedrooms, because the bedrooms are going to have people that drive. If there's 284 garage spaces and 142 of those are occupied by a couple that both have cars, that leaves another 262 bedrooms that have no parking for cars or bikes. That's a significant amount. This project apparently does have room for the 3 waste cart plan. There'll be apparently room in the garage. How about golf clubs, exercise equipment, a couple of washer and dryers here and there, maybe some refrigerators. But the other thing is what Ms. Reynolds mentioned was the electric bikes. Where are we going to put all those electric bikes? They take up a lot of room. So I'm concerned about the parking. As to protecting the existing neighborhoods, one of the proposals for that 200.
That's your time, sir. Yes. Yes, Jay, you have the floor.
Good evening again. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. As most of you know, I'm a proponent of ownership property in Costa Mesa, and with our RHNA and what have you, ownership property obviously becomes a priority, trying to flip our abnormal balance that is completely backwards to the county. So I look forward to that process. However, we've just had a comment about parking, and I would recommend that no matter what you do not allow a pedestrian gate into the neighborhood over to Limpy side.
Excuse me for a second. Excuse me, Jay. Let's pause this time, right? Don't clap when he's done. Okay, go ahead.
No matter what happens with the type of parking that's in tandem garages, et cetera, you're going to have people who are going to park in the neighborhoods. It's going to happen, period, if they have that access, all from dawn to dusk. They're going to go to work, they're going to come back, they're going to park the things they want in their house, at their house, and they'll park their car to go to work in the neighborhood. 2, we have a crosswalk, which I think is an excellent idea. I have no problem with that, except when cars are coming out of South Coast Plaza, blowing over the top of that bridge and ignoring the world around them as they go screaming along. Are you going to require a warning, a crosswalk ahead warning signal system that's timed to work with the crosswalk like we have on Placentia, so that in fact people coming over that bridge get a warning that there's going to be in fact a signal coming up and they should be aware of it. Something to actively protect families walking across the street when a guy comes over the bridge doesn't even know there's a signal going on there. My last comment, because this is part of the redevelopment, part of the rezoning area, what I was going to say earlier was that while we have these outreach programs and what have you from people to come and talk, one of the best ways to do that is in a town hall meeting format that allows the public to talk and everybody at the meeting hears what everybody else at the meeting is saying, so that in fact it triggers their own ideas to make better choices and better ideas for the best outcome possible of information to the staff, to give that staff the best choices to be able to make the best plan for you guys to approve. So a town hall meeting, while it's a little bit more cumbersome, it gets you the best possible information because everybody hears everything. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jay. Yes, sir.
Hi, John Fraser, longtime homeowner, Costa Mesa resident since 1992, proud citizen of Costa Mesa, live in an amazing neighborhood tucked between Bear and Bristol and between Paularino and the 405. It's a great little neighborhood and I'm very proud to be a part of it. But if you look at our area, these homes were built in the mid-60s, and what's happened to our area is a far departure, I'm sure, from the original city planners. We have from Bear Street to Bristol Street, there is side-by-side apartments, condos, townhomes, all the way through that, adding to the congestion and traffic. We have 5 traffic lights between Baker and Metro. With this proposed light, we'll have 5 traffic lights. I propose that they just turn right out of their driveway. This is, you know, there's so much compaction in our area. It's a great area, but we've already pushed 10 pounds of sand into a 5-pound bag. And now with this development, we're trying to push another 5 pounds of sand into it in an area that's already congested. I'm sorry, this light that they're proposing is really just that they say is access to the park. You know, the corner of Bear and Paularino or Bear and Metro isn't that far away that they can't make their way to the park. And this is really only gives them access to our neighbors on the Yukon side of Bear, which they're already faced with challenges in that neighborhood. So I would ask you to not allow for the rezoning of this. This is just asking too much of our neighborhood. You're imposing, for the convenience of this new neighborhood, you're imposing an inconvenience on our current neighbors, homeowners, residents. So anyways, thank you very much for your time.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening again. The agenda report states in the findings, quote, "The proposed rezone is consistent with the zoning code and the general plan and any applicable specific plan." But the rezoning of this property is not consistent with the general plan. From the land use element, the city seeks to establish and maintain an orderly pattern of development in the city, promote consistency with standards for residential density and non-residential building intensity for existing and future development, provide open space, park areas, public spaces where residents can enjoy passive and active recreational pursuits. What we have here is a project that is just spot zoning. The parcel was put on the Measure K map at the request of a city councilman per an ask by the property owner. Was that in exchange for anything? Any quid pro quo? I gotta ask.
Hold on.
Here we have a
Brown Act council member, let her speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's my time, not yours. Again, from the land use element, objective LU1A, establish and maintain a balance of land uses throughout the community to preserve the residential character of the city at a level no greater than can be supported by the infrastructure. This project offers a pittance in community benefits and will put pressure on an already stressed, soon to become more stressed, streets in this area. Are you unaware of the humongous projects coming to Santa Ana? The city of Santa Ana is directing construction traffic onto the 405 and the 73 using Bear and Bristol because it's not going to allow construction traffic in its existing neighborhoods. And guess what? We're not getting any traffic impact fees because City of Costa Mesa didn't ask for any. However, the most egregious element is the taking of city land. The Parkway Strip next to Bear, which is public land, will be converted to the exclusive use in perpetuity of the residents of the project without paying a cent to the city. Because the project is lapping an open space, developer needs that city land and then has to make the park across the street more appealing to the residents. We would be better off getting in lieu fees for the affordable housing, but the city adopted a weak IHO. We get little income from this property, less density, more open space would generate more income as the stacked flats, they're not townhomes, are likely to become rentals, reducing the turnover that would elevate property tax collections. The intersection design needs to be approved by the Active Transportation Committee. This project needs to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Warren Franklin, longtime resident. I agree with everything that was just said. I guess my concern is that hasn't been taken into consideration the size of the project. She was just mentioning over on South Coast, it's like well over 1,000 units being put in there, and it's going to be funneled into Bear Street, where we already have too many lights between that section. And the design of the place, I guess I've been hearing that it's for new families or people being first-time buyers and stuff. That's all great when you have little kids, but they become big kids, and then you've got kids that want their car too, and the density issue with what you're looking at is even compounded more. So I think this is something that hasn't been talked about enough, at least amongst yourselves, to decrease the impact of that kind of density. And I guess I'm wondering as well, are these going to be able to be subletted out by the people that buy any of these apartments? Are they going to be able to sublet that out to somebody else at some point? And it's just a big mystery as far as who's going to be living next to you. But my main concern is the density issue, because it's already packed, and the light being put in there is going to be a treacherous light, to navigate, on top of having more people crossing there. So that's really all I had to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I guess I would like to respectfully request that council reduces the density in this development, because as earlier members of the public on Puente, the cul-de-sac, pointed out, the density on Governor Drive is causing severe negative impacts in that neighborhood. And so by approving this project, we would just be creating a bigger problem on a bigger scale than that's already happening on Puente Drive. Similarly, earlier, a member of the public pointed out in Mendoza that the density in Mendoza is causing a lot of negative impacts in their neighborhood too. And so for the same reason, approving this kind of a project would also create just the same problem, but on a grander scale, impacting more people than those two streets. And so I guess basically I'm kind of just asking council to please reject the Meritage Homes entire application as it is right now, including the mitigated negative declaration, the general plan amendment, rezoning, tentative tract map, density bonus, for the following reason, just because 142 units is too dense of a population for this area. Well, I guess and no one's brought this one up, but actually the area around the development site for a few miles is expansive soil. And so the foundations are like easily affected. And so doing this like heavy construction would impact that expansive soil in their area and then affect the foundations, the framework of the surrounding neighborhoods, which is not appropriate for, you know, existing people, residents, apartment dwellers, et cetera. I guess there'll be negative impacts for the new traffic light from the, I guess the turn lanes on the Bear Street because Meritage is requesting its own stoplight and its own turn lanes, even though, you know, Lifestyles doesn't have their own private stoplight, turn line, the business complex doesn't have its own, but they're requesting their own, and that would just create more congestion, more traffic in their area, impacting the existing neighborhoods, businesses. And similarly, the crosswalk to Schiffer Park, if it's not synced properly with the other streets, it will just continue to increase traffic on there too. Because as Councilmember Reynolds has noted, the 73 on-ramp area is horrendous traffic, and so just adding more crosswalks, traffic lights will increase traffic there even further. Other members of the public have mentioned this, and so just reiterating, we would really appreciate not having a gate on Olympic Avenue, just because that would basically turn the neighborhood around Olympic, Trinity, Canadian, et cetera, into public parking for the Meritage, which only benefits Meritage, not the surrounding neighborhood. And there's also the similar concern with the crosswalk across to Schiffer Park, and that turning the neighborhood across and around Schiffer Park into public parking that only benefits Meritage and not members of the public, and as the other members have stated, yeah. And so basically council should think of the public and not the, I guess, the Meritage or the wealthy landowner to cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Valerie Stokes, and I live on the other end of Olympic Avenue on Yellowstone Drive with my husband, my dog, and my 4-year-old son. I'm here representing my family, along with 17 other young families in our neighborhood, to strongly oppose the proposed pedestrian gate connecting the new development to Olympic. And I have 3 main reasons that I want to go through today. First reason, being safety for our children due to the increased foot traffic and just traffic in general. The second being parking and traffic. It's already very limited, and we're already finding it very dangerous for our children to be crossing the streets with no speed bumps along with no stop signs. And then third, I'm concerned about long-term home value decline. So to paint the picture about our neighborhood, it is a tight-knit, quiet, safe, and family-oriented community. To give you a sense of what our community is like, we have regular play dates with our children. We walk to each other's homes. The kids play at Schiffer Park. And just last month, we had a neighborhood bike parade for the 4th of July where the children got to bike around the neighborhood. My son is 4 now, but soon he'll be walking or riding to his friends' houses on his own. I don't want to have to worry if he's going to make it there safely. This gate would bring significant foot traffic into our quiet, safe neighborhood and threaten the, sorry, my technology just decided to stop working. Okay, threaten the sense of security we've worked hard to build. There's no justification or benefit for it, and our small community shouldn't have to suffer to become a back entrance for this complex. Number 2, we've already raised concerns about parking in our own neighborhood, and now we even have permit parking on Trinity due to the high volume of cars from outside of the community. This will increase drastically with this development. There are already no spots on Yellowstone as it is. Additionally, cars are speeding through the streets, and the city has already denied our request for stop signs or speed bumps to combat this and keep our kids safe. The development plans do not show enough parking based on the designs that I saw, as well as what our previous residents brought up as well. And then lastly, it's not cheap to live here, right? I mean, we scrimped and saved to purchase our first home here, and now we run the risk of our home value declining due to this open gate. This is not what we signed up for when we bought the house. I respectfully ask you to remove the gate from the plan, and please help protect our children's safety and preserve the character of our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council, Mayor Stevens. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg, and I'm with the advocacy organization People for Housing Orange County. And I'm here to enthusiastically support this project and to remind you of the slide that was in the applicant's slide deck where she showed the missing middle housing. This project is housing for the next generation. And to refer to the previous commenter's invocation of the nostalgia of children riding bicycles and new families coming and walking to each other's homes, there is absolutely no reason to think that this community will not be that for those future residents. There's no reason to think that this new community will not be a new neighborhood for other young families who want to scrimp and save and call Costa Mesa their home. No reason. Gate, no gate, I don't care. This is housing for the future, and you are obligated. You told HCD in your housing element, you made this site one of your opportunity sites. You told HCD with the passage of Measure K that you would make room. And now you have a real project before you. You have a real opportunity to make good on that promise. For the future of Costa Mesa, I ask you to please bring this new home ownership opportunity forward for the sake of the children of the people who are here telling you, shouting it down, where are their children supposed to live? You know, and the comments about, oh, people shouldn't live with a tandem garage. That's their opinion. If they don't want to live with a tandem garage, then they don't have to buy a house in this neighborhood. Choice is a beautiful thing. I urge you, I commend you for the work that you've done to get your housing element in order, to put Measure K on the ballot, to get to this point, pass this project.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. My name is Tom Devlin, and I live in the neighborhood adjacent to this project. And in regards to the gate, it would be open for about sunrise to sunset. In the summer, that's about 16 hours a day. So that's not really preventing much traffic there. Was it Councilman Reynolds? You mentioned a reactive way of solving the parking problem. We would simply have to contact the HOA, and magically they would go to 150 homes, inspect the garages. I don't think that's very sensible. I think a proactive way of keeping the gate locked would be a much better solution. Let's see. Also, when you walk from Trinity Broadcasting right now, you do not have to cross any freeways to get to Bristol Street, whether you go north or whether you go south. So that's not really an issue. Also, let's see, I'd like to consider what's going to happen to Schaefer Park. Will it just become the overflow parking for this project? I mean, there's nothing in the plan that would keep people from parking in Schaefer Park, and it would just fill up. It would be constantly full. And then the estimate on 50 trips a day, if you have 140 homes, 280 cars, and everybody has to work in order to afford housing in this area, that's way more than 50 trips a day. So I'm not sure how you calculate that. Most people work 8 to 5, so they're going to be leaving them within about the same hour. I want to thank you for your time, and please consider closing the gate. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Yes, Jen, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Council and staff.
My name's Jen Tanaka. I'm a resident of Costa Mesa. I own my home in East Side, so I'm not a neighbor to this development. I just want to make a few observations, and I'll be brief. First of all, I actually agree with Cynthia in a number of her comments, Cynthia McDonald, who spoke before me. I agree, this is spot zoning. It is inconsistent with our general plan, and that's because we've dragged our feet for 2 years to do the Measure K rezoning. This was a serious mistake made by the prior management, and the costs of this mistake are now coming home to roost, and you can see that tonight. I think it's pretty clear that parking is going to be a persistent issue with the Measure K effort overall, and the city needs to come up with a comprehensive plan with respect to it, and that might mean some getting really creative, and this project so far is not particularly creative, because it's pretty clear there's no incentive for existing residents, as they are saying there's no benefit to new residents if we don't address the parking issue, and I get it. You should see that without addressing this head on, every neighborhood will feel obligated to cut itself off from new development out of self-preservation. And I think that you should acknowledge that. And I think, so with respect to more creative solutions, I also think it's pretty clear we're not going to get that with a sticky note exercise at a visioning meeting. We're going to have to get a lot more in the weeds than that. So it also means that we can't always get everything we want all at once. So for example, if you decided to move forward with asking for a pedestrian gate, then you'd have to make some serious considerations, such as, you know, you could give the code only to the residents on Olympic or the other streets and not to the development. You could ask that the gate be built, but not opened or remain locked until all of the units are sold, plus some additional amount of time. I understand the interest in getting a connective point. You know, I think that a cut through to the park would be incredibly convenient, but I think that the residents all make great points, and I think their anxieties are founded, and you should take them into consideration. But I'm glad that we're surfing this issue now, because I don't think we can close our eyes to the parking issues, and we have to address it head on, and I hope you do. Thank you.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Wigand. I live in the Triangle, like all these other people. Parking has been the issue that every time I come to talk at City Council is what I talk about. I think you guys listen a lot about parking here. I happen to live on Trinity, which has had parking issues in the past, and we have the parking passes now. And so we are able to use our street for parking and not have all of the businesses. And I've heard our community referred to as an island, and that we have numbers of small islands that have been built around us. I want to talk about the plaza. They are a 1 acre piece of property that are across the street from on Paularino. They have 19 homes there, and they built tandem garages in that area. And they are always parked out on Paularino. I mean, there's just cars there every single morning, every single night. The same cars come and park there. I don't care how much you tell the HOA that they, you know, the HOA is not going to send a tow truck over to Olympic to tow these people. 2 weeks ago, there was a very loud party on Trinity, and my husband called the police department and said, can you send out the car to the tickets, because there's this huge party and there's no parking passes being put on all of these cars on our street. And they said, the cop came out and he looked around and he said, well, yeah, you clearly have a problem out here, but he said, we're too busy to do it tonight. And you can call back in a couple hours and maybe we'll have somebody to be able to come out about midnight. Parking is just a huge, huge issue. But the gate becomes even a bigger issue, because if it's going to be open until 9 o'clock at night, people are going to come home from work, park their cars in Olympic, and walk through the gate over across. And we just have no recourse to that. So I would really encourage you to shut the gate, to take the gate totally out of this plan. If you want to approve this, make this an island, let us be our island. We have enough problems. We don't need their problems on our island. Have a nice evening.
Mark, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Vuksevich. I want to just tell a brief allegory, a story about racism in America that I think is relevant tonight. And just to be clear, I'm not claiming that anyone's racist. I think the story is relevant. In the 1950s, the US Supreme Court said that United States had to integrate, so especially public pools. We had to integrate public pools. In a number of states, California never had quite a bit public pools, we had the ocean, but a number of, like, especially Midwestern states said, okay, we have public pools, we have one for every 50,000 residents, which is a high density of public pools, and instead of integrating, we're gonna drain them all. We're gonna drain every single one of these public pools because we don't want our black children associating with white children. We would rather spite our own face than do the right thing. It's incredibly disappointing to me to see people oppose this project. We are in a deep housing crisis that's causing thousands of people to leave the state of California every single day. And this is offering relatively affordable home ownership. I don't know how much these are gonna cost. My guess is about $900,000 to $1 million, which is much less than a home in Costa Mesa, a single family home in Costa Mesa. And then people are saying, I don't want this gate. What they're saying is they don't want the ability to walk to South Coast Plaza. They don't want their middle schoolers to be able to go walk to the movies at South Coast Plaza, to go walk to the park. They're saying, instead of letting new people into my neighborhood who may park, and by the way, I think the city could do something about that. I think the city can enforce parking standards, residential parking standards. But instead of allowing people to move into my neighborhood and have a back gate to enter and to bike through, no, I don't want that. I think that's incredibly disappointing. I think that's short-sighted, and I don't think that's what this council's values are, and frankly, I don't think that's what these city's values are. This city values walkability and the ability for children to go to and from, especially that park that I think is underutilized right now by the community. And right now, I think the applicant has demonstrated that they have ample parking, and I still think the city can enforce parking standards on the street if there is an issue. So I urge the city to pass this project and look and wait until it's about 90% occupied, examine if whether these streets have a parking issue, and then act if they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name's Marianne Chappell. We live on Canadian. Does anybody know the height of one of those garages? We wound up here without any information. They did those open houses, but nobody answered my questions about how high are these buildings? How high is the garage? I'd sure like to know, because that's in my backyard. And if you want to see what one of these actually look like, drive up Talbot just before New Hope and look left. It's the same style, brand new buildings. And it seems like the city is just going through the motions to appear as if they're giving residents the benefit of consideration. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like I'm getting any consideration here. The Planning Commission walked into that meeting. It was like a done deal already. Sorry. And I feel like we didn't get any consideration with the information, getting some information. We've been living here for 35 years, living here and paying taxes for all these years. The traffic on Bear Street is unbelievable. It's untenable. And tandem parking, I wouldn't buy a home like that. Our back wall is 8 feet tall. If those garages are bigger, I'm going to wake up every morning to somebody coming and going to work, coming and going to wherever they go. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I live in Trinity Drive, and I'm very proud of my neighborhood because my neighborhood belongs to all kinds of people. We are all Americans, not separated by races, but we are friends to each other, neighbor to each other. We treat each other as our own family. I'm not against the development of the Meritage, but there's a great big problem. You have to consider Bear Street, Polarino Street, Polarino between Bear and Bristol, because there's only one lane going from Bear to go to Bristol, and only one lane going from Bristol to Bear. And I live in this neighborhood for 39 years. I don't know how many people have died because they were hit by cars while driving their bicycle. If only you can make 2 lanes going to Bristol, 2 lanes going to Bear, probably we won't have the problem of traffic. As of today, sometimes I have to wait 20 minutes to turn from Trinity Drive to Bristol. And sometimes it also takes 20 minutes to come from Bear to Polarino, to Trinity Drive. Not only that, it's getting harder to drive Bristol and Bear. There are so many people driving the e-bike, but I don't think that there's any rule that they have to follow, because often they would come in from any part of the bridge and cross from Stiffer Park to Bear. So it's a dangerous place. We don't want to have accident in that place. And so that's my concern. And actually, Schiffer Park is a very small park. The people in our neighborhood would really greatly benefit if TBN would become a park for the people in the neighborhood. That's what I think. For people, the old people to walk, for the children to ride their bike, and for all biking or skateboarding, whatever the children wants to be. So thank you.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, I'm Natalie Foley. I've been a resident and renter in Costa Mesa for 11 years. I wasn't planning on commenting on this, and it's admittedly the first time I've been aware of this project, but I wanted to stand up for a moment here and say that I think we should have as many housing projects as possible going. And first of all, so I'm not a planning expert, but I feel like I want to provide a counter argument to a lot of the things that I've heard other people say. It might help to start with describing my current living situation, which is I live in a single-family house with 6 roommates. So consider how many cars that is on a street, right? There's 2 that fit in the garage. The rest of us are parking on the street. If you're concerned about there being a lot of cars on the street, I think one of the best things you can do is support more housing projects, because if the 7 people living in our house with 7 cars all had a better living situation with our own parking spot, there would be fewer cars on that street. Similarly, people who are concerned about traffic might think about the benefits of housing projects so that people can live closer to where they want to be. If I have to drive across town or something to go to a grocery store, a friend's house, whatever, then I'm on the road for longer, and that's more car trips happening, more traffic on the streets. Whereas if I am closer to the places where I want to work, shop, see friends, et cetera, that's actually fewer car trips on the road, because whether it means I'm on the street for a shorter period of time, or if I can walk or ride a bike there, that's fewer cars on the road. So I just felt those were important points to make. And then as far as, affordability, I make about 6 figures at my job, and so do a lot of my friends. And, we're in our 30s, and we're trying to afford places to live. And even just renting places is very unaffordable. Again, there's a reason I have 6 roommates, because a 1-bedroom apartment is like upwards of $2,000 a month. It's insane. So I support as much housing as possible. And then I also want to say that, yes, I think safety is going to be a concern here. So I really, really hope that thoughtfulness about pedestrian and bike safety can be considered and heavily prioritized from the beginning. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, City Council. My name is Janet Krockman, and I live at 3107 Trinity Drive. I moved to Costa Mesa in 1977, and I lived with 5 roommates on Iowa Street, right off Giesler and Harbor. Amazing that we're here 45 years later, and we're still having the same problems. Anyway, I've lived at my present address since 1983. You've heard a lot of voices this evening, mostly in opposition to the current proposed 142-home project at 3150 Bear Street. Density and parking are but 2 of the issues related to the proposed development. The city's need for housing is the competing issue. While the design appears to meet the minimum parking requirements, all one needs to do is look throughout the city to see that meeting the minimum standard serves no one well. While there is a lot to unpack in this project, one thing is clear. The city of Costa Mesa is almost entirely built out. This is the last open parcel in Zone 2, and the need for housing is great. However, for a private development to be successful, it must check the box on a multitude of elements. Impact to the surrounding community should be close to the top of that list. If the private development cannot be a good neighbor, then how successful is that development for the city in the long run? Certainly, the surrounding community will be adversely affected, and by association, the city also. The neighborhood that sits beside 3150 Bear Street and the public park across the street from the entrance to 3150 Bear Street will be the primary targets of an unsuccessful project design. Increased parking enforcement on the city streets and in parking lots will not serve the private community members or the general public. The installation of a pedestrian gate at the emergency gate location that feeds into Olympic Avenue dooms this project to being a bad neighbor. Save some money and leave the gate the way it is. Make changes to the tentative plan map also. I just wrote that down quickly. Anyway, failure to include an adequate number of open parking spaces to support the 142 homes also dooms this project to being a bad neighbor. I believe it would be in the best interest of the community and the city if the developer would go back to the drawing board and make one last attempt to add open parking spaces to their design. I would also suggest that the city take a look on the right-hand side as you go up the hill. There's all kinds of marked off space on the street that could be used for street parking. And I'm thinking of the street parking on Paularino. I'm also thinking of the street parking on Baker between Harbor and Fairview. There's got to be at least 20 or 30 spaces right up the hill along the fence line. There's these white lines where you don't drive because you'd hit the top of the freeway if you were in that lane, but it's not a lane, but it's wide enough to put cars right in the front by the curb against the sidewalk. I don't know where traffic is. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Brendan Ford. I'm a proud resident of District 2 and a pedestrian, and I'm here tonight to urge your strong support for this new housing project. It always astonishes me whenever we have these discussions about housing, because I come to a lot of these meetings, and when people talk about their complaints about Costa Mesa, the number one that comes up over and over and over again is housing affordability. And whenever new projects are put forth, mind you, new projects always involve more traffic at the site of the construction. It always involves more need for parking, and it always involves more people at the place. That's common sense. And yet, a lot of people who had the good fortune of either moving here in 1972 or are independently wealthy come in and have a very robust case of NIMBYism. And unfortunately, for those of us who are not independently wealthy, and for those of us who do not have a time machine to go back and buy a house in Costa Mesa in 1972, we're just stuck, and it's rules for me but not for thee. Costa Mesa is in the grip of a housing affordability crisis that threatens the very character of our community. The statistics paint a stark picture. According to Realtor.com, the median home price in Costa Mesa is approximately $1.6 million. Making homeownership a distant dream for working families, teachers, firefighters, and the essential workers who keep our city running. For renters, the situation is also dire. According to Zillow, the average monthly rent for an apartment is about $2,800 a month. For perspective, renters in Orange County need to earn $43 an hour, which is 3.6 times the state minimum wage, to afford the median monthly asking rent. That means a full-time worker earning minimum wage would need to work 144 hours per week just to afford the median rent. The human cost is devastating. For some families, they have to live in unhealthy or unsafe conditions, crowd multiple people into each room, and still pay anywhere from 30 to 50% of their income on housing. We are losing the diversity that keeps Costa Mesa vibrant and great. Young families, seniors on fixed incomes, and working professionals are being priced out. We have three realistic paths going forward. One is affordable housing mandates, two is rent control, and three is increasing supply through market rate development. While affordable housing programs are essential, and I note that this one includes one, they can't solve the crisis alone. Rent control, while well-intentioned, often reduces the incentive to build new housing, ultimately worsening shortages. The most effective solution is to increase housing supply through responsible development like the project before you tonight. Basic economics tell us that when supply increases, prices stabilize. Every unit we don't build today forces another family to compete in an increasingly expensive market or leave Costa Mesa entirely, which none of us want. This development This development represents hope. Hope for the teachers of our schools who can't afford to live in the community, hope for young adults raised here who want to start families in Costa Mesa, and hope for the economic vitality that comes when working people can afford to live where they work. I urge you to approve this housing development. The cost of inaction measured in families displaced, economic vitality lost, and community character forever changed is simply too high. Thank you.
Danielle, you have the floor.
Hi, Mayor Stevens and councilmen and women. My name's Danielle Owens, and I live at 3116 Klondike. We're a little underrepresented, so I thought I'd get up here and just make a couple small points. I won't take much of your time. I haven't yet, in the last two meetings, heard anyone, and maybe I just missed it, actually talk about what affordable housing, what those actual numbers were going to be. So I sell real estate, and I'm kind of guessing that minimum they could be is maybe 1.5 2 years from now. So that was just one point I was trying to make, was just, okay, so what are we talking about when it comes to affordable housing? The other thing that I wanted to mention is that somebody mentioned the park usage. I actually live, my house is directly behind the little gazebo that's in the park, and we actually get a lot of usage at our park. It's pretty busy most of the year, summer especially, but most of the year. the city does a terrific job of keeping it clean, I think, in my opinion, but it is used a lot. And so I just wanted to point that out. And so I had spoken to Councilman Gameros about the possibility of having a neighborhood meeting with the city to talk about some of the things that you're thinking about as far as the improvements go for the park, and maybe we could have a little bit of input or at least express our opinions on that. And then regarding the parking situation, my neighborhood buddy, Dudley, I know he probably wanted to mention this, but we're a little bit concerned about the parking in our neighborhood as well because it's across the street. And it was mentioned that people probably wouldn't want to walk that far. And I actually timed it from in front of my house, which is where everybody would park, to where the proposed crosswalk is. It's 190 steps, and it took me less than a minute and 30 seconds to walk over there. I don't think it's going to be too far. So it would be kind of nice to know that that we could maybe have a meeting with our community to talk about parking independent of these big meetings, because maybe together we can come up with a solution. But Dudley, I think, was going to propose before he got cut off that maybe South Coast Plaza could be talked to, and maybe that part of their parking lot over the bridge that never gets used by anything but plants, maybe they would be, open to renting some of their spaces for overflow parking. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Council. My name is Darren Ferriola. I live on Tanana Place, which is one of two cul-de-sacs that border Schiffer Park. This proposed development has the potential of threatening our quiet, safe, and secure cul-de-sac due to one major issue: parking. This isn't a matter of opinion, it's math. With 2 garage spaces per unit, with no driveways and no street parking, there are 284 spaces available for residents, assuming they won't use their garage for storage. A bold assumption. So where will overflow parking be? The guest spots? Not quite. There's only 31, which comes to 0.2 guest spaces per unit. Industry standard practices recommend 0.5 to 1 guest space per unit in dense developments, and even higher when no street parking is available. Therefore, our neighborhood, my cul-de-sac, will become the overflow. Residents and visitors to the new development will park on my cul-de-sac, cut through Schiffer Park, and cross at the new signal. We'll face more traffic, more speeding, more noise, and more litter, along with a sharp decline in our safety and security. During the day, since overnight parking isn't allowed, the Bear Street lot at Schiffer Park will fill up and be the overflow for the new development. That will push park visitors into our neighborhood in search of parking. But by then, we'll likely have instituted permit parking to stop the overflow, meaning park users won't find parking either. So now you'll have a mess. Residents and guests from the new development will be frustrated trying to find parking. Current residents will be frustrated constantly calling parking enforcement during all hours. And park visitors will be frustrated because they won't be able to park anywhere. I want to be clear. I support the new development, but it needs to be built responsibly. At its core, the City Council's job is to ensure that Costa Mesa residents, both current and future, are safe and comfortable. This project offers no driveways, no street parking, and far below industry standard guest spaces. To fix that, the city needs to triple the guest parking from 31 to 95 spots. That one change will ease the burden, reduce neighborhood conflict, and ensure everyone, including us and the development's future homeowners, can live safely and comfortably. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Regina Smith. I live on McKenzie Place, and I'm right next to the park. My concern is with most of the people here is the parking. I'm afraid of the overflow. As a family of 4 myself that lives in a house, 2 adult drivers, 2 teen drivers, I have 4 cars. What's it going to be for the people that live in these houses? What if they have 4 cars because they got 2 adult drivers and 2 teen drivers? Where are they going to park? What about if people are renting and you've got 4 people renting one of these condos? They're going to have 4 cars possibly. Where is all these people going to park? They're going to end up parking in the neighborhood behind them, the park, or by us. That's one of my main concerns. My other one is the crosswalk signal that they want to put across from there to the park. I'm concerned about pedestrians crossing that crosswalk. People are speeding over Bear Street constantly. We have the police department over at Schiffer Park all the time watching for speeders, and they are ticketing constantly because we see them because they ticket in our neighborhood. So my concern is the speed. Will these people see the light? Will they see the pedestrians? That's just a concern of mine, wise. Also for traffic, I can barely get out of our Yukon Bear neighborhood sometimes because the intersection gets blocked to the freeway. I can't go straight on Paularino and I can't turn right to the freeway, and I'm stuck there light after light. Yes, the intersection says do not block, but it's constantly being blocked. Also the traffic going down Paularino between Bear and Bristol, it's already heavy. You guys are constantly filling potholes from the heavy traffic we already having going down that street. And you're going to add all more. I'm more concerned about the traffic because they are going to be building the around 1,600 units right there at South Close. Adding that traffic along with this traffic going down Bear Street, it's going to be really heavy. And it's going to get worse even at Christmas time, and then when it's not Christmas, it's constantly going to be busy. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I live at 3147 Canadian Drive. We've lived there a lot of years now, made all of our payments. Parking is not a problem for us. The kids are always older than most of the people in this room.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Speak to us, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want them to feel personally left out.
They won't.
I'm going to attack you. They may want to watch that. I don't know.
Go ahead.
And no, I'm not going to attack. Anyway, I am concerned because privacy. What gives you the right to take away my privacy? What gives you the right to devalue the price of my home? You know, that's my retirement. So anyway, that's my 2 questions about that. One other little question or statement. One man has come before you tonight to ask for permission to build a monstrosity. Or one man or a company. Anyway, one person came before you. We've salted all of they brought in a whole team tonight. So what I want to know is how much money does it cost to jam a bad project through? I think the city ought to, I laughed at the $250,000 they offered the city. They know the city's desperate for money. Well, I'd get rich off of it if I were you. A couple of million for that little donation. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rachel. I currently live with my family on Yellowstone, and I am also looking for my own home, so I understand why proponents of this project are all for it. Affordable housing is impossible to find. However, there were several accusations that I want to note. Not a single resident of these neighborhoods opposed the idea of medium and high density housing. I, for one, am all for it. We request that the new community has appropriate parking. Otherwise, it will be a vomit of congestion for all of us. Because housing is expensive, young people who buy these new homes will have every room filled with a roommate, a working adult, to help pay the mortgage. Where does Meritage plan on having these extra 2 cars per unit? It's not going to be in the tandem garage that only holds 2. Where are they going to put the other 100 to 200 cars? Unless Meritage donates several $billions to improve public transportation, they need to fix this parking issue for the residents that they plan for. Another note, there's only 35 guest spots. Will the HOA be coordinating with all 142 residents' homes to figure out who is going to have the Christmas party? Only 5 people can have a birthday party on a single day. What's the plan? I don't see how that's going to be feasible. As this is a high-density living situation, that's fine, that's good, that's great. They need to have high-density parking. This is California. We don't have public transportation. They can do something like raising one of the 8 buildings up a level and having that all be parking, or have an underground parking structure. It's doable, it's just that it's expensive, but they're going to have to do it. This plan needs to be thoughtfully replanned, in my opinion, and I think it needs to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Good evening, the Mayor, and for all the council members. I live on Olympic Avenue, and that's adjacent to this place where you want to build the houses. My feeling is the houses are going to be 2- and 3-story. Where I live, my house is a single story. I've lived there a long time, and I like it. And I would like to live there the rest of my life. But this building that you want to put on over here in the area where you're going to tear down a big building is a lot of work, and it's going to be 5 years at least before anybody moves in, and the houses are going to be well over $1 million apiece, and that is not going to alleviate the housing problems in Costa Mesa. Yes, I know there are housing problems in Costa Mesa. I don't believe we should have a pedestrian gate at all. I think that is a waste of good money, and it's been closed ever since I've lived there. No, that isn't true. What I'm saying is, ever since they built that building, it's been closed. And to put a pedestrian easement in there would be silly, because all that's going to do is allow the people that are living in this new area is going to make it easier for them to park in our neighborhood and walk through that gate and go to the new housing development. I don't believe that you should allow this building at all. The houses, you're putting 200 more cars and 147 buildings in there. I don't care how many garages you put in, they won't be used for a garage anyways. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. So I do not want to hear about green toilets. It doesn't help me. I just want Olympic to be closed and for them not to have access to these already packed streets. There's not going to be only more people parking on Olympic, Canadian, and Yellowstone and everywhere. It's going to be more noise and maybe more crime. I'm not pro this new developer. I just hate the idea. And this is me But please say no to opening the gates in Olympic. No. And if it comes to suing, don't worry. I got 6 attorneys in my house, and they're free. I got no problem. So bring it on.
Mr. Mayor and council members, I wanted to bring up something that I don't think has even been talked about. I don't recall, but before the houses are built, there's a demolition project that has to take place. This TBN, what it used to be TBN, it's enormous. That thing's going to have to be torn down. There's going to be dirt everywhere, noise, heavy equipment movement, tractors, backhoes, and the like, constant movement, parking issues even before everything's built, construction crews, foremen, superintendents, and all of that. So just for that reason, before it's even built, I would oppose to this. And I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
My name's Misha. I live near Val, the one who spoke earlier, and like she mentioned, we have a really cool community. We have a lot of young families. I have a 3-year-old who is really good friends with her 4-year-old, and we do tons of play dates. We love the neighborhood. It's great. But we have so many issues. We have issues with driving fast in the neighborhood. We've asked for speed bumps, we've asked for stop signs, we've been denied all of those. I just feel like opening that gate is going to bring so much more for our kids. My husband has almost been hit several times getting in his truck on the street. Another thing I wanted to bring up is I actually own a condo in Ladera Ranch, and the HOA is requiring them to park in the garages. They do not park in the garages. It is a huge issue there. It's going to be a huge issue here. I personally am not against adding housing. I think it's great. Let's add more housing. But what so many people have said, what I am going to say is that the amount of parking this project allots for is not adequate. You're saying 2 cars per every house. That does not work. As somebody brought up who is actually kind of on the opposing side, said that she lives with 6 roommates. She has 7 cars. I feel like she is proving our point. That is not going to work. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle, and I'm a Costa Mesa resident, and I don't believe that the elderly and the privileged should be making decisions about housing. I would also like to be able to afford a home one day here, and right now that's not doable. So I support the expansion of affordable housing and opportunities for low-income individuals to buy homes. That's it.
Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the first speaker is S. Swan.
S. Swan, you have the floor.
Hello. I paid for an appeal to the Planning Commission. The city's response was to speed this up and make it just days from the appeal. The appeal has 24 items that outlines to everyone why you're not hearing from the lifestyles community alongside this development. It was fractured up very early on, and I document on the 24 items what was happening that I want the public to be able to see. The lifestyles neighborhood was taken over probably with the majority with the 501c that was beside it. They endured whatever the 501c wanted to do, and your document that you have on there right now is from a year ago when you quickly voted through the last project for an event center. My yard is 20 feet away from your proposed entrance, well, my backyard. You say it's 300 feet away, and you are putting towering homes to take away privacy. the Lifestyles residents again, I would like this 24-item document to be placed in public arena to be able to be viewed so they understand what has gone on for the last 29 years. Homes in the Lifestyles neighborhood have a variance of up to $1 million difference because of the situation that's been put out to you. The first #1 item on this was questioning how Measure K could even be utilized for this situation when only 22 votes won it over, reportedly. And it was very developer-led by all appearances. Again, I would like the public to see this document. I paid for an appeal, so I would like more than the 3 minutes. Getting out of Bear Street onto Bear Street is a nightmare already. I can't imagine having bikers, walkers, cars. You can't get out over the holidays, like the person on Yukon said. Astonishment is a very good word. It's astonishing and irresponsible. Hard to believe that you are pushing it through. I also provided a document showing what the previous owner, who is the majority owner in Lifestyles, is doing with Dr. Phil. I want the public to know. He's referring to it as self-dealing. I would like that document as well published for the public. And then there are several videos. One is older and a more recent one where you had a surveyor actually placing his equipment in my backyard and to get his measurements different. Apparently.
That's 3 minutes, ma'am. Okay, who's next on Zoom?
The next speaker is phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, good evening. First, I want to make a comment to all the homeowners that are going to be negatively impacted by this. Don't let people tell you that you're wrong for being upset about this project that's going to affect the biggest investment that you've made in your life, that you've worked so hard to get, that you've sacrificed to get. Don't let them tell you that you're wrong for being upset that the city council sold you out through Measure K. Don't let them tell you that affordable housing supersedes your quality of life. California is built out. And I'm sorry to say, not everyone gets what they want. It's not racist. It's not selfish. It's actually selfish. So we need to be selfish. And I also want to point out this item agenda that you're sitting through that's going to negatively impact the rest of your life on the biggest investment you've made in your life. This is why elections matter. We have a city council that's going to approve this. They don't care that it's going to negatively impact your life. They are going to approve it. They lied to you about Measure K. They told you Measure K would not impact residential neighborhoods. We see that that's not true. Elections have consequences, and you need to know who you're voting for. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez voted for Measure K. He did this to you. He's probably running for mayor in 2026. You need to pay attention to who's running and what they've done to this city. The that commissioner earlier, he's probably running for something. Let your neighbors know who sold you out. They will approve this. They don't care about your quality of life. They think that they're solving a problem. They're not solving. They're creating problems. Again, don't let people tell you you're wrong for being upset about something that you worked your entire life to obtain. You know, a lot of you weren't given this. You earned it. And you should fight for this. You absolutely should fight for this. The mayor sold you out. Mayor Pro Tem sold you out. Yaramo sold you out. Marr sold you out. Reynolds sold you out. They don't care about your quality of life. They don't care. They don't care. They want to put more residents in the neighborhood so that we become more dense. That's their goal, because when the community becomes more dense, it becomes more blue. It's pure politics. So they're doing it at the expense of your quality of life. Pay attention to who you vote for. Again, they lied to you about Measure K. Pay attention to 2026. Don't let Chavez make this city worse. Pay attention to who you vote for. And shame on the city council for using city money to promote something that benefits developers. And shame on the city council for not standing up to Governor Newsom and his housing mandate. By the way, you know how many housing units he wants in his community? 51. We get 11,000. Shame on the city council. You don't represent us. You represent Sacramento, not Costa Mesa. You guys should be ashamed of what you've done to this city. Absolutely ashamed. And again, to the residents, fight for your houses. Fight for your quality of life. Don't let this go.
Next speaker's phone number ending in 714.
714, you have the floor.
This goes back to deja vu about 10 years ago when we were having similar types of 3- and 4-story units built across the street from Trader Joe's. And at that time, my question was, you can't accommodate the elderly or any type of disabled or a disabled child. And that council said, well, then those people will have to live somewhere else. So now, fast forward, and we have all these units, and it seems like the only units that can be built are these 3- and 4-story towering complexes. And my question is, how do we accommodate 1 out of 6 people that are over the age of 65 and the disabled and those that can't maneuver 4 stories of things? We just tell them Costa Mesa is not for you. So my question is to the builder, are any of those units going to be able to retrofit it with an elevator? Are there going to be any type of things that will allow disabled or elderly, the fastest growing population, to use these type of units? Now I understand how the neighbors feel because I live in a neighborhood where parking is disastrous. And I drive Bear Street constantly. And I understand Bear Street is busy, but if these units are going to go in, they need to accommodate everybody, diversity, and they need to establish enough parking so that the neighborhoods aren't going to be a negative result of the builder making a profit. And Cynthia McDonald and the last speaker were correct. Measure K is nothing but spot zoning, and they sold you a load of crap on Measure K. Now you're going to see what comes forth with it.
Next speaker is Aaron.
Aaron, you have the floor.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Erin Gonzalez. I'm a millennial, I'm a renter, and I'm a proud resident of Costa Mesa. I'm calling in to express my strong support for the residential project proposed here by Meritage Homes at the former Trinity Broadcasting site. What really stands out to me about this project is that it includes entry-level for-sale housing, something we really and desperately need more of in Orange County. For people like me and others in my generation, these kinds of homes provide a lot more than just a house. It's an opportunity to put down roots, build equity, and stay in the communities that many of us love and grew up in. I also really appreciate that this project offers a mix of home types, including flats, and it brings more optionality to the market in a city that hasn't had a lot of new development in the past decade. I also really appreciate that the builder is voluntarily including deed-restricted affordable for-sale units, something that I think is really great for the city and allows more opportunities for folks to get into homeownership. I also think it's great that the builder has been working so closely with the city for, I think it's going on a year or two now. And I think that the project that they've designed is definitely something that's in fitting with other developments that are coming to Costa Mesa. I know a lot of folks tonight have mentioned parking concerns, and I totally get it. Parking is definitely a major concern. It looks, based on my research, that this project is meeting the city's parking requirements. And to be frank, as a young person who's trying to break into homeownership, I'd be happy to have a tandem garage if it meant I could actually afford to buy a house in the city that I love, where so many of my friends and family live. I think this is the kind of housing that Costa Mesa needs more of, and I hope you'll support it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
No further speakers.
Okay, so we're going to now turn to the, hold on one second. We're going to turn to the applicant. You have an opportunity to rebut anything that you heard in the public comment section.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for all the comments. They've all been considered. It's disappointing to hear that. I would have thought that we addressed. There's a few comments in the crowd that we spent much time with them during the community meetings, and I thought that some of these points had been made clear, and I'm sorry that didn't pass through. But I want to start first and foremost with the pedestrian gate. Meritage is, we are fine with removing the pedestrian gate from this design. We thought that was something that the city thought would be beneficial. That's why we included it in our project. We are fine with the removal of the pedestrian gate at Olympic. Second, I just want to address the tandem garages. It seems like there's quite a number of people who are seem to be very upset with tandem parking. And I just want to say, and obviously I'm biased, I'm coming from the development side, but in my mid-30s, I've lived in apartments, I've lived in condos, I've lived in a fair share of places with tandem garages. My husband and I don't have kids yet. We would love to purchase a home. So I feel like I am someone who fits into this category. And you make tandem work. If you're a couple, there's couples, it's statistically proven now, individuals and couples are working later into their careers before starting their families, mostly because housing is so unaffordable. And so I just want to say that when you come to a community such as this and you're meeting with our sales agents, you understand what you're stepping into. If you have 4, 5, 6 cars, this is not the home for you. You're buying a tandem garage. This is for young families, young individuals who are trying to start home ownership, so that the whole point of affordable homes, right, is so that you can enter and then build equity, and as you start to grow your family, not live there forever, not live in a tandem garage forever, be able to sell and afford to move up, right? Buy the detached 2-car garage, 3-car garage, single-family homes. That's the whole goal of affordable housing. And so I think the affordable housing kind of gets a negative connotation sometimes. It's truly for working class people. There was a comment about not explaining the affordable housing cost, and I just want to say, so first, I know it was mentioned during the Planning Commission hearing, but Commissioner Andrada had mentioned that, and I would like to reemphasize this, that there's 60% of Costa Mesa is rental. And so I just want to reemphasize that again. And for the affordable, for a one-person household, the median income is over $95,000 a year. For a four-person household, median income in Orange County is over $136,000 a year. So for eligible buyers, for the 7 very low income units at our site, an eligible buyer would be a household whose income is 50% or less than the Orange County area median income. So that would satisfy the 7 very low income homes at our site. The rest of the homes would be market rate. However, because of the tandem garages, because of the alignment of the 4-story stack flats, that allows the price of the home to go down in comparison to other detached homes throughout the city. Regarding the park, I know there was a mention of a donation of $250,000. I just want to make clear that that $250,000 donation from Meritage is specifically for Schiffer Park. That is on top of the park fees that we pay for, the development impact fees that we pay for, the fair share impact fees that we pay for. And then for parking, we've built many communities throughout Southern California, throughout the nation, but specifically for us in Irvine, throughout Southern California and here in Orange County. And that 2.25 parking per unit has worked very well with our communities in the past. I know there's comments about not parking in the garage, but throughout our communities, CCNR's, our HOA management has really, made sure that the garages are actually used for both cars. And then, let's see, lastly, location. I just want to say that there was a few comments about location. The project site is surrounded by residential, single-family homes, and then a little bit further south, multifamily homes. It's immediately adjacent to the 405 freeway, and it's right across the freeway from South Coast Plaza, which is one of the largest revenue malls if not in America, then definitely in California. It's right across from a park. I can't think of a better location for a home like this, or for a development like this. And the whole purpose of creating this community is truly trying to be a good neighbor by holding these community meetings, by trying to do a layout where we have the buffer of the detached single-family homes apart from the 4-story stack flats, so that we can provide a few different housing types for different housing incomes, but then still buffer the existing single-family homes from the taller buildings. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, now what I'll do is I'll close the public comment, and if anybody wants to make a motion, looks like we got Mayor Pro Tem Chavez wants to make a motion. Do you want to make a motion? No, you're good?
I'm going to see where
Go,
this goes.
go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I want to approve staff recommendation with the caveat that we remove the pedestrian access to Olympic Drive. And I'm open for second or amendments.
So, Pattis, you got to push your button. Second by Councilmember Pettis. So Mayor Pro Tem, you have the floor to support your motion.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. And again, I want to reiterate, thank you everyone for coming today. I know this has been the second time you've been to this chambers talking about this project. I want to mention a couple things and then go over to a bigger theme argument. The first is I heard a couple of people complaining about the height restrictions that they're going to be impacting their back lots, particularly on Canadian Drive. The developer has intentionally chosen to build single-family homes adjacent to existing homes in an attempt to kind of mitigate that height distance. I think it's very reasonable to remove the access on Olympic because that's what you guys have told me you do not want. Yeah, thank you. Third, one thing I hear a lot on this dais and from the public, my past 6 years on city council, have been a lot of folks have complained about the lack of ownership opportunities in Costa Mesa. A lot of times when housing comes to the council, it is apartments. And while that may be good for renters like myself, there's a common consensus in the community that there is an imbalance among renters and homeowners. So this being an ownership project, to me, is attractive and exciting because it means there's opportunity for folks who are ready to make that step to get their first ownership opportunity to have that opportunity. The fact that it's close to Cycles Plaza, I think, is a really good thing. The fact that it's close to a park, I think, is a really good thing. And the fact that we're giving folks the opportunity to create equity, which is the American dream, and start growing their equity for their families is what we need in this community. The way we get out of folks out of poverty is giving them a chance to create equity. And this project allows folks to build that equity. Is it perfect? No, I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it's what we can manage to do on the site. There was things done to be considerate to the neighbors, and for that reason, I'm comfortable moving forward with this project.
Hey, Councilmember Pettis, you did the second. You've got the floor.
Yeah, just a brief one. So, I mean, coming into, again, it takes a number of months to learn about all these things and get a handle on it. It's enough to make a person dizzy when you look at, high-density housing versus affordable housing versus parking versus no parking versus Measure Y or Measure K, and yes and no, so that you have the same people on both sides of the issue a lot. I know one thing that we all agree on is that we need housing to accommodate the population in this city, and as Pro Tem Chavez was saying, we are in need of home ownership at the close to the most affordable level we can get at. And this project does satisfy it. We are all living in this city together, and we have to work on this thing together, which means sacrifice sometimes. One thing they could have done to satisfy the parking issue is offer no affordable housing. Remove that component from it, and we could have more parking. I wonder if that would be amenable to people. I don't think so. So I think we're making a sacrifice here to get a good thing done for the city, and that's why I approve the move to approve.
Anybody else wish to speak on the matter? Anybody else? Councilmember Marr?
I was just going to ask Councilmember Reynolds if she was going to add anything about the intersection to the motion.
Not working?
Oh,
hold on one second. You can't.
Do you want to just make
Yeah, I'm
friendly
open to
amendments?
suggestions.
Hold on one
Do you want to
second.
just make friendly amendments and we'll go from there?
It's fine, but I want the public to hear it. So you got it now. Good.
Well, yeah, okay, well, we'll see if there's an amendment. Otherwise, I may try to make it interesting with a substitute. So it's a really, I've been sitting here and the folks next to me can see like 100 stickies with notes as I'm thinking through the challenge. And, you know, thinking about the places I've lived, thinking about the challenges we hear across the city, a lot of the same. Parking is a challenge in a lot of places. Traffic is a challenge in a lot of places. Access to amenities is a challenge in a lot of places. Safe, you've heard, if you've been here from the beginning of the meeting, you've heard moving safely around the city, whether you're in a car or not, is a challenge. Housing affordability, 100%. And so this question of the gate, like, I hear you. We're grappling with, I think as a council, as we look at how we guide the city's growth going forward, it's a really interesting and difficult challenge of planning for, you know, tomorrow and then planning for 20 years from now and 40 years from now. You know, we heard a lot of different perspectives of the type of housing people want to live in or are comfortable living in. And that's different within a generation, but also I think very different across generations. A lot of my friends and people my age do have fewer cars per household than the generation above mine. With the changes in work, there's a lot more remote work now. There's a lot more use of kind of shared vehicles, for example, and I think those are some of the things driving down the cars per household, and we've seen that borne out with other developments where the number of cars per household is going down. I've lived in an apartment with tandem housing or tandem parking, excuse me, and it worked. We made it work, right? I could probably do that now with the number of cars, but there might be times when I wouldn't, right? I think how this project is designed will influence who chooses to live there. It's not going to be a place where it's easy to park elsewhere, so you're going to make choices based on your vehicle ownership. We know people in the city who live without any cars. I have friends who, young families, 2 parents, multiple kids who just have 1 car, right? So that exists, and those are the families that I'm thinking about with this development. There's projections that, Gen Alpha, that generation will never have driver's licenses and will probably never own cars because we'll have automated vehicles and stuff. And so it's just a changing world, and I've been wrestling with how do we, knowing that this is a development that's probably going to last for 50 years or more, I don't know what our typical projections are, how do we plan for that span? So with that preamble, well, I'm going to go a little bit more because I want to relay that I really, really hear the concerns and I'm thinking about sort of the flip side of it. So I live in the Freedom Homes tract. When I was a child, that tract was open and there was cut-through traffic, right? It was terrible for the neighborhood. I think it was my first time in these council chambers when I was just a tot. I don't know if I spoke or not, but I remember sitting there where my neighborhood said, we want barriers. Those barriers block vehicle traffic, but they allow people to walk through the neighborhood and bike through the neighborhood. And it's an incredible neighborhood that does have a lot of neighborhood connectivity because we're out and about, kids are playing in the streets. So my personal experience is that connectivity between neighborhoods, not for cars, but for people walking and biking, actually creates a more vibrant neighborhood. And it gives people on either side of the neighborhood safer ways to get to the amenities on the opposite side of that neighborhood. So if you're living on Trinity. I've been studying the map as you guys have all been talking, you're going to have easier access to a park. I can only see that improving home values.
Excuse me, remember what I said?
The concerns.
Excuse me, don't disrupt her.
The concerns about, parking at Schiffer Park, right? Like parking could improve because people can actually walk there more safely if you can walk through a neighborhood. If it were 196 steps, I think is what I heard. People on the other side of Schiffer Park, right, will be able, with the design as proposed, will be able to walk to the camp in a more safe and pleasant way, in a way that you might actually meet more neighbors. I think I've had the benefit of living in some very walkable environments and some very non-walkable environments. And so, anyways, I'm looking for a way to sort of balance the very, very valid concerns that we heard here tonight with planning that allows for more neighborhood connection and safer movement for people, families, kids, walking and biking to parks, schools, restaurants, and so on. I'll ask the maker of the motion if he would be open to keeping the pedestrian gate, but with a different condition that I've been working on, and I'll read that here. So this would be an edit to condition 92, which is the condition on the access control for the gate. So this condition would be provide a written operations and access plan for the pedestrian gate on the easterly project site frontage where connection to Olympic Avenue is proposed, and this is the new part, which may include limited access control and or timed access control. The operations and access plan should include a provision for the developer or HOA to conduct a parking study in the adjacent neighborhood if there are repeated and sustained parking complaints and requested by staff. If the analysis exceeds the parking thresholds for parking permits, staff may require the gate be locked temporarily or permanently.
I think it might be best to make a substitute motion because I don't feel comfortable having the access, having heard multiple comments from residents saying they do not want an access on Olympic. And considering how we're going to be adding new housing to their neighborhood, I want to be mindful of the things they mentioned that we can address. So for that reason, my answer is no.
Okay, so I'm going to make a substitute motion to approve staff recommendation with that condition that I just read, and one other condition related to pedestrian safety. This would be to work with Public Works transportation staff to integrate proactive engineering design features to provide enhanced pedestrian access and mobility at the entrance to the development at Bear and at the Bear Street crossing, with considerations for leading pedestrian intervals, directional curb cuts, tighter turn radius to slow vehicles entering and leaving the development, and a pedestrian island.
So before we get a second for Member Reynolds' substitute motion, I do want to add that second portion she mentioned, that would add to my motion. Correct. I just don't want to do the Olympic because residents have been saying they don't want that.
Can I ask a question?
Second. So the substitute motion dies for lack of a second. Do you have anything else you wish to say, Councilmember Reynolds?
Well, I would suggest adding one more. Maybe this one will get adopted.
This is a friendly amendment?
I guess,
West?
yes,
Okay.
yeah. And unrelated to the project, related to the concerns. As you all know, very, very, very involved in traffic calming, care very much. Again, grew up playing in the streets, biking in the streets. So I heard the concerns about traffic calming issues now. So I would ask, as part of the motion, that our Public Works transportation team assess current traffic calming concerns and opportunities in the Triangle neighborhood? Is that what we call it? Triangle neighborhood.
I agree to that.
All right, thank you. Does any other, Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can we please, one more time, slowly restate the entire proposal?
Yes, let me make sure I have it right because I added two things Member Reynolds mentioned. So I said approve staff recommendation with the three additions or caveats or amendments, whatever you want to call them, that we, one, close the access to Olympic Avenue, that we add the proactive measures to get onto Bear Street, everything that Member Reynolds mentioned, and then looking at street calming measures on the folks in the triangle south of Schiffer Park.
Okay, I need someone to describe to me what proactive, would you say proactive measures to bear, or what'd you say?
You want to handle it?
Yeah, and I'll,
Okay.
if it's appropriate, I can invite our transportation staff to come up and describe that, because we've got a whole toolkit as part of our, the transportation safety work that we've been doing. But I'll read verbatim the condition. Brenda, did you get it, or do you want me to read it slowly, or do you want me to?
Please read it. Please
Okay.
read it.
And then provide it in writing,
This is the
too.
condition, okay, this is the condition, proposed condition related to pedestrian safety. So work with the city's public works transportation staff to integrate proactive engineering design features to provide enhanced pedestrian access and mobility at the entrance to the development at Bear Street and at the Bear Street crossing, with considerations for leading pedestrian intervals, directional curb cuts, tighter turn radiuses to slow vehicles entering and leaving the development, and a pedestrian island. And I said considerations just because they'll have to figure out like what's feasible and not given the engineering design principles.
And Roger, you understand that? Okay, good. You have the floor.
Thank you. So I guess my question is, when you say slowing vehicles entering and exiting, does that mean when they get out into the street, they're risking getting ran over because they're being slowed down and bottlenecked right there? Can someone?
I mean, I can answer and then we can maybe have the engineering answer. So the slowing is, and I think there's technical terms for this, is to really to prevent someone crossing the street from getting hit, right? And so what it does is for a vehicle, when they're entering the development or leaving the development, they have to do it at a slower pace to get onto the street. I assume that they would be doing that so one thing, it will have the natural effect of slowing all speeds on that street. And second, it'll, I think you're envisioning like a potential T-bone situation. I think that's what the traffic light is there for.
Okay, so I'm willing, I'm willing to go along with this, but I'm gonna have to call it a no, I don't wanna call it a substitute, but I have some things that I need to have some insurance on.
Mention it.
So
this is
an amendment,
Mention it.
an amendment,
This would be like a friendly amendment.
and a friendly
Manuel.
amendment. So the constituency has addressed a huge concern with parking. So I want to have some sort of language that will address, maybe we can't do it right this second, but we need to come up with language that will address the concern with parking on the Schiffer Park neighborhood side, which I did live on Yukon for 20 years, so I know all about it. And in addition to that, there's concerns with the lifestyle residents parking there, not only there as well, but there's an issue there with that driveway being blocked when they're trying to get in or get out. We need to have something more than paint that says don't block the intersection, because paint and cones do not stop cars. So I don't know what the answer is, but there's some sort of solution there. I'm not quite sure what it is. If it's another signal that you don't cross because there's a light there or something, I don't know what it is. But if we're gonna make a concession where there's no gate at Olympic, then we need to make a concession where there's not going to be a huge concern. We need to alleviate the concern of the residents for parking and blocking the driveway. So what the solution is, I don't get paid for that, but we need to address it.
So staff, So I'm gonna probably refer to Dr. Raman, but I'm thinking you could probably put like a gate. I know some schools have, or like parks have like a gate that they close at night for parking. I don't know if you have any other ideas to address the concerns from Councilmember Gameros? For Schiffer, I apologize.
Well, I'm not sure. So behind Schiffer Park, there's a neighborhood with two or three cul-de-sacs. There's two cul-de-sacs. The concern is people are going to park at the two cul-de-sacs, and there's also a pedestrian access towards the 73 side where there's this little narrow with two wooden bollards. You can park right there and walk right through, and someone said it takes 1 minute to get across the street. So people are going to load up. The fear is people are going to load up their neighborhood right there so that they can get their cars parked and get over to the new development at Bear. So we need to have some sureties for the constituents that's not going to be an issue. So like I said, if we're not going to have a gated Olympic, great. And we want to have proactive measures at Bear, great. We're going to have street calming measures at the Triangle, great. In addition to that, we have to take care of the parking concerns for the constituents at Lifestyles and the constituents on the other side of Schiffer. In addition to that, the constituents that are at the Lifestyles have a concern of their driveway when they're trying to get in or out being blocked. So how do we address that? I don't know if that can be addressed right here, right now, but I'll take a promise.
Well, for the Lifestyles, Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that question. So for the Lifestyle, the traffic that is expected from this development is, and when we looked at the level of service for the intersection, it's going to be at level of service A, which means there is absolutely no traffic backups that are expected from this project. And we have seen this at other locations too. So, but we'll monitor that, and if there are any issues, we can look into it. But the biggest traffic would be people crossing that street. I mean, that takes most of the time, and we don't expect that to be constant for every signal cycle. So we can monitor that and take whatever steps we need to take. But with respect to parking, that's tricky because our current parking guidelines do not allow us to have permit parking when the impact is by other residents. We don't distinguish between residents for permit parking. It has to be an impact by a commercial or neighboring city, things like that. So our parking tools don't allow us. That's something the city council can consider. When there is a problem, we can come to you, and the guidelines don't allow it, but the city council can allow it.
So what is it that we can allow?
The city council can override our parking guidelines. If we see an issue, we can come back to you at that time and say there is an issue here with people parking, and the impact could be from this new development. And council can choose to waive or override our parking guidelines to allow permit parking.
Okay, so that's one of the amendments I want to make, and then the other one is you had said that you would work, that you promised to work with me and the constituents on figuring out the intersections so they don't end up getting bottlenecked right there. And I know you can do it, but I
Yes.
just want to hear you say yes, okay?
Yes.
You got it from me then.
I will add those to the motion.
Second okay with that? Second's good? Oh, we lost you. That's all right.
All right, there it is.
Does anybody else wish to make any comments? I support the motion. I've got a lot of reasons why. It replaces an underutilized property, provides needed housing, provides affordable housing. I like the amendments. We've got a safe crosswalk, and I like the amendments making it more safe. It improves Fisher Park. Parking is sufficient by the code, and I don't think it might impact a little bit the neighbors, but I don't think it's an undue impact, and the housing that's provided outweighs the concerns I've heard in my mind. So shall we call for the question?
Motion carries 6-0.
let's come back at 10:15. 10:15. All right, we're back on the record. We have actually an old business item today. Number 1, Madam Clerk, could you read the title?
Thank you. This is second reading and adoption of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, approving rezone to apply the residential incentive overlay district zoning designation to the properties located at 220, 222, 234, and 236 Victoria Street. Thank
Okay.
you. And a presentation by Mr. Mendez, Senior Planner.
Okay, this was previously, for the benefit of the public, we had a 7-0 vote on this project, so we could probably do a pretty abbreviated presentation.
Very short oral presentation. So good evening, Mayor and council members. The item before you tonight is for a second reading and adoption of an ordinance approving a rezone to apply the residential overlay to the project site. The ordinance came to the City Council last month, where City Council voted to approve the proposed residential condominium development with added conditions. I'd like to point out that there was a minor error in the staff report regarding a physical barrier around the offsite open space area, but that's been corrected in the project resolution conditions. So staff recommends the City Council give second reading and adopt the ordinance. That concludes staff presentation.
Questions, council? Seeing none, let's open it up to the public. Public? Nobody in the chambers? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Sorry, whoops. I pushed the wrong button. So, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, you have a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, good. Anything to say?
Housing's good.
Anything to say, second?
No.
Call for the question.
Oh, Mayor Pro Tem? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, good. Okay, our first new business item, we have 2 new business items now. Our first one is new business item number 1, and Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
This is resolutions affirming the city's core values and support for Senate Bill 805, the No Vigilantes Act. Staff presentation by Deputy City Manager Ms. Reyes and Government Affairs Manager Mr. Barkman.
All right, Ms. Reyes and Mr. Barkman, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Joining me this evening are Government Affairs Manager Jay Barkman, who will discuss the legislation under consideration, and Management Analyst Sergio Escobar, who will go over the city's current efforts. In light of the recent federal immigration enforcement in our region, and at the request of the City Council, staff is bringing forward discussion items for council consideration. These discussion items are as follows. Exploring potential partnerships with community-based organizations to provide support services for impacted residents. A resolution affirming the city's core values in response to recent federal actions. And a resolution and a letter in support of Senate Bill 805, the No Vigilantes Act. Now I will turn it over to Sergio, who will provide information on the city's collaborative efforts in support of our community.
Mr. Escobar, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'll go ahead and talk about the city efforts in response to the federal immigration enforcement activity. The city has reaffirmed its commitment to its core values of compassion and inclusivity. Since January, staff has attended various workshops hosted by community organizations, These workshops range from Know Your Rights, Family Preparedness, as well as volunteer opportunities. We've maintained ongoing communication with community partners to better understand the concerns, needs, and impacts on the community. In June, following the ice raids in the Southern California region, staff developed and launched the Community Resources webpage on the city website. The website includes the following support services listed below. As part of our outreach and engagement efforts, in July, staff created the Costa Mesa Cares Family Preparedness Package, which is an emergency preparedness package for any situation but is tailored to the current immigration crisis. Since creating these packets, staff has distributed approximately 600 packets to the community, most recently this past weekend at the Newport Mesa Unified School District Back Expo. These are also located at the entrance of the council chambers. Staff has maintained strong relationships with community-based, non-governmental, and faith-based organizations with ongoing weekly meetings to discuss community concerns. To better understand those impacted, we've also maintained ongoing collaboration to help identify service gaps, build trust, and inform the city's response, but most importantly, improve understanding of those impacted by recent immigration actions. Staff continues working with these organizations to explore and identify potential partnerships that can provide direct support services. Once formed, these partnerships will ensure that those affected by the federal enforcement activity have access to support services and that the city can proactively respond to community concerns. I'm now going to turn it over to Jay Barkman, who will talk about the proposed resolutions as well as legislation.
Thank you, Sergio. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight are two resolutions for consideration by the Council. The first notes increased enforcement activities and the aggressive nature of creating a climate of fear in the community. It also acknowledges federal authority over immigration enforcement, but reaffirms the city is not assisting or cooperating with those activities. It calls on our federal officials to follow due process, act with transparency, and focus enforcement on criminals. The second resolution before you proposes the support for Senate Bill 805, recognizing the confusion on the validity of enforcement actions as a result of ICE agents wearing face coverings. The four issues that Senate Bill 805 seeks to address are: first, the bill expands the misdemeanor offense of impersonating a peace officer. Second, bail agents, or as they're sometimes referred to, bounty hunters, would be explicitly prohibited under Senate Bill 805 from using their position for immigration enforcement. This is an area the California Values Act did not address previously. Third, specific identification standards for law enforcement officers are required under the bill, including for federal law enforcement. And lastly, the bill allows a peace officer to request identification from alleged law enforcement officers. These last two issues were of concern for the California Police Chiefs Association until amendments moved them from an opposed to neutral position on the bill. Specifically, the amendments clarify that undercover personnel are exempt and that agencies would not face penalties provided they maintain and publicly post their written policy on visible identification. Senate Bill 805, in part, expands and builds upon existing laws shown here, such as the impersonation of a peace officer and the California Values Act. Also, bail agents and their authorities to act are defined by state law, along with peace officers' requirements to wear badges and nameplates. Senate Bill 805 closes some gaps, but also seeks to apply these standards to federal law enforcement. Whereas the Constitution and judicial rulings prohibit forcing local authorities to enforce federal laws or regulatory programs, federal law also prohibits interference with ICE efforts to obtain information on immigration status. Federal law and agency policies require ICE to identify themselves at the time of arrest or as soon as it is practical and safe to do so. These last two issues are where the bill and attempts to enforce it against federal agents is likely to face challenges. For more on that, I'll hand it over to our city attorney.
Sorry, I can't seem to get my seat in the right place. Thank you, Mr. Barkman. I appreciate that. Obviously, we have been here before when we have dealt with the intersection, shall we say, of federal law and state law. The California Values Act, SB 54, was one of those cases where there was a challenge to the law by the federal government on the grounds that it was unduly interfering with federal law. The courts held that it wasn't because it doesn't affirmatively prevent any action by federal officers, and it doesn't affirmatively authorize state officers to interfere with federal officers or require federal officers to do anything. So some of the potential concerns here are to the extent that a statute of the state attempts to compel federal officers to comply with a state law that may be in conflict with federal law or may be in conflict with their directive. It may be held unconstitutional under the Supremacy Clause. That's basically the issue. The other potential issue is where it's held to be duplicative in some way, and the federal law has occupied the field. So here, obviously, we're the parts that forbid our officers or others from interfering with ICE, that's fine. The federal law does require ICE to identify themselves at the time of the arrest. This law, to the extent that it would attempt to apply itself to federal officers, may be deemed to be interfering with their discretion as peace officers as to when it would be safe for them to identify themselves. So those are just some of the concerns. As the bill gets amended, perhaps some of these concerns could be mitigated or go away. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Barkman.
Thank you. So with that, actions for the City Council to consider tonight include adopting the proposed resolution affirming the city's core values. Second, adopting the proposed resolution supporting California Senate Bill 805, the No Vigilantes Act. And connected with that, the approval of the proposed letter of support for Senate Bill 805. In addition to that, the staff report lists possible alternatives for consideration by the council, which include directing changes to be made to the proposed resolutions and or the letter, choosing not to approve the resolutions and or letter, or adopting a support if amended position on Senate Bill 805 to request that portions of the bill in conflict with federal law be removed. With that, we will be available for questions, and I conclude our presentation.
Any questions on council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So obviously, we don't do this often. We don't often weigh in on state law that's just being formulated. Where is this law currently in the process?
I believe the bill is pending consideration by the full Senate.
Okay, so
and then it would go back. It was amended in the Senate, so it would have to pass the Senate and then go back to the Assembly for concurrence in the amendments. So it's passed one committee out of the Senate Public Safety Committee.
Okay, so the next step is to go to a Senate vote?
Senate floor, yes.
And then it'll go back to the Assembly?
Yes.
Okay. So then we're still able to, in a way, influence the process. So if we, for example, wanted to make an amendment, the state, in theory, could look at that, and that could shape the bill's outcome into the state, correct?
Yes, and actually, let me make a correction. It is going to the Assembly Appropriations Committee and then the full floor. I'm sorry, for the Senate Appropriations Committee and then the full floor. So there is another step in the process, actually. Yes, so there is time.
Okay, thank you.
I have some questions.
Councilmember Gameros?
Thank you. Jay, can you go to slide 5 for me, please, on the Senate Bill 805, No Vigilantes Act? There we go. So I want to get some clarification on bullet number 4, requesting identification. There's a statement here that says allows a peace officer to request identification. Allows and requests kind of like jumbo shrimp to me. I'll just start off with that. In an alleged from an alleged law enforcement officer. So if we put this thing down, this allows word is kind of like starting to wordsmith. Just like we don't direct staff on what to do, I don't want to be in a position as a council that we're directing our police department officers to start going, and I don't want to mandate that they have to start doing something. So I want to be very clear on this when I see this. I don't want to back anyone into a corner. On the same note, I do agree with the vigilante issue, but requesting identification, aren't our police officers allowed now to request identification?
Yes, my understanding is, yes, police officers now can exercise their discretion if they have probable cause, and if the city attorney wants to address that more, I'll
Yes, our law enforcement officers, if they believe that there is reasonable cause to believe that somebody may be impersonating a law enforcement officer of whatever agency, they would have the discretion to request that kind of identification.
Okay, that's fine. I just want to make sure that we're not using this as teeth to try and make our police officers force or go in and you know, mandate that they do something. And when I look at, if you go to page 7, please. On the alternatives, adopt a support if amended position. My support if amended position would be to not include bullet number 4 on page 5 if I'm going to support this, because there's no way I'm going to use language that directs a police officer to do something just like we don't direct staff. So I'm just going to make that very clear that if I'm going to support this, I'm not telling our police officers what they need to or not need to do in this case. So that's all I have.
So I have a question. So I thought at some point, but I'm not seeing it here, but maybe it's implicit, that there was some effort to say ICE officers can't wear masks. Nothing in this says ICE officers can't wear masks, right? They can wear masks if this is passed, right? I don't see anything that says that in the staff report.
No, this bill doesn't get into specifics of not wearing a mask. There is another bill by Senator Wiener, Senator Bill 6, I can't remember the number now, that tries to address the mask issue specifically. This bill seeks to kind of address the identifications, the badge, the nameplates.
Got it. So let's bring up the police chief and the captain. You guys. So just play it out for me. This thing passes. PD is out, you know, there's a ICE activity that they're doing, a whatever you want to call it, a raid or an arrest or whatever, however you want to put the verb on it. And you all come on the scene. And you've got, you know, what would you do? I mean, you know, because there's a legitimate concern for sure in this, which is to say if somebody's impersonating an officer, you know, and kidnapping somebody, obviously that's something that, you know, you would be concerned about and you want to prevent that from happening. But then at what would you be able to ask? And then what information would they provide you to provide you the assurance that they're legitimate federal officers?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Interim Chief Joyce LaPointe here. Right now, we already have laws that allow us to do this type of investigation. We have done this type of investigation in the past. We actually just a couple weeks ago had an incident that occurred where someone called in and they thought they were being kidnapped. And we went out there and we spoke to the officers, identified them. They went on their way with their arrest and we went back to work. So all of these laws are already in effect. Impersonating an officer, as City Attorney advised, is something that we already can investigate and make arrests for. And all the other things that are in this that I'm saying are already current for us to be able to address.
What type of identification would you require them to provide?
So when we go up to them, we can identify their patches, and we would not ask them for an identification card if that's what someone's specifically looking for. We can identify badges, uniforms.
And if they were wearing a mask, would you ask them to take it off?
No, I would not ask them to take, I would not expect my officers to ask them to take the mask off.
All right, thanks. If there's no other questions, let's open it up to public comment. Yes, sir.
Good evening, council. There's a great portion of people that are huge on law and order, and they preach law and order until they reach the dilemma of whether or not this law and order is being carried out lawfully. In the case of Border Patrol and ICE, the answer is the latter. We see these individuals drive recklessly on city streets. We see these individuals wearing masks and shiesties, anything to conceal their identity. They purposely remove the license plates both in the front and the rear, and they're often hostile to those attempting to keep them accountable. And we have seen today, Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley, that the temporary restraining order means nothing to them. There is often no due process and no probable cause, and if that be the case, then we need law and order. This is exactly why I support the city's resolution supporting Senate Bill 805, as anyone who believes in law and order surely would support this. It doesn't put these agents in danger. Look at every officer in this room. They don't have a mask on. They apprehend individuals all the time. Why no mask? I'm sure there are tons of reasons, but one I'd like to point out is the fact that they have actual identification. They have badge numbers. They have accountability. These agents do not. We need more than adding a few links to a subpage already difficult to navigate and to find on your city's website to show that you care and you're with us when it comes to this pressing matter. 2 members of this council have remained silent during this time of hurt for our community. And more specifically, the last meeting, one said they wanted to focus on the positive. I fear life is not sunshine and rainbows, and ignoring negative only hurts you in the long run. As someone representing constituents, you can't just focus on the positive. That's not how being a council member works. Checking a thesaurus, a synonym for allowing is permitting. Council member Gameros, what part of allowing means mandating? Thank you.
Okay, yes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Stevens and our council. I'm just going to start off by saying Cherokee, Apache County, Maricopa, Mojave, Navajo, Yuma, Sarasota, Seminole, Marin, Mono, Napa, Cheyenne. These are just some of the countless native tribal lands that existed by our precious Indian people before Europeans, like my ancestors and beyond, Columbus, arrived to colonize by brutally desecrating their families, just as we are witnessing in our country and around the world today. San Juan Capistrano, San Jose, San Clemente, Pico Rivera, Montebello, where my grandparents settled after coming to America. Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, Santa Ana, and Costa Mesa. These and countless other cities and towns existed and represent the Mexicano culture and this northern territory that was Mexico, or I should say Mexico, before the United States even existed. I am a European, Asian descendant of immigrants, my great-grandparents, Konstantin and Amalia Reisig, whose farmland was stolen by the Russian Tsar. They were Germans, they were Lutheran and Jewish, and because of that, their religion, in the early 1900s, they were forced to leave their homes and their farmland was stolen from them. They got on a ship to Ellis Island and were welcomed into America with papers. I am honored that this country welcomed us along with all of you who are also descendants of European immigrants. Mexicanos are not crossing the border. The border crossed them because this is their home. Jesus and his family were immigrants, refugees who sought safety in a foreign land, Egypt, to escape persecution, Matthew 2:16. Exodus 22, 21, and 23:9 say, "You shall not oppress the immigrant, since you yourself know the feelings of an immigrant, because you were immigrants in the land of Egypt." Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. Very late evening. I don't have a speech prepared, I'm sorry. But so essentially, I think what you guys need to do is really focus specifically on the culture that's speaking about pro-immigration going against ICE, because when, what's his name, Gameros was speaking specifically about the semantics of that phrasing to ask police to go ahead and ask ICE for identification. We're not really asking them to just identify themselves. We're trying to get their badge numbers to be able to help people that are being kidnapped, and specifically kidnapped, if you want to use the proper terminology, to help them in court. When you get sent to those detention centers, if you don't get pulled out on bail, your chance of being deported goes up by 70 or so%. Everything is just specifically to help people when they get kidnapped by agents in detention and get them out of there. I also just wanted to reiterate that if you are going to go through with this, to be really specific, because they dance around semantics all the time. If you're going to use ICE, say CBP, HSI, ERO, they are going to use whatever you have, go against it. They'll be like, all right, ICE won't have to provide identification. What about HSI? What about ERO? What about TVP? There's so many facets. There's a lot of them out there. You guys have to get really knowledgeable about it just as much as we do, because this is not just people being taken, we're being attacked very specifically in a very specific way. Some of us are out here in the street witnessing this all the time. We're very heavily involved. We follow them. I don't really give a shit if they're gonna see this. We're following them. We see them everywhere they're going. We know exactly what they're doing. These are just regular deputized police officers that had decided to sell out for a couple, $100,000. Just be really immersed in the culture that's asking you to listen to us. There's a lot that they're doing that they're not really revealing. It's all just a financial scheme, but specifically just be particular about the phrases and the agencies you use in this. Everything that they ask specifically about identification, it's for court cases. We're trying to get them out so that they don't get sent to a country that they haven't been in over 25 or 30 years. So use ERO, use CBP. I just advise you to do that. I'm really tired. I'm sorry. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Roberto, and I'm here with Resilience Orange County and Costa Mesa Unidos, a group of Latino constituents with deep roots here in Costa Mesa. In terms of the feedback, what you have before you are just resolutions. What we need is real policy changes. Right now, many families are living in fear of eviction, not because they don't want to work, but because they can't afford rent due to hardships like immigration arrests and immigration struggle. Sadly, our current city law, the Tenant Protection Ordinance, currently only tracks no-fault evictions, cases where tenants are evicted through no fault of their own. What's missing is tracking at-fault evictions, especially those tied to non-payment of rent, which will rise. This is where rental registry becomes essential. With it, we can track evictions, including at-fault ones, giving the city a clear picture of the extent of the evictions that are impacting the community. Other cities have already taken steps. In 2021, Long Beach, Fresno, Stockton passed their own rental registry ordinances. Santa Rosa in 2022 passed its ordinance. This is about preventing unjust evictions and holding landlords accountable. So I think addressing evictions in whatever policy solutions, rent control, right? We talked about that. Rental registry, an eviction moratorium, all of those three policy solutions address evictions. The second part that I want to talk to you about is immigration enforcement and the arrests in our community. I personally want to thank Councilmember Reynolds and the volunteers, the faith community business leaders who are supporting with food distribution efforts for families. Costa Mesa Unidos and Resilience OC values your leadership and support that you've shown over the past months. Looking forward, another policy solution for you that I have, Resilience Orange County and Costa Mesa Unidos has spoken here before, is about funding a legal defense fund for Costa Mesa residents impacted by warrantless ICE arrests. These types of funds help protect due process rights in immigration court and other critical legal support for families facing separation. Again, what you have before you tonight is just resolutions. If you want my honest feedback, Resolution 1, right, I think that it mentions partnering with nonprofit organizations to provide services. I think that's great. But the city needs to invest money and dollars into this cause. Resolution 2, so I support it as is with no amendments. At the end of the day, those are two policy areas that you need to be addressing: the evictions that are going to be coming and the immigration arrests, protecting due process in immigration court. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Yeah, I wish I was here tonight complaining about lack of parking instead of coming here to protect our brown residents from being kidnapped. A lot of us are pretty privileged, and I don't think we realize that. You guys do have a very difficult job. You're here all night listening to grievances. I appreciate what you do. I appreciate that you have basically volunteered for this job, trying to find a solution to very many things. I appreciate that you guys put together a resolution, a board report, and that you've listened to us and that you're trying. But with all due respect, all of that stuff that you've written has fallen short. There's no mention of the mutual aid in the resolution or in the board report. And so I took a look at your fiscal year 25-26 budget that you just approved last month, so we kind of missed it. But I think there might be an opportunity. I could be wrong. I'm asking the council to confirm or clarify, to ask city staff to confirm or clarify. There's a $2.8 million transfer from the general fund to the IT replacement fund, categorized under non-departmental fixed assets. This amount is based on a 1.5% formula, but notably, the council reduced that transfer by $500,000. That tells us two things. One, the fund is flexible, and two, the council has discretion. I realize that the MSA for business item, new business item number 2 is being funded by this money. I'm asking the council to not approve that MSA tonight until you have answered whether or not these funds can be reappropriated and reallocated. De novo, if you're here, I'm sorry that I'm asking the council to not approve. Aside from that IT replacement fund, there's also the $500,000 contingency reserve and a $5 million surplus in the general fund reserve. These are real flexible dollars. Together, they show there is room to respond to urgent community needs without compromising essential services or long-term planning. I'm asking the council to consider allocating just $150,000 of these sources to create a city-backed mutual fund, one that supports housing, legal aid, and basic necessities for families impacted by ICE. This isn't just fiscally sound, it's morally responsible. In regards to the resolutions, tonight and in recent weeks, you've heard what people are asking for, and it's not symbolic language or cautious half measures. It's bold, meaningful action. While the draft resolution attempts to memorialize what was shared, it lacks the courage and clarity this moment demands. It reiterates the city's hesitation to challenge federal authorities. It pushes the burden of mutual aid back onto the community. And in your letter supporting SB 805,
Sorry, that's it. Thank you. Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sandra, and I serve as the Director of Policy and Legal Strategy at the Orange County Rapid Response Network. I'm here today on behalf of my team and the communities we serve. We are committed to responding to dehumanizing immigration enforcement actions across Orange County, including here in Costa Mesa, and to protecting the individuals and families these actions target. Since our founding during the first Trump administration, we've responded to ICE arrest of Costa Mesa residents. We've seen your constituents targeted under 3 different administrations. We've witnessed families separated, immigrant communities pushed into economic precarity, and under the current administration, we've seen some of the most fear-based and inhumane tactics yet. Since February, we've documented a clear uptick in ICE and Homeland Security investigations activity in Costa Mesa. We and your neighboring residents are the ones who show up. We're the ones who show up at the crack of dawn to patrol the working class communities that get targeted the most. We've been the first to respond to arrests, raids, and intimidation tactics, and also support the release of those locked in cages. Yet city officials have remained absent. Now in August, it's clear how quickly these agencies act with impunity, driven by authoritarian power and rooted in white supremacist ideology. I understand that tonight you're considering a resolution affirming the city's core values. While that's a gesture, it's not enough. The strongest part of today's efforts is the support for SB 805, the No Vigilantes Act, but even that is only a start. So I ask, what is Costa Mesa truly leveraging beyond its image? I urge you to take tangible steps, including submitting a FOIA request to understand the nature of enforcement trends in your city, creating a legal defense fund for the families targeted in your city. Consider joining Vasquez v. Perdomo, a federal lawsuit challenging unconstitutional stops, raids, and arrests, many that were discussed today. Tonight, you have the power to do more than make a statement. You can take a stand. Stand in true solidarity with your immigrant communities, all of whom enrich the fabric of this city every day. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hold on one second. Your mic's not on, but it looks like on my thing it should be. There you go.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members. My name is Christian Lopez, and I come before you as an organizer with Costa Mesa Unidos and Resilience OC. Costa Mesa Unidos was founded in 2022 and is a community organization here in Costa Mesa that supports working class, immigrant, and Spanish-speaking residents of the city. We exist to build a safe, empowering space where neighbors can connect, organize, and advocate for the dignity and justice our communities deserve. Our community is vibrant and resilient, but right now, too many of our neighbors are living in fear. Fear of rent increases they can't afford, fear of eviction, and fear of ICE activity in their neighborhoods. That is why tonight, I'm here to uplift a simple message: the right to remain, el derecho a permanecer, the right to remain in our homes, the right to live without fear, the right to remain rooted in the community we cherish. On behalf of Costa Mesa Unidos, we recently submitted a letter to the City Council, signed on by many community members across the city. Prioritizing tenant protections. Tenant protections must go further. Current tenant protections are not enough. Without long-term rent stabilization and dedicated eviction protection, too many families remain on the brink at a time of immense uncertainty. Immigrant families must feel safe. Ongoing ICE activity causes deep trauma. It makes families fearful of leaving their homes, and it erodes trust and fractures communities. So tonight, we call on the council to affirm the right to remain in Costa Mesa, pass a resolution that denounces ICE raids and declares that immigrant residents are welcome, establish legal defense funds, provide critical support to tenants and immigrant residents facing eviction or detention, strengthen tenant protections, explore rent stabilization and creating a rental registry, and continue community partnerships, continue building trust with local nonprofit organizations to ensure that policy truly reflects the voices of those most impacted. At a time of immense uncertainty, the city has a real opportunity to demonstrate that it stands firmly behind its values of inclusivity and compassion. We call on the city to stand alongside our community in our right to remain. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hello, City Council. My name is Sean Drexler. I'm a Costa Mesa resident. I want to thank Council members Marr, Reynolds, and Chavez for bringing forth these resolutions. I know that at last city council meeting, there were additional asks that these resolutions do not address. The content of these resolutions are a good start. They're not the end, they're not policy, as some others have noted. They are, however, very doable commitments the city can make good on. They're commitments that can support impacted residents without putting a target on their back or on Costa Mesa's back, and that is a start. I interpret these resolutions as commitments to a process of justice, that it is to set in motion the creation of actual policy. So I support these resolutions, and I urge the council to vote yes on them. I support Costa Mesa showing leadership by making a resolution supporting SB 805 as it is written. I don't support the resolution if it's amended in such a way as to water it down. Thank you, council and staff, for, as it says, continuing to explore and engage in conversations with city partners about potential opportunities to access at-fault eviction data if available, and to look for more ways to address the impact of federal immigration enforcement on tenants. And here I want to uplift Roberto's comments that this is where a rental registry ordinance becomes essential, which would allow the city to track all evictions, including at-fault ones. As they said, Long Beach, Fresno, Stockton, and Santa Rosa have already taken this step and found that it has been effective in preventing unjust evictions. Therefore, I encourage City Council to pass a rental registry ordinance that includes at-fault evictions. Thank you, council and staff, for exploring potential partnerships that can provide direct support services such as legal assistance, rental assistance, etc. I encourage council that this kind of assistance is very feasible and is having a lot of success around the country. You know, examples locally, Anaheim and Santana have created funds for those purposes, and I hope I can look forward to Costa Mesa becoming one of the leading examples of what cities can effectively do to aid our impacted residents, specifically through the creation of a legal defense fund. Again, the content of these resolutions as they are written are commitments the city can make and accomplish without putting a target on our impacted residents or on the city itself. So tonight, I urge City Council to vote yes on these resolutions and to develop actual policy to protect and support impacted families. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening, council members. My name is Garrett Rincon. I am a Costa Mesa resident. I want to start off by thanking council members Mar, Reynolds, and Mayor Pro Tem Chavez for bringing forth these resolutions. I appreciate your support for Senate Bill 805, which would require law enforcement and immigration to identify themselves and allow law enforcement to request identification from ICE agents. I understand that there was a point of contention on that last part. However, I believe that leaving this language intact will show your dedication to holding ICE agents accountable for their actions and truly stop potential vigilantes from attempting to kidnap our community members. We need to be able to find people that are missing. We need real action. As our elected officials, I think this is the right thing to do. I appreciate that the council is researching potential partnerships that can provide direct support services, such as legal assistance, rental assistance, case management, and emergency aid to individuals and families affected by immigration enforcement. I believe that in times like this, it's important to have the ability to trust our friends, family, neighbor, community organizations, and elected officials. This will not only make undocumented community members gain the assistance that they need, but feel that we have compassion and care for their well-being. On the topic of exploring potential partnerships and direct support services, I would like to encourage the council to consider allocating some of our city's money to legal funds and aid. For instance, the city of Anaheim added $250,000 to its donation-reliant fund in response to these ICE raids. Likewise, the city of Santana, my hometown, that has far fewer resources than most cities in the county, gave $100,000 to a temporary financial aid fund. We saw during the last city council meeting that our community is in support of action that will protect our fellow community members. It is possible, and as you can see, we have some great examples here in Orange County. Lastly, I'd like to encourage the council to continue to explore and engage in conversations with city partners about potential opportunities to access at-fault eviction data if available, and as to continue to look for ways to address the impact of the federal immigration enforcement on tenants. In particular, I would also like to request that the council seriously consider an eviction moratorium for citizens affected by ICE raids. While I know this may not seem feasible, it is desperately needed for families in our community. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Okay. The other day, I stood with courageous immigrant mothers, women who have survived the terror of ICE raids and still found the strength to fight for their children. These children are suffering. They are so deeply traumatized to the point of even ending their own lives. So not only are these mothers living in fear of being no child should ever be pushed to that point. And no mother should ever have to live in the fear of being torn away from her family, and then the fear of losing her child to this violent and inhumane system. This is what the immigration policies are doing. And we need to do better, and whether that is providing a legal defense fund or some sort of system that supports them, these kids, because these kids are thinking about ending their lives, and no child should ever be pushed to that point because they feel like they are unwanted and hunted and treated so unfairly by the system that is just made to make them feel so little and poor. And those are just a few of the stories that we heard about these mothers. So not only are they dealing with the impacts of being hunted, they're also dealing with the fears of losing their child to suicide. And that's it.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Brooke, and I'm a longtime Costa Mesa resident, a District 1 constituent, and one of the main organizers with Food Not Bombs Costa Mesa. Food Not Bombs is an all-volunteer grassroots collective serving free vegetarian meals every first Sunday of the month. And this past Sunday, we hosted our first community council speech input potluck. It was a shared meal in space for people to connect, support one another, and speak openly about issues affecting them. At this gathering, a main focus was the fear and anxiety many are facing due to the increased ICE activity and racial profiling. On Sunday, we were joined by 6 incredibly resilient, brave, and proud immigrant women. Longtime Costa Mesa residents, many here for over 20 or 30 years. They are mothers, workers, and neighbors who have raised families, sent kids to local schools, and watched their children grow into college graduates, contributing to this city. These women spoke with pride about their hard work and self-resilience, but every story was underscored by fear. They, their families, their children live in daily fear. Fear of being harassed, profiled, or taken. Fear of a loved one disappearing. Of ICE arriving without warning, of someone not coming home from work or school, and this fear affects their daily lives. They described how ICE agents and bounty hunters operate masked and unidentified, causing anxiety, fear, and confusion. They also shared how unsupported and invisible they often feel despite decades of being here. And what mattered most to them on Sunday was being heard, and feeling even briefly that someone had their back. Thank you to Councilmember Arliss Reynolds for showing up to listen and connect, and your presence made a real impact. But now we ask this council to turn listening into action, and we call on the city to require ICE, bounty hunters, and immigration enforcement to remain unmasked, clearly identify themselves, and carry proper ID. We call on the city to commit to a mutual aid fund for food, transportation, rent, and urgent needs. And we call on the city to commit to a legal aid fund to provide accessible immigration and civil rights support, and to continue and bolster investment in multicultural outreach to build trust, educate residents, and ensure immigrant families feel welcome and safe. I'm not here to speak for these women. I am here to lift their voices and make their fears visible. The community is not asking for charity. We're asking for dignity, safety, and the right to live without fear. We are stronger together. Somos más fuertes juntos. Thank you.
Bob?
Well, I'm standing up here to fully support 805. and I think this council should also, under the one caveat, as it is written now. It's a youngster, don't know what it's going to look like when it grows up. But as of right now, I fully support 805. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Yeah, hi. Sorry, excuse me. With regards to the identification issue, oh, here. I think anybody going around arresting people should have to identify themselves with their name and badge number for the purposes of accountability. And I think some other people mentioned that it's relevant with regards to arrests and things like that, like when they are arrested and need to know this information. But also just for purposes of accountability. You know, we expect our local police officers to have their name and badge number visible, and I think we should expect the same of ICE agents. You know, if they're going around being too violent or arresting people they shouldn't, you know, all these sorts of lawless things that we know that they do, we should know who it is who's doing that so that we can just say, oh no, not just ICE in general is doing bad things, but these specific people are the people who need to be held accountable. I realize in the current environment that might not be a something that we could expect to happen, but we should, right? The standards should be there for that. So full identification for everybody, and not just for a police officer to ask them, but everybody should have that information. More generally speaking, I am glad that the city has been involved with organizing efforts for resources for people. That's really reassuring, and it sounds like it has helped people so far, so I hope you continue on these things. And I just want to express a desire to see even more support and actions from the city. You know, I'll leave it to the other people who are a little closer to the community who have specified detailed things that they're asking for, and say that I support those things. And yeah, I think the city should be doing as much as it can to support and protect its residents. Let's see, I'll just add a side note, which is with regards to legal defense and other aid funds and things. I think some potentially people on the council might be, you know, concerned about the financials of, oh, is this a thing we want to spend money on, or what are people going to think if we spend money on this? And for myself, at least, I just want to make the point that every resident of Costa Mesa, you know, pays taxes, employment taxes, sales taxes, business taxes, et cetera, and they contribute to the community in all sorts of ways, both socially and financially, and they are just as valid. The people who need these services, including aid funds and things like that, they are just as worthy of receiving these funds as anybody else in the city is of receiving city services. Thanks.
Mark.
Good evening, Council. I'll make my comments brief. I'm incredibly supportive and glad that the Council is bringing this forward and supporting SB 805. I think in general, as a democratic society, if an agent of the state, and I don't mean the state of California, I mean government, is arresting and detaining you, I think requiring of them to prove that they are an agent of the state, at least at some point in the process, seems incredibly reasonable to me, and I think actually shines even more illegitimacy to the way that our federal government has been treating immigrations and custom enforcement actions. And so I'm really appreciative of the city bringing this forward and supporting this, and ensuring that we have dignified law enforcement operating in the city of Costa Mesa and across the state of California, which I think we do compared to federal actions. So yeah, I'm incredibly supportive. The only thing I just want to caveat is, as someone who regularly works in the state legislature, if you don't see me here on a Tuesday, it's probably because I'm in Sacramento. I would say that it's not a lot of utility in the political realm for the city of Costa Mesa to submit a support if amended position based on sort of the constitutionality or the indifference with federal law. I don't think that's going to be very useful. I would suggest either, you know, taking the position of really supporting this bill or staying out of the fight. And I would encourage you to take a support position on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I support all of these resolutions as a very good start. The community has really stepped up and provided food and resources to other community members that are in need. I'm encouraging you guys to find some money in the budget to get behind some of the resolutions and ideas that have come forward this evening. Everything from rent support to legal defense funds. We can do more, and I expect you to. Thank you.
Jay Humphrey. Does anybody else want to come down to talk? Okay, Jay, you'll be our last from here, and then we'll go to Zoom. Anybody on Zoom? Good.
Okay.
Yes.
Basically, I support this process we're going through right now and the 3 items. We're on a slippery slope, and the slippery slope is simple: due process. If we do not protect the insidious invasion of due process, eventually we won't have it. And when we don't have it, and we all look like no, it'll never happen, but when we don't have it, it'll affect all of us, everybody, no matter what. So we need to be making sure we're protecting due process, and we need to protect it against the things that insidiously take away from it: fear, fear-mongering, the things that we all get afraid of. So the city's taking starting action, and I appreciate the step forward, absolutely. I would like to see more, because when the end happens, we need to protect due process and the rule of law in this country to make sure that all of us enjoy those things in the future. Little chinks out of it eventually make the whole mountain fall down. Keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
Who's on Zoom?
Next speaker will be Al.
Al, you got the floor.
Hi, good evening. I'm a practicing lawyer and a resident of Costa Mesa, and just would like to emphasize that I really love this city. What brought me here was the diversity. So regardless of the passing of the No Vigilantes Act, which I support, and considering the existing obligations of our police, like the interim chief mentioned, I would like to offer another way of examining this issue by starting with a common objective example of when our police are called to a scene and witness masked armed men using violence to abduct a person off the streets into an unmarked vehicle. Wouldn't the police normally stop them under these circumstances? Wouldn't that easily amount to reasonable suspicion, if not probable cause, to at the very least question these masked men and ensure that they identify themselves as federal agents with a badge or ID? So this wouldn't constitute interference or obstruction with ICE, especially when they are already required to under the Immigration Nationality Act. This is simply asking our police to conduct their official duties and protect Costa Mesa residents when they witness activity that would otherwise amount to reasonable suspicion or probable cause. So this leads me to offering that this be viewed from the perspective of assessing legal risk management. Why? Because individuals can sue state and local officials, including police officers and departments, under 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, also known as Monell claims, and I'm sure all the police officers present are aware of these claims. These claims are for failing to enforce an individual's rights provided under the Constitution, such as the protection against unreasonable search and seizure and the denial of equal protection. Section 1983 claims do not require intentional conduct and can be based on a failure to act. So if our officers do not ask these masked armed men to identify themselves, despite having reasonable suspicion or probable cause to do so, couldn't this failure to act risk violation of that individual's Fourth Amendment protection against unreasonable search and seizure? And if this failure to act is a custom or a practice by the police department only when the masked men are targeting brown people, wouldn't that risk allegations of discrimination in violation of the Equal Protection Clause? As stated in your draft resolution, ICE has repeatedly admonished localities not to take any steps that would result in interference or obstruction. So I hear your reluctance, but ICE is not going to save localities from these civil lawsuits filed by individuals and possibly a class of individuals. And they might not be filing them yet since we're just at the beginning of this, but lawyers practicing in this area are highly motivated when these Section 1983 claims have resulted in millions of dollars in settlements and jury verdicts. Again, I don't practice in this area of law, and this certainly doesn't constitute legal advice. So I encourage you to, consult with your legal counsel and in turn make the appropriate changes in
Thank you.
Section 8 of your resolution to not just respect,
That's your
but
time, ma'am.
enforce
That's
the
your
civil
time.
rights.
Ma'am, that's your time. Next.
Next speaker is Victor.
Victor, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, alcalde y mesa directiva de la ciudad de Costa Mesa. Mi nombre es Víctor Valladares y trabajo con la organización de Resiliencia Orange County. Estoy aquí para contarles una historia que sucedió hoy. Hoy en la ciudad de Huntington Beach llegaron aproximadamente 20 a 30 agentes federales del Border Patrol. ¿Por qué es importante esto de saber? Es porque sabemos que desde junio 9 hasta julio 11 hubo una orden judicial que no permitía a los agentes federales discriminando a la gente, ¿cómo se llama?, de color, morena, o porque hablan español, porque estaban discriminando a latinos predominantemente. Apenas el agosto 1, viernes pasado, la Corte Judicial rechazó que continúen esas órdenes ejecutivas que estaban haciendo inconstitucionales. Hoy nos dimos cuenta que los agentes federales comenzaron a quebrar la ley otra vez bajo la administración de Donald Trump. Estaban discriminando contra personas latinas otra vez, comenzando aquí en la ciudad de Huntington Beach, y luego agarraron otras 4 personas en el car wash de Magnolia Car Wash. Aunque yo sé que ahorita no están en Costa Mesa, pero sabemos que están movilizándose alrededor del condado. Yo personalmente he documentado todo lo que ha sucedido con migración desde junio 9 aquí en el condado de Orange. Es muy importante saber que tenemos que tomar todas las precauciones para proteger a nuestra comunidad, especialmente para apoyar a SB 805, porque ha habido agentes federales que no podemos identificar quiénes son ellos y no puede haber accountabilidad porque no sabemos quiénes son ellos y están cometiendo delitos, quebrando ventanas, tumbando puertas, violencia, aterrorizando a nuestra comunidad. Y aunque ahorita no ha habido confirmados redadas inconstitucionales en la ciudad de Costa Mesa desde comenzando hoy, en el futuro, posiblemente mañana, pueden hacer nuestros vecinos. Entonces les suplico que por favor apoyen sin cambios, porque tenemos que estar en el lado derecho, correcto de la ley, porque sí están afectando a muchos miembros de nuestras comunidades en todo el condado. Y les suplico que por favor apoyen a SB 805. Gracias.
This is the interpreter speaking. Victor, were you going to self-translate?
Is that good, Victor?
No, go ahead.
Great. So my name is Victor, and I am here representing Resilience Orange County, and I was here to talk to you all about an event that took place today at Huntington Beach. There were about 20 to 30 federal patrol agents, and we know that since between June 9th to June 11th, there was a federal order not allowing for discrimination to happen, but we know that has been happening, and discrimination has been happening against people with brown skin, as well as discrimination against Latinos. And just in August 1st, the Judicial Court deemed this unconstitutional to discriminate against Latinos. But we know that This has been happening in Huntington Beach, and even though we haven't seen this here in Costa Mesa, we know that they're mobilizing. And so I have personally been documented everything that's been going on since June here in Orange County, and I just think it's very important for us to support SB 805 and fully support it, because federal agents, otherwise we can't identify federal agents, and we need to know who they are. So I'm here just asking you all to please support this without any changes, and just please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Next speaker is Patricia.
Patricia, you have the floor.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Stevens and City Council members. My name is Patty, or Patricia, and I've proudly called Costa Mesa home for nearly 30 years. Our city's mission, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, is to serve its residents, businesses, and visitors while building a safe, inclusive, and vibrant community. But right now, we're falling short of that promise. This past Sunday, I, with others, met with longtime residents, women who have lived here for decades, raised families, volunteered in our schools and neighborhoods, and today they and their families live in fear. Why? Because individuals posing as ICE agents are carrying out unlawful raids. These families are now afraid to go to the grocery store, to school, to the doctors. Their children are scared to leave the house, worried they might be separated from their parents. These are not strangers, these are our neighbors. And this fear isn't limited to the undocumented. I was born in this country. My parents became citizens in the 90s, and yet we all now carry our passports everywhere we go. And whenever I'm out, I scan parking lots, I check license plates, I worry that a masked armed person might jump out from an unmarked vehicle and detain me or my elderly parents who are in their 80s, only because the color of our skin. This is not the Costa Mesa I know, and this is not the America we believe in. No one should have to live fear in the community they helped build. This is why I urge you to not only support Senate Bill 805, but to also pass our own policies to further protect citizens by requiring maskless agents and proper identification when requested. Let's live up to our values. Let's protect our neighbors. Let's require maskless agents. Let's require proper identification. Let's be better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Phone number ending in 613.
613, you have the floor. Chris?
Yes, good evening. I remember a proposition called Safe Schools and Safe Neighborhood Act, and this was Proposition 47. Language is important, and so when we were calling this vigilante, I am not aware of any vigilantes abducting anybody. I am aware of people who aren't from this country abducting citizens of this country. Now, I'm pretty sure my opinion is not popular, and I do understand that it's hard to speak from this angle, but if I was someone who wasn't from this country, I would do everything possible to get in this country. And knowing that I got here illegally, I would understand that if I did get caught being here illegally, I would be asked to leave. America is one of the few countries that has a very minor penalty for being here legally. This is not an easy thing to deal with, and I'm glad I'm not the one who has to make any of these decisions. But this is tough. This is a tough thing, you know. My heart goes out to people that have been here for a long time and get caught up in these things. But I also know that there's people here that shouldn't be here, and they take advantage of this situation. I'll tell you a personal story. I used to be a public school teacher, and I had many students who were here illegally, who were wonderful and made such an effort because they recognized the opportunity they had. And I felt that they added to the environment. I also had one guy in particular that was 25 pretending to be a 16-year-old selling drugs to students. And he got caught. So, you know, if we don't have rules and we don't have borders, we don't have a country. As unpopular as it is for this overwhelming group to hear, we need rules. The resilience OC guy, that guy drives a nice car. He makes a lot of money doing what he does. You know, we need to pay attention to these guys too. But again, not an easy decision. I'm so glad I don't have to make a move to get my face on the news tonight. But you got to realize that we don't have borders, we don't have rules, we don't have a country.
All right, thanks, Chris. Any more?
Juana, please.
Juana, you have the floor.
Buenas noches. Lamento mucho, sé que ya es muy tarde, pero creo que es necesario. Primero quiero agradecer a Arlis, a Manuel, a Andrea, que están haciendo un esfuerzo muy grande para poder apoyar a nuestra comunidad. Sabemos que están llevando alimentos y también quiero agradecer a esas iglesias que han creado este fondo para las personas que no tienen para pagar su renta. Mi preocupación es cómo estamos viendo el futuro. Hay mucha gente que ya no está asistiendo a sus chequeos médicos, personas que tienen enfermedades crónicas, que al final del día va a ser un problema no solo para nuestra comunidad, sino para toda la ciudad. Sé que ustedes han sido muy criticados de que no están haciendo buen trabajo, pero para mí son una de las mejores mesas que ha habido en la historia, porque ustedes son los únicos que han hecho cambios positivos en nuestra comunidad desde esa ordenanza que gracias a ustedes fue posible para que las familias de vivienda no fueran desalojadas hace unos 2 años atrás. Lo que a veces la gente no quiere entender es de que estamos hablando de enmiendas que no están siendo respetadas, que se están volviendo infrahumanas y seguimos siendo víctimas de un sistema de violencia estructural. A niños que ahorita estamos preocupados porque sus padres ni siquiera han podido salir, una porque no tienen para comprarle los útiles que necesitan para ir a la escuela, por el temor que tienen. Hoy primera vez que tuvimos el evento de Night Out y la gente no quiso salir. Y eso nos llena de temor porque hemos trabajado mucho para que la comunidad pueda tener esa confianza y esa relación que no tiene con nuestras autoridades. Ya van a empezar a quedarse callados, a no reportar crímenes, y eso sí es de preocupar. Entonces, que cuando tomemos una decisión la tomemos con la mente y en el corazón, y no importa que los demás digan que no sirven las decisiones que ustedes toman, porque ustedes han hecho la diferencia. Se han puesto en el lugar de nosotros y eso para nosotros es muy importante. Y pienso que los niños son el futuro del mañana, porque ¿quién no nos dice que el día del mañana va a estar uno de ellos allí sentado, como muchos de ustedes, tomando decisiones por la gente que representan? Creo que nuestros niños, nuestra juventud, tienen derecho de tener una vida mejor y no somos criminales por querer tener un futuro diferente a los demás. Somos personas que trabajamos y que nos cuesta mucho arrimar el sustento a nuestros hogares. Y muchísimas gracias, Dios me los bendiga por todas las cosas que están haciendo y no les importa lo que digan las demás. Ustedes sigan haciendo el bien, porque por eso la gente está enojada, por el cambio que ustedes están haciendo sin mirar a quién. Gracias, Dios les bendiga y que tengan muy buenas noches.
Good evening. Sorry it's so late, but it's necessary that we do this. I would just want to say thank you to Arnes, Manuel, and Andrea. Thank you so much for the big effort you've done in supporting the community. I know you've been taking food. Thank you also to the churches who have been donating funds for those who cannot pay their rent. I just think we really need to worry about what our future looks like. There's people right now that aren't going to the doctor who are suffering from chronic illnesses, and that's not only going to be a problem for our community, but also for the city. And, you know, don't worry about what people were saying about you all. You all have been the best council. You've made changes. You made positive changes in our community. With the ordinance that you passed regarding evictions not happening about 2 years ago. And I think people sometimes don't understand that these are amendments that are not being respected, and that this treatment has been really inhumane, and we've been victims of a systemic violence. You know, kids can't go out, their parents don't have any money to pay for their school supplies. And tonight was the first night out event that we had, and people did not come out, and that fills me with fear. To see that this is happening, because people are going to start not reporting crime, and what we want is for the community to have the trust in the authorities. And when you make the decisions, just keep that in your heart, in your minds. Doesn't matter what people are saying. You've made a difference. You put yourself in their shoes. And kids are the future. They might end up in your position making decisions, and kids have the right to a better life. It doesn't make us criminals to want that for them and to be working for everything that we do. So thank you so much. Don't worry about what everybody's saying. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is phone number ending in 715.
715, you have the floor.
Sí, buenas noches, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, lo escuchamos.
Sí, buenas noches, mi nombre es Carmen Ramírez, estoy aquí desde las 6 de la tarde. Es mi primera vez por Zoom, quería como que nos dieran una clase para que todos los que quisiéramos ver en Zoom, saber cómo prender los títulos, o lo pude hacer. Estuve jugando con mi teléfono desde las 6, se me cabeó 2 veces la batería, lo logré prender otra vez. Soy de Costa Mesa Unidos, de promotoras de salud también. He vivido en este país por 30 años. He sido voluntaria en escuela, comunidad, iglesia. Y me duele ver a mi comunidad siendo atacada por nuestro color de piel. Nuestras canchas de fútbol sin niños, nuestras calles sin niños jugando a la pelota, a nuestros vendedores de fruta escondiéndose, teniendo miedo a la policía, sin poder reportar violencias domésticas, sin poder reportar crímenes por miedo también. Estoy hablando por mí y por tantas madres que tienen encerrados a sus hijos. Hay una mamá que dice que estos 2 meses sus niños no han salido ni al balcón por miedo. Doy gracias a Mark, a Chávez, a Arlis, a su mamá de Arlis, a las iglesias que han estado apoyándonos. Mi hijo ha estado todo el momento en la junta escuchando, y también nuestros estudiantes están pasando por problemas. Un niño de 13 años, su papá fue deportado, iba a empezar las clases sin su papá aquí, sin ser criminal, por trabajar en un car wash, por correr. Estamos siendo discriminados en y doy gracias a Costa Mesa, a nuestros líderes de la mesa directiva, porque la verdad sentimos mucho apoyo, pero no todos tienen el valor de hablar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carmen Ramirez. I've been here since 6 p.m., and this is my first time joining here on Zoom. I would like to request that we have some kind of class or something to be able to use this, because I've been trying to fidget with the subtitles, playing on my phone since 6 p.m. I ran out of battery, and it would just be nice to know how to use it. I come from Costa Mesa Unidos. I'm a health promotora as well, and I've been living here in the United States for about 30 years. I've been a volunteer in school and in communities, and it just really hurts to see my community being attacked because of their skin color. Our soccer fields are empty. There are no kids outside playing ball. Our fruit vendors and food vendors are hiding, running away, not being outside. They're fearful of the police. People aren't reporting domestic violence. People are not reporting crimes out of fear. And I came here to talk not just for me, but for all the other mothers as well. There's a mother that was telling me that for 2 months, her kid has not even gone out to the balcony because of the fear. And I just want to say thank you to Manuel, Arnis, and their mom and church for supporting us. My son's been listening to the meeting, and students, they're also going through some things as well. There was a 13-year-old whose dad got deported, not being a criminal, because he worked at a car wash and ran away. So I just want to say thank you to the community, to the council. We do feel your support. It's just that a lot of people don't have they're fearful in speaking, so thank you.
Okay, no further?
None.
Close public comments. All right, I've got a motion. I move that we adopt the 2 resolutions, approve the letter. In addition to that, donate direct staff and the city, through the city manager, the finance director, to find this in the best place, but $100,000 immediately to a combination 50-50 of the Enough for All organization that was mentioned earlier and the Someone Cares Soup Kitchen. If there's any restrictions, because Enough for All is a church, I think Redemption Church, then give the money to the soup kitchen. And then also direct the city attorney to come back at our next meeting with options to provide like a legal defense fund, but in cooperation with either the Public Law Center or Legal Aid or the Orange County Bar Association. If you need help with that, I can help you with connections. And then finally, direct the city attorney to come back and provide the options, if any, to join the Perdomo matter as the city of Costa Mesa. That's my motion.
I second it.
Seconded by Chavez. So anyway,
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I guess I'll let you speak to it, and then I've got some friendly amendments.
you have some amendments, okay. All right, yeah, let me just speak to it. I thought that the first resolution was well-written, and I think it reflects the council's values and certainly my values. In terms of the No Vigilantes Act, you know, I don't think there's any point in watering it down with an if amended. I think it's also consistent with our values, and in terms of how it's going to shake out, both through the Senate and the Assembly deliberations and what might happen in court of law, federal court, that's really not for us to decide. So let's just support it. I read the letter. I got to sign the letter. Be proud to sign that letter. And then in terms of the money, yeah, you know, whatever. We had a tough, ladies and gentlemen, you should know, we had a tough budget year. And so a lot of the money we've given out during the pandemic and otherwise were actually federal funds. So this cuts into our budget, but we've got a lot of reserves. We talk about that a lot. And if you want to see a community's values, look at their budget. So I think we need to put our money where our mouth is. We're not at this point, I don't think, ready to formulate a legal defense fund, but I think it's a good idea. And I don't know as much as I should about the Perdomo case or whether we're even allowed to join it, but I think it's something worth exploring. Now, do you have anything to say in terms of the second, and then we'll get friendly amendments?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. First of all, Mayor, thank you so much for making this motion. I think it's good that we're going a bit beyond just resolutions, but we're also looking at things, tangible things we can do for our community. I always bring it back to home because that's the easiest way for me to convey my values sometimes and my experiences. And I've shared before on this dais, and I'll share it again. This has been the saddest summer of my life. I have still yet to see one kid on an e-bike in my district. It's noticeably a lot quieter in my community. And time again, at community events I go to, it's very clear that there's a visible lack of our Latino brothers and sisters in our community. It is frightening to be in this position knowing that whatever we do may probably get the ire of the federal government. But just because that fear exists in me as an immigrant doesn't mean this isn't important things to do. Because like I said last time, if someone in our community isn't able to enjoy the fruits of our great city, in some ways all of us are suffering. So I think these are really good, tangible steps. I appreciate that you want to join the Vasquez Perdomo action. I appreciate that you want to donate to groups that are supporting our community actively. And I'm supportive and I'm happy that our council is moving this direction.
Councilmember Mar, you wanted some friendly amendments?
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to just kind of narrow, specifically talk about the Enough for All fund. If staff isn't able to make that happen, they could bring it back as opposed to sending it to somewhere in Kara's Soup Kitchen, because I think we want to make sure that we're kind of narrowly directing those funds in the way that they'll be the most impactful. So I'd like to just keep that at Enough for All. If staff can't make it happen, then we'll come back with an alternative. But I don't want to just default to the soup kitchen because we can't figure out how to put that money somewhere else. I've got 4 more after that. So do you want to take them one at a time?
On that one, so you're saying you don't want to give any money to the soup kitchen?
I'd prefer it went for Enough for All. And if it can't go to Enough for All, then I think council should get a second bite at it as opposed to just defaulting to the soup kitchen. I'm also not 100% sure that the soup kitchen is able to take our funding given the way that they're structured.
Oh. Okay. As between those two, let's assume for the sake of discussion, they could accept it. As between those two charities, I guess, why do you think we should give it all to the Enough for All? I mean, I was just trying to balance it out. I know that Someone Cares Soup Kitchen has been involved as well, so I just want to know what's the reason for that?
Councilmember Reynolds can probably answer that.
Yeah, so I think, one, I just texted the ED of the Soup Kitchen, who we all know. I think he in the Soup Kitchen has a long-standing policy of as I understand, not accepting government funds.
Okay.
And so I think that may be a challenge. I don't want to lock us in that way. Also, we've been working very closely on the funding. I think $50K there might be more than we need at this time.
Okay.
I think that money can be used elsewhere. The Enough for All fund, trusted partners who can be much more flexible in using those funds across the needs that we've heard from community, including rental support, including supporting the food box program, and other essential needs. So it just provides a lot more flexibility.
Okay, that's fine. I agree. Second?
Concurs.
Thank you. So that's actually a good segue, that one of the things that we're hearing from the community is specifically about evictions. I think it's exposing some of the things that we've known for a little while around landlords who are poor operators, landlords who insist on cash and don't give receipts, all kinds of shady things. So I would just ask, I don't think it needs to necessarily even be a part of your motion, but I would just ask that staff bring back some alternatives for tracking at-fault evictions, so quote-unquote at-fault evictions. Other cities have rolled out rent registries. I'd like some options about things we can do. It doesn't need to be in the next meeting, but I think it's important for us to explore those things as part of this package.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to make it part of the motion, but if you
Fine.
want to bring it back, that's fine.
Okay. I'm also wondering if we can, I didn't catch all of the organizations that you said in terms of legal aid. I think the two that have been the most impactful are Orange County Legal Aid and Immigrant Defenders. Santa Ana has a contract with IMDEF, and so they've done city legal defense work specifically in the past. And so if we could, again, kind of just narrow to focus on those two, that might make it easier for staff as well.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a non-exclusive list. I think the Public Law Center does a lot in this area, but why don't we just leave it up to the city attorney about who they contact? That's a good one too.
Okay.
But I wouldn't narrow it, I'd broaden it. So let's add yours.
Did you include asking for detention information as part of your motion? I think that's something that the public has raised. Santa Ana did a FOIA request, for example, from DHS. I'm not sure that they actually got any data, but trying to narrow down how many residents are impacted would help the rest of our efforts. And I think that's something the city manager can probably do even without a motion, but was that?
I don't oppose that, but do city manager, does that need to be part of the motion? Can we do that?
Just providing direction tonight is fine. Doesn't
Yeah,
need
I mean,
part of the
that's
motion.
fine. I don't exactly know what that entails, but a FOIA request seems pretty simple.
Thank you. And then my last request is in the city's resolution on page 2, the second to last whereas, based on earlier indications by federal authorities, the expectation by local jurisdictions was that recent enforcement efforts would primarily target criminals. It goes on to say there's uneven enforcement of that. I'd just like to strike that whole paragraph. I don't think it's necessary for us to say some people are criminals and some aren't, and we're not sure about the difference there. It's just
Which, is it the first resolution?
the city's resolution, page 2, the second to last whereas.
All right.
And it's not uneven enforcement that we're worried about specifically.
You just want to strike it?
I just want to strike that paragraph.
Okay, that's fine. What about you, second? You okay with it?
Concurs.
Yeah, fine. All right.
That's it. And then can I just speak to the motion really quick while I have the mic? First of all, thank you so much to staff. That was a great presentation, Alma, Sergio, at the whole team. And I feel like you reacted on this really quickly too. So I thank you for getting on this. I know there was a lot of chaos in the last meeting. And I'm just really proud of the fact that like this council, like this is what we came up with in short order. Like, no, it's not the most comprehensive policy. I wish there was more I could do to single-handedly constrain ICE, but I mean, damn, if a city's going to take some action, like this is the city I want to be a part of. So thank you. Jay, sorry. I don't know why I blinked when I looked at you. Here you go.
So
I'm tired. I was like, Sergio.
Do you want to be heard, Councilmember Gameros? Yeah.
I have one little slight amendment that I'd like to add to this. It's not really changing much, but in looking at the scope of SB 805, there's some language in here that I admit I'm cherry picking, but I want to read this. It says, in discussing SB 805, the Costa Mesa Police Department, it was noted that the bill partly duplicates existing law, but it's seeking to have local law enforcement engage with ICE in a manner that may conflict with existing laws. So I just want to make sure that we're clear that we are not, with our ask, having Costa Mesa Police Department engage in any actions that would conflict with federal law. And secondarily, on page 5 of 6, it says, based on input received from CMPD, should SB 805 be enacted into law, it will conflict with federal law, creating expectations by the community that the Costa Mesa Police Department intervene and possibly arrest federal agents. So I don't support those two things with that language as it exists. So if that falls back onto a support, if amended position on SB 805, then that's my request. Or if we don't have to follow that and we just make sure that we're not asking the police department to engage in such an act. Now, like I said, I admit to cherry picking the language out of this, but when I look at this as it stands, I don't agree with that. So.
Mr. Mayor?
So hold on one second. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to make a suggestion. I think part of the thing that we need to do is to help educate the community. So I think one of the things in our existing materials, perhaps we can add to them. It is important that we do not create expectations in the community that cannot be fulfilled.
Right. I understand.
And so I think if we make appropriate modifications to our materials, if SB 805 passes, that will, I hope, hopefully alleviate Councilmember Gameros's concern.
Right. And for the record, I agree with what Councilmember Gameros says. I don't want to jam up our PD, but as I understand it, and that's why I called the chief up, is the only thing that this does, this as it's written now, and who knows what it's going to look like when it gets passed, if it gets passed, and who knows what the federal courts are going to do with it. But is all it allows you to ask for ID from people, and the whole gist, as I understand it, is if there's somebody out there that they legitimately think isn't, you know, a federal officer, they can confirm that, right? But it doesn't require, then once they establish that they're a federal officer, then, you know, that's it. That's the end of the story. So, I mean, I'm comfortable with that, but it's going to go, it's going to, as Mr. Barkman said, it's got to get through committee, it's got to get through the Senate, it's got to get back through the Assembly, and we're just taking a position on, I think, the values of it, the principle behind it. So I'm okay with it. I mean, and so I don't want to make any amendments based on the comment of Councilmember Gameros, but I do understand his comment and I share his concern, but I think you satisfied me that the concern is not enough to not move forward the motion as I've articulated it. Now, do you have anything else, Councilmember Gameros?
No, that's all I voiced.
Okay,
Thanks.
so then, Councilmember Reynolds, you wish to be heard?
Yes, just want to make some comments. I'm, of course, in support of the proposal, the motion. Thank Councilmember Marr for the additional amendments, and thank you, Mayor, for accepting those. I think it's a really good step. I'm pleased with these steps. I think the resolutions are really important affirmations of where we stand as a city. I know they're not actions, but I think it's an important statement of where we stand. I'm glad we're adding some specific action to that. And I just want to, I could talk a lot, but I just want to, and I support the request to bring back information on, or proposals on how we can better track trends in the rental market. This is something that has come up multiple times over the last few years, and we're always like, well, we don't know what to do because we don't have the data. 60% of our population, and now, you know, dealing with a sort of an acute crisis. So I support that. One thing that hasn't been mentioned, but is in the language, and I just want to emphasize the importance of this, and that is continuing to invest in the relationship building between our city, our community members, with PD, of course, part of that. This is, you know, going to be an ongoing issue, and I think that relationship is so critical. One, to really have good communication about where the needs are and how to best, you know, position all of our resources collectively as a city, not just within City Hall, but with our faith-based partners, our community groups, bringing our businesses in on so on. So that relationship is so important that way. And I think it was Ms. Trejo who spoke about, you know, the risks of people becoming afraid to report crime. I want to, you know, this is among the many stories and challenges that we're hearing. One thing, an additional thing I'm afraid of is what happens when a vulnerable community becomes more targeted and is afraid to reach out and speak out. And we know that happens. There are federal laws protecting undocumented people who suffer sexual assault, for example, because there had been in the past and probably is now people who take advantage of people's vulnerability, whether it's theft or assault or other terror. And so I just want to emphasize how important it is and how thankful that I am that we are asserting that we as a city will continue to invest in those relationships and continue to build trust with all of our agencies and the community, so that as much as possible, this community knows that they have people to reach out to in a city that supports them. So thank you for that.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I have I'm sorry, I'd like just to clarify as it relates to the funding and the sources of those fundings. If you could add to your motion to provide the interim city manager and the city attorney to enter into agreements for the funding
So
so
be
we
it.
can set the parameters.
So moved. Second.
Concurs.
Thank you. Anything else?
That's it, thank you.
Call for the question.
Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now I got a question, again, I think it's a question for Ms. Molina. On new business item number 2, is there anything time sensitive about this, or could we do it on the 2nd of September?
We do have De Novo and Oracle in the chambers right now. I could make this a real quick presentation for you if you
Okay.
so choose.
All right, that's fine. Well, yeah, I mean, so we have somebody who's going to present
I
from,
will be doing a really quick presentation, but both De Novo and Oracle representatives are here to answer any questions. And I'll do a quick
the
presentation.
vendors are here to answer questions?
Yes.
Okay, well, anyway, so I make a motion to go past midnight. Second, okay.
Wait.
I made second, well, you just second, call for the question. Seconded by Chavez. Call for the question. I don't know, doesn't matter, just,
I know.
can you vote, Councilmember Reynolds?
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, okay, I mean, can you do it without a PowerPoint?
My PowerPoint's only 5 slides. I can do it real quick.
Okay, do it as fast as you can.
Okay, I'll read the item. This is professional services agreement for the acquisition of a new enterprise resource planning system. Ms. Molina, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Before you tonight is a long-awaited, brand-new funding and contract for our new finance ERP resource planning system. Real quick, as you know, our PeopleSoft system is over 28 years old. Ever since I've started working for the city 5 years ago, we've been talking about replacing the system. So before you tonight is a reliable, abrupt system, financial management system, to be able to provide us with an updated system to provide us a reporting, essential reporting timelines. Sorry, trying to go as quickly as possible here. As you know, staff currently maintains key functionalities that are essentially manual in process. This brand new ERP system will alleviate staff doing manual systems. With this Oracle Fusion that we're before you tonight, as you can see here, it has multiple facets from HR, financial management, procurement, payroll, supply chains. It also interfaces with public safety as well as some other IT software systems. We're also looking at customer service, cybersecurity. It's also a system that has long-term sustainability infrastructure. As you can see here, we are looking at going from currently about 60 users to over 800 users because it will have an integrated payroll system. It will essentially touch every single city facility, in some cases multiple, like City Hall, over 240 desktops, 40 laptops, all fire stations, police departments, courtyard, and so forth. It will have direct and indirect connections, including investment banking systems, public safety, law enforcement, task force, and among others. So before you tonight is agreements with De Novo and Oracle. De Novo is essentially the provider that will be assisting the city to onboard the Oracle Fusion system. They both have over 20 years of experience in their specific areas. They will be bringing forth services from the onsite of kickoff through go live, past go live. They're providing customer service to the city for multiple years. They also have agreed to do continual upgrades of the system, so the city will no longer be in a predicament where we're dealing with an aged system. We're going to be going through 2 phases of implementation. The first phase is essentially finance, accounting, general ledger, accounts payable, accounts receivable, cash management, treasury, budgeting, fixed assets, and year-end closing. Our second phase will include payroll, human resources, capital, time and labor, human resources functions. Before you tonight, you will see a couple of agreements, both with Oracle as well as with De Novo. The De Novo system will be about $2.9 million with $0.2 million for post-go live services. With Oracle, we'll be entering into an Oracle crowd system with about $285,000 a year. We are requesting City Council approve and authorize the cloud services agreement with Oracle and a 10% contingency. With that, I will turn it over for questions. Apologize for the speedy presentation.
Oh, don't apologize. That's what we wanted. Director Ely, do you think we should vote yes on this?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council,
That's a yes,
One
Steve.
word, one word.
100%.
Okay, good. All right. So let's open it up to public comment. I don't see any. Oh, here we go. Ralph. Ooh. Take your time, Ralph. Start the clock. No, I'm just kidding. Here, let me get you mic'd up. Go ahead.
Permission to speak after midnight.
Of course, you have it.
So I'm buzzkill, sorry, I'm going to take a time. For sure, approve this. I agree with Director Ely 100%. Long time coming. My comment really resides on, though, I looked at my archives, March 2020, adoption of the City of Costa Mesa's Information Technology Strategic Plan, Roadmap, and approval of funding plan. And it also has the report from Third Wave, which was the consultant at the time that assisted staff with developing that 5-year plan for phase 1. And it's got a nice roadmap here, implementation roadmap, years 1 through 5. It's got anywhere from 3 to 6 modules per year. It has the time frame. It has an estimated cost over those 5 years of about $9.3 million. Now, obviously, March of 2020, coincidentally or non-coincidentally, that was when COVID, so this plan obviously is out of date, probably as of the first month it was out of date. But I think if this plan was followed, actually all these modules would be implemented by now and fully functional. What I'm asking for, requesting, recommending that I think in those 5 years, I know Director Ely's presented some information on IT, but I don't think there's been a revised plan ever presented to council. I've requested one, actually a couple times for one be presented to FIPAC. Hasn't happened yet, but this is probably the largest procurement, non-capital procurement that I'm aware of, 9.3 million. I'm sure that cost is higher than 9.3 now. And I think certainly it's overdue that council get an update on what's the current plan, implementation plan, and what's the current estimate of that cost of phase 1. Staff's been talking about implementing phase 2. Are all these modules, there's 21 modules listed here. Are all those modules except for ERP implemented yet? Or are there still modules to be implemented? There's an updated plan, I think, is overdue to council, and I would like one to be presented to FIPAC also. And then if these aren't completely implemented, is it too early to talk about phase 2 or not? Or should all these modules for phase 1 be implemented before phase 2 be begun? I don't know, I just think there's a lot of questions. I think, again, this is $9 million, probably more by now. It's overdue to have a review by council, and I would request one also for.
That's it, Ralph. You made a couple good points there, though.
No.
Nobody else here? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr.
Close
Mayor.
public comment, make a motion, and make a motion to approve the staff's recommendations, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Yeah, just in support of the motion, all kidding aside, you have done a really good job in implementing the plan. I don't know where it is exactly, but I know we've made a lot of progress and a lot of progress in your department. Ralph has a good point. It'd be good to have that laid out in some form and fashion and to see what the next 5 years looks like. But we've made a lot of progress in 5 years. I know we have. And so, and this is extremely needed. Okay? So call for the question. Oh, sorry, you have something? Sorry.
Yeah, just Director Ely, I was trying to remember the timing, probably between six to 12 months ago, we approved a contract, which I thought was the next 5 or so years of the IT strategic plan. I remember we had a discussion specifically on these questions, what was accomplished, trying to quantify some of the benefits. You did the public survey, surveyed council members on strategies for the next 5 years. So that's in process, right?
It is.
Yeah,
It is
okay.
absolutely in process.
Okay.
We are still conducting workshops to this
Right.
day.
Yeah. And estimated timing of that, if you recall off the top of your head?
I think we're shooting for the November, December timeframe.
Okay, so within a few months.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Gameros, please. Great. Motion carries 5-0.
All right, good. Thanks for staff, everybody that hung around. Thanks for people from De Novo and Oracle for being here, and sorry we kept you. We're adjourned.